Top floor. Under the night sky, Gladiolus Valley resembles a trapeze surrounded by high-rise buildings struggling in its death throes. Not far away, a young man stands on the roof of a high building, looking down at it as if waiting for something. Behind him, a man leaning on a cane walks steadily, stepping over the pile of trash on the ground, seemingly unconcerned that he is dirtying his suit in the process. Moonlight illuminates his exquisite and magnificent necklace, casting a dazzling glow. The young man in front of him turns his head, his eyes shining with joy.
父さん、電話が終わったのですね。
The man nods.
ああ。そちらの用意はできたか？
ええ。じきに餌に食いつくかと。
He walks up to his father and stands beside him. The evening breeze brushes through his hair, revealing his bright and passionate eyes.
舞台は整った。あとは役者のお手並み拝見といこうじゃないか。何が言いたい？
どうして僕に任せてくれなかったのですか？僕ならすぐに解決してみせますよ。
His father lets out a low, rumbling laugh that slowly fades alongside the wind. He looks at the young man in front of him, confident and flamboyant, much like the young man he once was.
それではつまらない。波乱なくして名作は生まれないのだからな。
White Horse Association. Bright sunlight filters through the glass, falling on Gerard's hand that rests on the blanket, trembling slightly. The nurse who is administering his IV notices this and bends down, tentatively calling his name.
栗谷くん栗谷くん
However, apart from the slight movement that is almost imperceptible, Gerard gives no other response.
気のせい
The nurse places Gerard's cool hands back under the blanket and sighs as she leaves the room. No one knows that the young man in the hospital bed is being held captive by an old dream from 10 years ago. Near the Seahorse Association, a young man in a white coat is leading a 4 to 5-year-old boy by the hand holding the sparsely populated lakeside. The heart of the city is brightly lit. A giant LED screen hangs on the landmark building, looking like it's celebrating something. The boy stands on his tiptoes to get a clearer look at it, but the weeds in front block his view. The young man bends down and lifts him
向こう
up.
に行きたい。
He points toward the direction of the light, and the boy thinks for a moment before shaking his head.
母さんはまだあっちにいるから。
じゃあ、お母さんのところに帰りたいのかな。
母さんにも来てほしい。
The young man puts the boy down and helps straighten his collar.
大丈夫。もうすぐ、お母さんも来るからね。
本当？
The boy frowns, seeming a little doubtful of his words.
本当だって。君は自由になった。もう嫌いな場所に縛られなくていいんだよ。
Police station. During rush hour, the Sally's detectives have already been busy for hours. Instant food and used blankets are scattered around the office. Last night, Darius brought in surveillance data from the NSP covering the past 10 years within a 30-kilometer radius of the Seahorse Association. Although public surveillance gets overwritten after some time, some private cameras upload footage to shared video drives and leave it undeleted, preserving the recordings. Hence, all officers handling the Seahorse Association case have started taking shifts to review the surveillance footage.
岩崎刑事、見つけました。
Darius was just picking up breakfast at the station entrance when policeman Kim stands up from his monitor and calls out to him. He puts down his things and tells Kim to rewind the video. The footage should be from a surveillance camera across the abandoned park near the Seahorse Association. A middle-aged man in a white coat hands something to the timid boy in front of him. Darius holds his excitement well, but his hands still instinctively tighten around the back of the chair.
そこ、ズームしてくれ。
はい。
He zooms in on the paused video, revealing an unmistakable visage of a face. Kim can't help but slap his hand on the table upon seeing
やり
it.
ましたね。真田のやつ、もう逃げられると思うなよ。
Darius straightens up and gives Kim a look that instantly quells his excitement.
すみません。感激のあまり。
何慌ててるんだ。やる気があるな、結構。各部署に連絡してくれ。令状が下り次第逮捕するぞ。
はい。
Kim gently smacks his cheek to perk himself up and turns to leave happily just as Luke walks in.
ああ、水瀬さん、ちょうどいいところに。調査庁から送られた防犯カメラの映像から、真田結人と与谷翔吾が接触するシーンが見つかりました。
Luke stares at the frozen frame, staying much quieter than Darius when he first saw it.
随分とはっきり映っていますね。
ええ、これなら真田も言い逃れはできないでしょう。先日のグラジュアラスバレーでの捜査では何も見つかりませんでしたが、今度はそうはいきません。必ず奴らの尻尾を掴んでやりますよ。
Noting Luke's silence, Darius lowers his voice.
どうかしましたか？何か問題でも？
いえ、少し妙だなと。証拠が出るにしても、偶然にしては出来すぎのタイミングです。10年前、あんなに人員を割いた捜査で見つからなかったものが、今になって目の前に差し出されるなんて。
ああ、それについては私も不審に思ってましてね。技術家の同僚に真偽を確かめてもらうつもりです。
俺としては、映像が本物かどうかよりも。まあ、決定的な証拠が見つかったのはいいことですね。今後はどうします？俺は必要ですか？
Luke's role in this mission is to provide assistance, but Darius is still the one leading the case and making all the operational decisions.
これ以上水瀬さんの手を煩わせるわけにはいきませんよ。まずは犯人逮捕が先決ですから、後のことはまた改めて。
わかりました。何かあれば呼んでください。
ご安心を。警察の威信にかけて我々が捕まえてみせます。
White Horse Association. You put the freshly bought flowers in a vase by the open window. Fresh air fills the room. Ever since Gerard was transferred to the White Horse Association, you and Marius have made time to visit him weekly to check in on his situation. The doctor explains Gerard's situation to you. His condition is improving, but it is uncertain when he will regain consciousness. You look at Gerard, who is quietly lying on the hospital bed. His young face is slightly flushed, looking a little uneasy.
彼の容体については以上です。他に質問は？
No, thank you, doctor.
ええ、ではこれで失礼します。気になることがあれば看護師に聞いてください。
The doctor checks his watch as he speaks.
失礼ながら、呉谷さんは15分後に検査の予定がありましてね。面会のお時間はそれほど取れないのですが。
わかりました。
After the doctor leaves, the nurse explains Gerard's situation to the two of you based on his medical records and observation. The content remains largely the same as the previous week.
いいえ、解毒用のお薬の投与量は減りましたし、それに。
The nurse hesitates and stops. Her gaze shifts to Gerard, who lies in the hospital bed. Also, the worst fear a patient's family can have is when the medical staff suddenly stops talking. You can't help but feel anxious.
やだ、安心してくださいね。悪いお知らせではないですから。おとといの午後、呉谷君に点滴している時、彼の手がちょっとだけ動いたのを見たんです。一度見たきりなので、何か証明できるものがあるわけではないのですが、念のため先生にも伝えてあります。ごめんなさい。もっといいことを期待していたでしょうか。
You shake your head. But this is a sign of improvement, right?
はい、もちろんです。検査結果を見た限り、彼のバイタルは良好です。目が覚めれば、軽いリハビリをするだけで自由に動けるはずですよ。
今、呉谷のためにできることはありますか？
Maris, who has been listening to the conversation, suddenly interrupts. The nurse glances at him and smiles.
今だって十分していただいてますよ。でも、そうですね。よければ時間の許す限り、たくさんお話ししてあげてください。長く意識不明だった患者さんが、ご家族やご友人の呼びかけで目覚めるケースは少なくないので。
Strictly speaking, you're not Gerard's family, but you can be considered his friends. So, can I go visit him now?
ええ、ぜひ。
You walk up to Gerard's bed, his brows, which were slightly knit before, are now relaxed. There are still needles in the back of his hand, and the area is purple and swollen due to the prolonged administration of intravenous strips. The sunlight gently shines on the white blanket, and spots of light dance with the shadows of the trees outside the window. At this moment, you recall the words left in the email draft for some reason.
あの人と違って、俺には試行錯誤してる余裕なんてなくて、何をするにも尻込みしちまうからさ。けど、今回は俺の勝ちだ。殺人犯と取引することもあったけど、俺は最後まで勝ち抜いたんだ。
He's like a gambler, betting his life on the line and walking the edge of danger. In his heart, he has never considered relying on anyone, even if he once did, it was subconsciously ignored. But a winning streak will not last forever. Who will get the last laugh at the gambling table? You take his cool hand, hoping to bring him some warmth. Gerard, please wake up. Stop taking risks alone. Try trusting us. You want to say more, but Maris quietly walks up to you and whispers.
お姉さん、もう検査の時間みたい。
Gerard still has his eyes closed as you stand up and move the stool to the side. Maris stuffs the heated hand warmer into Gerard's palm and leaves the room with you. The man lying on the bed seems to have heard the conversation, his eyelashes twitching slightly. Cafeteria. After leaving the White Horse Association, Maris takes you to a restaurant that specializes in breakfast. Not only that, but he skillfully orders a table full of hearty breakfast dishes. That's a lot of breakfast items. Don't tell me you skip breakfast.
そうだよ。今朝は急いで出てきたから、朝ごはん食べ損ねちゃった。
He wipes the chopsticks and hands them to you.
お姉さんもちゃんと食べてないんじゃない？一緒に食べようよ。
You look at Maris in surprise, wondering how he knows that you hadn't eaten a proper breakfast either. He smiles and picks a piece of cake and hands it to you.
朝迎えに行った時、テーブルいっぱいに司法試験の参考書を広げてたでしょ？ 朝ごはんなんか置けそうになかったし、車でもクッキーで済ませてたから、お腹空いてるんじゃないかなって。
I really can't hide anything from you, can I? Everyone's been busy lately. Earlier, you and Artem had discovered that someone in Gladiolus Valley was illegally trafficking people through the White Horse Association. However, after an investigation, no evidence of illegal activities was found in Gladiolus Valley, putting the investigation at a standstill. Luke's side has also been quiet for a while, and with exams approaching, you've started preparing for it as well. But there are still so many things left unresolved that it makes it hard to focus entirely on studying. The more you think about it, the more frustrated you get. You are unable to hold back a deep sigh. Suddenly, a large knobby hand waves in front of you.
何考えてるの？
Nothing. I just feel like there's been much going on lately. The old case of the Seahorse Association, the shady dealings between Gladiolus Valley and the White Horse Association. The closer we get to the truth, the more confusing things seem to get. We can't seem to find a way forward.
確かにね。でもこっちの資料を見たら、その霧も少しは晴れるかも。
Under your curious gaze, Maris pulls out a piece of paper with names written on it. This is...
高魔会の患者さんの名簿。先週一緒に呉谷のお見舞いに行った時、実は院長室に寄ってたんだよね。で、寄付するから名簿を渡してくれってお願いしてて。
Isn't that confidential? He just give it to you?
もちろん、二つ返事とはいかなかったよ。最新の医療設備の寄付と、名簿を悪用しないことを条件に同意してもらった。裏で怪しいことをやっていても、患者の利益のために邁進しているのは確かだね。
Maris sighs thoughtfully.
先方が寄付金と設備を受け取って、今日になってやっと名簿のコピーを渡してくれたんだ。
You glance at the list and notice some names with tiny dots next to them, so subtle that they look like smudges from copying process. Maris, look at these faint dots. To see the small notes on the list, Maris sits down next to you.
ああ、本当だ。小さすぎて気づかなかった。
If there was just one or two, it could be a smudge, but there are quite a few marked names.
じゃあ、この患者たちのことは俺が調べとくよ。何か分かったらすぐに伝える。
Are you going alone? Do you need my help? Maris smiles, shaking his head, resting his chin on one hand as he looks at you.
一緒に行動したいとこだけど、こんな簡単なことにお姉さんの手は借りられないって。
He says this while picking up a small pastry with your chopsticks and placing it on the plate in front of you.
あんたは十分忙しいでしょ。休めるときはちゃんと休んで。せっかくお姉さんの役に立てるチャンスなんだから、俺に任せてよ。
Since Maris has made things clear, you stop insisting and graciously accept his offer. Alright, just call me if you need help. Your phone rings as soon as you finish speaking. An unknown number appears on the screen. That might be a client. Let me go take this call first. Hello.
お世話になります。弁護士さん、姿優輝です。
Adams, what do you want from me? After your previous encounters, you know Jerome Adams is more complex than he appears. You can't tell if he is too smart or too cautious, but you can't find any flaws in his story. You place your phone on the table and put it on speaker, letting Maris listen to what he has to say.
僕の代理人弁護士を依頼したいんです。
Your attorney? Adam's words are so surprising that you reflexively repeat his words.
はい。状況を手短に話しますね。今は留置所にいて、時間は限られていますから。実は警察から先生、真田結人さんを誘拐した嫌疑をかけられています。
He kidnapped Wilson? You look at Marius in surprise and he seems just as confused and completely unaware. You turn your attention back to the phone. You hear a rustling sound from the other end before you can ask anything else.
すみません。もう時間のようです。会いに来てくださいますよね。
You don't respond immediately, and Adams stays silent as time ticks away. A silent game begins where you're both waiting for the other to make the first move. Thoughts swirl in your mind. Since the investigation has hit a dead end, maybe taking the initiative isn't such a bad idea. Alright, I'll head over shortly.
ありがとうございます。焦らず来てくださいね。いつまでも待っていますから。
After hanging up, you look up to meet Mary's worried gaze. He seems hesitant about you meeting Jerome Adams directly. You pause for a moment, weighing the pros and cons, and finally decide to explain your intentions to him.
これはチャンスじゃない？
You and Mary speak at the same time, unexpectedly saying the same thing. He smiles.
お先にどうぞ。
Sure, we found that there may be illegal transactions between the White Horse Association and Gladiolus Valley. However, during the last investigation into Gladiolus Valley, the authorities found nothing that could be used against him.
だから姿を突破口にして内部から探るつもりなんだね。
That's right. He and Wilson Such are the core members of Gladiolus Valley. I don't believe he knows nothing about the inner workings.
とはいえ、彼がそう簡単に話すとも思えないけど。
Maybe he'll be more willing to talk now, given the current situation. Mary sighs helplessly.
ふぅ、こうなったお姉さんにはかなわないからな。
You nod, he smiles and twirls his car keys on his finger.
任せて。俺が送ってくよ。
After registering at the police station, you wait in the corridor for Adams. You think about what questions to ask him. As if sensing something, you look up and see Luke hurrying over, his expression suggesting that he's here specifically to find you.
いたいた。
He sits down beside you as he speaks. The busy corridor is filled with people coming and going, with occasional sounds of crying and arguing.
岩崎さんがお前の面会申請を見たって教えてくれて、もう中に入ってると思ったんだ。
Why are you in such a hurry to find me? Weren't you still investigating the Seahorse Association leader's suicide case from 10 years ago? As soon as you speak, a bold guess strikes you. Could that case be related to Adams? The Seahorse Association leader's suicide case involves the source of black market drugs and seems deeply connected to Luke's illness. It's hard not to connect the two with him coming to see you at this moment.
その通り。と言いたいところだが、まだ姿との関連性を示せるものは見つかってない。
Luke glances around and leans in, lowering his voice.
ここはちょっと人が多いな。場所を変えよう。
Police Department office. Before you can ask where he is going, Luke pulls you into an empty office, locking and shutting the noise out. The sudden silence makes your breath audible. Luke takes half a step back and begins explaining the whole story.
手がかりが出てきて、 ヨタニさんが薬を持った日に真田と会ってることが分かったんだ。
Wilson Soldier's name has been appearing a lot recently. It feels like he's everywhere. You don't interrupt Luke, signaling for him to continue with your eyes.
令状が降りて警察はグラジオラスバレーに向かった。が岩崎さんたちが到着した時、真田は姿を消していた。
Wait, I'm a bit confused. Adams told me the police suspect him of kidnapping Wilson.
そこまでの結論は出てない。ただ現場の様子から真田は失踪前に誰かと激しく口論していたらしい。殴り合うほど派手なやつな。で、今ある証拠から考えて最も疑わしい人物が姿ってわけだ。
What evidence? Although you don't know much about their relationship with each other, Adams doesn't seem like someone who would get into violent conflicts with others. Seeing your puzzled look, Luke's continue.
この2ヶ月の間に言い争いする2人が目撃されてるんだよ。しかも警察の調べによると、姿の父親唐木峰夫はグラジオラスバレーの中核を担う研究員だったらしい。だが真田に実験データの収集における不正を告発されてな。それが原因で自分の執務室で首を吊って亡くなってる。
So, Adam's father was indirectly driven to death by Wilson Sorge.
まあかなり昔の事件だし、姿は父親の死後母方の名字に変えたから普通は結びつくようなもんじゃない。
But these are not direct evidence. They do not prove that the disappearance of Wilson Sorge is related to Adams. Without direct evidence of a crime, the police can't do much about Adams. Luke and Darius are certainly aware of this, but they still brought Adams to the police station.
だな。たとえ事件発生当時姿に明確なアリバイがなくても彼の事件への関与は断定できない。それでも警察が動いたのは真田の捜索だけが目的じゃないからだ。グラジオラスバレーと10年前の海馬会の事件を同時に追いかけているんだよ。
The police previously conducted a secret investigation into Gladiolus Valley but found nothing. They hope to find a breakthrough in Adam's case. You share the same thought, although you might have different methods. I understand now. You probably know why I'm here.
大丈夫。岩崎さんから聞いてるし、お前の考えもちゃんと分かってるよ。
The unspoken understanding between you means you don't need to explain much. Well, I'll go in and meet him now. Luke nods and smiles.
行ってきな。外で待ってるから。
Meeting room. Adam sits behind a transparent glass window. He stands up when he sees you.
弁護士さん、遅かったですね。
He looks calm, even a bit relaxed, without any signs of distress from being detained for a few hours. Seems like you're quite used to this already.
そうでしょうか。うちの実験室と似ているせいかもしれません。
He tilts his head as if seriously thinking about the similarities between the lab and the detention center.
たまに騒がしいことを除けば、特に不快なことはありませんね。
Let's get started. As your attorney, I expect you not to hide anything from me.
わかりました。どうぞお尋ねください。
When did you first meet Wilson Sorge?
先生と初めて会ったのは、僕が6歳くらいの時でした。父もグラジオラスバレーの研究員だったので、 僕はここに遊びに来ていたんです。
How's the relationship between you two? Jerome Adams seems confused by your question and looks at you puzzled.
先生との関係ですか？学術面においてはいつも僕を導き、助けてくださったので心から尊敬していますよ。もし先生がいなければ、僕はここに来ることもなかったでしょう。
Why not? He doesn't respond immediately but looks at the intercom.
グラジオラスバレーは父が亡くなった場所ですから。
Most people will try to hide information that is detrimental to their interests, but Adams casually shares it. When he mentioned the word father, there was no shift in his emotions, and he speaks so calmly as if discussing someone else. How did your father die? Jerome Adams looks up at you with a hint of sarcasm in his expression.
告発です。違法に実験データを集めたと疑われて、一夜にして気づいてきたものを失い、その苦痛に耐えきれなくて首を吊りました。僕が父と呼んでいた人は、最初から最後まで軟弱でしたね。
I heard he was reported by Wilson Sarge.
もうご存知でしたか？ええ、その通りです。先生が僕を助けてくださいました。
What do you mean? He lowers his eyelids. Unlike his usual cool and sarcastic self, he finally shows a trace of human sorrow. The fleeting change of expression gives you the illusion that you have glimpsed the secrets of his heart.
本当に知りたいですか？
If you don't want to talk about it, we can change the topic.
いえ、それには及びません。僕の父は研究者としては優秀で、有効性が高い数多くの薬を開発しました。調べればわかると思いますが、今でも効果が認められる薬の特許が残っていますよ。しかし、僕はそうした薬の被験体でした。より良い研究データを得るため必要だったんです。
What? Adams rolls up his sleeve, revealing the needle marks on his arm as if to prove the truth of his words. Small wounds like that would usually heal over time, but the ones on him have become permanent scars. It's evident that they occurred repeatedly in the same spot, so many times that they become marks even time couldn't erase.
もし先生が告発しなければ、僕はいつか父に殺されていたでしょう。
He slowly lowers his sleeve as if trying to hide the scars of the past.
だから、僕にとって先生は命の恩人です。
Do you have any records of your father conducting experiments on you?
残っているはずですよ。ただ当時の僕はまだ子供でしたし、一部の記録は制限がかかっているかもしれませんね。
Okay, I will request verification. According to our investigations, there have been witnesses who have seen you and Wilson engaging in fierce arguments over the past 2 months. Can you tell me the reason why you were arguing?
まさか、そんなことまでご存知とは。
The police can easily find out the truth with just a little investigation.
それもそうか。
Adams mumbles to himself. He looks up, a hint of confusion in his eyes.
実のところ、先生はあらゆる病を治療する万能薬の開発に長いこと力を注いでいました。
Miracle drug? Can something like that really be developed?
理論上不可能ではありませんが、それには途方もない代償が必要です。
Costly?
3ヶ月くらい前かな。 先生の執務室を整理していた時、ある名簿を見つけましてね。名簿の方々は全員うちで開発した薬を服用していたのですが、臨床試験システムに彼らの名前はありませんでした。
You mean he used ordinary people for illegal drug experiments?
はい。父が僕にやったことと同じですよね。だからあの日、僕は名簿を持って先生を問い詰めました。やめるよう説得したんです。
And he didn't agree. Adams nods bitterly as if feeling the absurdity of his words. If Wilson Sorge was his hero back then, how does he view him now?
先生にとって万能薬の開発は宿願だった。簡単に諦められるものではなかったのでしょうね。
What about the list?
おそらくは先生のところに。
If you knew Wilson Sorge was doing illegal things, why didn't you report him? Faced with your questioning, Adam shows a helpless smile.
弁護士さん、あなたにはできますか？神のように崇拝した人に牙を剥くことが。
When did you start volunteering at the White Horse Association?
8年前です。高魔会が設立されて間もない頃からやっていました。
Why did you choose it?
特別な理由はありません。元は大学の社会貢献活動の課題をこなすためでしたから。設立したての高魔会はちょうど大学の近くにあって、往復の交通費を節約できると思って選びました。
You have to admit, that does sound like a reason that would appeal to Adams. You've been doing your community service for 8 years.
だんだん染みついてきたと言いますか。かわいそうな患者さんばかりで放っておけなかったんです。
Hearing him say this gives you an inexplicable feeling of unease. You must know a lot about the White Horse Association.
どんなことかによりますね。
Did you ever heard about any illegal activities while you were volunteering? For instance, money laundering or human trafficking? As soon as you finish speaking, Adam shakes his head with a laugh as if he can't believe what you're seeing.
すごい想像力ですね、弁護士さん。高魔会は単なる公益団体です。行き場のない患者を収容するほかに特別な活動はしていませんよ。
Really?
少なくとも僕の知る限りでは。もちろん、僕自身普段は患者さんとしか接していませんから、高魔会の内部事情までは分かりかねます。
Adams distances himself from the White Horse Association with just a few words. Looks like I need to find another breakthrough point. Luke and the police previously discovered that the Seahorse Association executives' suicides were linked to Wilson's Lodge. Considering Adam's connection with Wilson, he might know something. Have you heard about the Seahorse Association leader's suicide case from 10 years ago? Adams lowers his gaze thoughtfully before shaking his head.
印象にないですね。10年前は大学生で、学業とボランティアとアルバイト三昧で、ニュースを見る余裕なんてありませんでした。
But now there is evidence linking Wilson to the case.
本当に？残念でなりませんね。あの頃、僕は父の関係でグラジオラスバレーとのつながりを絶ってましたから、お役に立てることはなさそうです。
Didn't Wilson Sarge tell you? Adam shakes his head.
当時は先生とは勉強のことしか話しておらず、それ以外のことはよく知りません。
Can you tell me where you were on the day he disappeared?
あの日は退勤して直帰したので、アリバイはないですね。
But didn't you often work part-time after work to make money? Adam spreads his hands helplessly and gives a bitter smile.
残念ながらシフトが入っていなかったもので。それに毎日アルバイトに明け暮れているわけではありませんよ。僕は機械ではなく人間ですからね。あれ、質問はもう終わりですか？
Adams calmly adjusts his sleeves. The wound is fully covered, but he keeps repeating this action almost as if to emphasize something. Just like with your questions, he answers them, but you can't shake the feeling that you are walking into a trap. I'm done with my questions. Or to be precise, you've already said everything that you're willing to say.
そんな、弁護士さんが知りたいことなら全て包み隠さずお話しするのに。
Adams pretends not to understand your implied words. Well, I'll be leaving if you don't have anything else to add. You put away the folder and turn to leave. Just as you're about to step out, you suddenly remember something and turn back to look at Adams.
どうかなさいました？
I have a personal question for you. Some time ago, when you were checking the film tickets at the White Horse Association, you made a mark with a Greek letter. What does that mean? You watch Adam's expression carefully, not wanting to miss any changes. He only shows a hint of confusion. It's like someone being asked about something they've never really noticed before.
ネットで見かけて面白そうだと思ってスタンプにしてみたんですけど、それが何か？あれに深い意味でもあるんでしょうか？それが何か？あれに深い意味でもあるんでしょうか？
He looks at you curiously as if he is acting, he does it so well that it's hard to tell. You clench your fist and look away, pretending not to care. No, it's just a common Greek phrase. Police Department Office. When you come out of the meeting room, Luke is already waiting with a glass of water.
結構長かったじゃないか。水飲むか？
Thanks, I was just starting to get thirsty. You take the water and notice that the cap has already been twisted open, just like how he usually hands a drink to you back in your schooling days. Luke always subconsciously looks out and makes things convenient for you.
なんだこっち見て。水が変だったとか？
Noticing your gaze, Luke, who is quickly studying the written notes from the conversation with Adams, looks over at you. Oh, nothing's wrong with it. Did anything stand out to you? You shake your head, nervously changing the topic.
そうだな。真田が違法に臨床試験をやっていた件は要注意かな。何かしら手がかりになりそうだ。
I agree. The relationship between Wilson Sarge and Jerome Adams is much more complicated than you've imagined, but it isn't without its cracks. There are many possibilities. For example, Adams might tell you about his illegal experiments on ordinary people without any hesitation, almost as if he has already prepared answers to the questions he knew you were going to ask. Plus, there's also the matter regarding his father. By the way, we have one more thing to verify. Adams said his father conducted illegal experiments on him. Thanks to Wilson Soch reporting Tanner Feldman, Adams stopped being tortured. So in his eyes, Wilson Soch is his savior.
あ、そのことなら岩崎刑事にも連絡したよ。彼に確認してもらった方が早い。
You nod, trying to tally everything in your mind to ensure that you haven't missed any clues. Suddenly, you get flicked on the forehead. You instinctively cover your forehead and look up, only to see Luke with his arms crossed, smiling at you. Luke, what are you doing?
眉間にしわ寄ってすごい顔してたから。つい。
I'm not worried. I'm just thinking about what you do next.
そっかそっか。じゃ、
Luke raises his phone, showing you a digital authorization pass.
待ってる間、お前の現場調査の許可を申請しておいた。たった今承認されたみたいだから、手がかりを探しに行かないか？
Alrighty? Actually, after learning about Wilson Sorge's disappearance, you had planned to apply for a field investigation, but considering how Gladiolus Valley is now a major focus for many parties, you are still unsure about the time it will take for the application to be approved. You didn't expect Luke to have gotten a process so fast. Seemingly sensing what is on your mind, Luke smiles and explains.
ルールはルール。それを生かすのは人ってな。大事なのは機密の保持じゃなくて、真田を見つけること。だろ？
Luke seems to be hinting that he'd pull some strings. That makes sense. Let's hurry and head over. Jerome Adams' testimony. After Wilson's disappearance, Jerome Adams provides testimony explaining his relationship with Wilson and his father, Tyner Feldman, the cause of his dispute with Wilson, and his whereabouts at the time of the incident. 1. Tyner Feldman, Jerome Adams' father, once conducted drug experiments on him. After Wilson reported this, Jerome finally got free. 2nd. Wilson was Jerome's teacher who always guided and helped him academically. He was someone Jerome deeply respected. 3rd, their dispute arose because Wilson was illegally conducted drug experiments on ordinary people, which Jerome opposed. 4th, on the day of the incident, Jerome went straight home after work with no one to prove his alibi. Wilson reported Tyner Feldman. According to the investigation, Jerome Adams' father was reported by Wilson for conducting illegal experiments. Wilson saved Jerome Adams. According to Jerome Adams, Wilson reported Tyner Feldman saving himself from his father's ongoing drug experiments. Wilson illegal drug testing. According to Jerome Adams, Wilson conducted drug experiments illegally on ordinary people. Outside Gladiolus Valley. When you arrive at Gladiolus Valley, there are several police officers at the entrance, questioning the staff one by one. Is such a big deal really necessary for the disappearance of Wilson Sorge, or could it be? Darius, who is directing the scene, gives a few instructions to the people around him after seeing you walks towards you.
水瀬さん、弁護士さん、来ていたんですね。
岩崎刑事は何を？
ああ、ここの職員に調査を協力してもらってるんです。
Did you find anything new? You ask without thinking, not realizing this might be confidential. Just as you're about to apologize, Darius continues.
今のところ特に変わったことはありません。お二人は真田の執務室に？
ええ、すでに許可は取ってます。
Darius nods.
ちょうど手が空いてるので一緒に行きますよ。何か質問があれば何でも聞いてください。
Thank you, Captain Morgan. Wilson's office. Darius pulls up the tape, letting you enter. The space is in disarray and it's clear that a fight took place here. But a tech center like Gladiolus Valley should have security patrolling 24/7. With everything in such chaos, didn't any security guard notice anything unusual? You look at Darius, but he doesn't respond. Instead, he puts on his gloves and walks to the wall, tapping it.
執務室は特殊な防音壁になっていましてね。中で何が起ころうと外からは何も聞こえません。
ただの執務室に防音壁ね。 大げさすぎないか？
Could it be hiding secrets? You think about a human trafficking operation at Gladys Valley. Those being trafficked would need to be kept somewhere. A soundproof room could be a good choice. Anyway, let's investigate first. You open the bookshelf, and besides the neatly arranged books on biology and medicine, there is also a particularly thick book with a long foreign title on it. The title of this book.
ロシア語だな。ドストエフスキーの罪と罰。
Your eyes scan the bookshelf, and only this book, a work of literature, stands out. With a hint of suspicion, you pull out the book and open it to find a gun-shaped roof in the middle. Look at this. Luke takes the book and inspects it. Soon he finds a magazine filled with bullets in the hidden compartment. He takes out tape from his bag, gently presses it onto the surface of the magazine, and leaves a complete fingerprint.
この指紋を調べれば、銃の所有者が特定できるはずだ。
Luke says and hands these items to Darius, who puts on gloves and takes out a bullet to examine.
弾倉に入っていた弾ですが、現場にあったものと似ていますね。
おそらく同じタイプのものでしょう。鑑識に回します。
After he says this, he calls a colleague to place the items in evidence bags and immediately sends them to the tech department. The computer on the desk has a crack, but it still works. The police have cracked the password, but there is nothing left on the computer. Can the data in this computer still be recovered?
ファイルはすべて抹消されていました。しかし、技術家の手で画像を見つけています。いや、正確には何かの記号の断片と言った方が正しいかもしれません。
A broken symbol? Could you show us? Darius nods and pulls up a photo from his phone.
この記号は何か由来のあるものですか？
現在調査中ですが、試験では本件との関連性は薄いと思いますね。
There are many documents scattered on the floor. You pick up one of the yellowed ones and realize it's an adoption application for Jerome Adams by Wilson. Wilson adopted Jerome Adams? Luke takes the adoption application and skims through it.
いや、これは申請前のものみたいだ。署名欄に真田の名前しかない。
You lean in to confirm and find that not only is Adam's signature missing, but a relevant department stamp is also absent. But anyway, Wilson wanted to adopt Adams at that time. This means Adams wasn't lying. His relationship with Wilson was more than just that of a teacher and his student. And from the fact that Wilson kept this explication all these years, it shows that he valued Adams. Luke looks at the application and seems lost in thought. So you're mine. You reach out and pat Luke's arm.
いや、別に大したことじゃないよ。彼らの関係は言うほど穏やかなものじゃなかったのかもってさ。人の感情なんて環境の変化でいくらでも変わる。この効力を持たない養子縁組申立書はその最たる証拠に見えたんだ。
That's true. If they truly had a good relationship, then why was only Wilson's name on this document? Was it Adams who didn't want it, or did Wilson regret it at the last moment? Maybe only the people involved knew. This should be all the clues here. Shall we check inside? Luke nods, stepping over scattered papers on the floor and heading to the other side of Wilson Soldier's office. There are burn marks on the beaker on the table, but its contents are already gone. Captain Malkin, was something burned in this beaker?
ああ、紙が燃やされていましたよ。
残留物はありませんでしたか？
ありますが、すでに原本は押収しています。写真ならここに。
Darius shows you a photo of a torn piece of paper with many names written on it. You go through a few of them, and they seem familiar to you. Where have I seen this before?
岩崎刑事、ここに名前のある人たちの特定はできますか？
Luke clearly has the same thought as you and us first.
ステラ市の居住者データベースと照合したところ、同姓同名の人物が相当数いました。今は確認中です。
The cold tabletop has several deep scratches, probably left by a sharp blade. You crouch down and lean closer to the scratches, faintly noticing some dark red marks on them. Look at this. Don't they look like bloodstains?
さすが弁護士さん、鋭い観察眼をお持ちだ。結婚で間違いありません。
検査結果は出ましたか？
はい。結婚は真田結衣とのものです。
Wilson was injured by a sharp blade, meaning that was what the attacker used. So, who owns this gun? It feels like the questions are only increasing. Near the broken test tube, there's a stain that looks like a mixture of reagents. Luke rushes down, dips a cotton swab into the stain and examines it carefully.
岩崎刑事、この汚れの成分は分かりましたか？
サンプルは持ち帰りましたが、まだ具体的な検査は行っていません。何か問題でも？
まずはルミノール反応を見ることをお勧めします。
Darius glances at Luke in surprise. The luminol test can identify bloodstains that have been cleaned long ago. He hesitates for a moment before nodding.
わかりました。すぐに手配しましょう。
Before long, the preparations are complete, and under your gaze, the stain emits a faint blue glow in the dark. There's blood in the reagent mixture.
誰のものかは分からないけどな。
今から検査に出しますので、結果が出たらすぐに共有します。
よろしくお願いします。
Four spent shell casings are scattered on the cluttered floor. This suggests that someone fired a gun here on the day Wilson disappeared. But since the room is soundproof, no one outside could hear it. If there are shell casings, there should be bullets.
弾ならここだ。
Luke points to the two bullet marks embedded in the wall, then turns to Darius.
岩崎刑事、弾は何発ありましたか
？3発だけです。何度も念入りに捜索しましたので、見落としはないかと。
But there are four casings. Does this mean someone was shot? However, Adams has no gunshot wounds. This means the injured person is either Wilson or someone else who was here at the time of the incident.
その可能性は高いだろうな。でも4発のうち1発しか当たってないってことは、撃ったやつが素人だったのか、相手の回避能力が高すぎたのかもな。
こちらでは弾を手がかりに捜査を進めていますが、今のところめぼしい情報は得られていません。警察が網を張っている闇医者のもとにも重症患者の受け入れはないようです。
The preliminary investigation is almost done. However, some clues can only be confirmed once the police report comes in. Based on the evidence you have now, the person who had the argument with Wilson last night is most likely not Adams. Captain Morgan, we're done with our investigation.
ご苦労様です。では送って。
Darius' phone vibrates before he can finish his sentence.
すみません。少々お待ちを。
He turns and walks to the window to answer the phone, likely receiving a report from someone. Darius speaks briefly.
ああ。わかった。ご苦労。
He hangs up and quickly walks back to Rachel.
弁護士先生、水瀬さん。 血液検査の結果が出ました。あの血液は真田でも姿のものでもありません。
So there was unknown blood at the scene. Just then, the officer Captain Morgan sent to investigate the magazine runs back, panting.
岩崎刑事、結果が出ました。
まずは息を整えろ。話はそれからだ。
He pauses to study his breath before reporting his findings.
断層の検査結果ですが、指紋は真田唯斗のものでした。照合の結果、現場で発見された断層と同じタイプのようです。
だとしたら、昨夜に発砲したのも真田だろうな。
And the person who attacked him might be the owner of that unknown blood. This person attacked him with a blade, got shot, and fled in panic. Why didn't Wilson Sorge call the police after being attacked?
銃器の不法所持の他にも、人に知られちゃまずい秘密があるんだ。自分で身を隠した方が安全だと思ったんだろう。
True, he's guilty of quite a few crimes. Previously, it was discovered that someone at Gladiolus Valley illegally purchases experimental subjects, and Wilson Sorge himself is linked up to the Seahorse Association leader's suicide case from 10 years ago. If he called the police, he would have even more to explain and might get immediately detained.
今気がかりなのは、彼を襲った人物は何者なのか、何を目的にそうしたのかってところだな。
What is the attacker's goal, and where did he go after being injured by Wilson Sorge? His appearance makes things even more complicated, as if a new force has emerged beyond Gladiolus Valley. He's injured now, so he probably can't disappear so easily.
ええ、ステラ市の診療所には通達を出しています。疑わしい人物がいればすぐに通報が入るでしょう。新たな血液サンプルも採取できたので、これから範囲を拡大して照合します。一度でも記録が残っているなら必ず突き止められるでしょうね。
では、この問題は一旦保留にして、手がかりが集まった時に考え直すことにしましょう。そうだ、岩崎刑事。拳銃の出所について情報はありますか？
捜査中ですね。知っての通り、ステラ市では一般人の銃器の所持は認められていません。
Darius means that, as a researcher, Wilson Sorge doesn't have the authority to own a gun. The gun he had might have come from illegal channels. Tracing its source won't be easy.
買い手を装った潜入捜査も行っています。成果が上がるまで待っていただければ。ああ、そうだった。調査が終わったならこちらにサインを。
Saying so, he hands you a registration form. Luke manages to sign it before Darius is called away again. You both look at each other helplessly.
とりあえず、お前の依頼人の容疑は晴らせそうだな。
Yeah, based on the information we have so far, but new questions have arisen.
どんなことだ？聞かせてくれよ。
If Wilson Sorge left voluntarily, where is he now? Given how close he is to Adams, he should know his whereabouts.
あいつはグラジオラスバレーの中心人物の一人で、真田とは毎日顔を合わせていた。知らないわけがないって？
But during our conversation, he did reveal information that was unfavorable to Wilson and Wilson Sorge and Gladiolus Valley. If he was involved in Gladiolus Valley's illegal activities, wouldn't that be self-incriminating?
そういう見方もできるだろうが、彼と真田の関係は見た目ほどいいものじゃないかもな。真田に感謝してます。尊敬してます。恩人ですって言っていた割に、養子縁組の申立書にはサインがなかった。
That's a bit odd.
人と人の間にある感情は複雑だよ。 論理的に説明できることもあるけど、大抵は言葉にするのが難しい。だから行動で確かめるしかないんだ。
You make a good point. Let's head to the police station. We can also probe Adam's then.
そう来ないとな。
Police station. Jerome Adams seems to have anticipated that he will be released soon and isn't surprised to see you. After receiving his personal belongings from the police and checking them, he realizes that his phone has run out of battery.
弁護士さん、モバイルバッテリーをお持ちですか？
Oh, let me see. You're about to dig into your bag when Luke hands Adams his power bank.
自分のでよければ使ってください。
ありがとうございます。ところで、あなたは？
You remember that Luke and Adams have never formally met. This is my friend, Luke Pierce.
水瀬さんですね。はじめまして。
Something flashes across Luke's face when he hears the way Adams addresses him.
姿さん、前にお会いしたことはありませんか？
さあ、ないと思いますけど、ステラ市に住む者同士、どこかですれ違ったのかもしれませんね。
本当に？
ええ。もし水瀬さんに会っていれば、忘れないと思いますよ。
What are they talking about? Adams takes the power bank and charges his phone. You're not sure if you're just imagining things, but the atmosphere between Luke and Adams seems a little odd.
先生が行方不明なのに、随分と落ち着いていますね。心配ではないんですか？
心配に決まってるじゃないですか。ただ、感情を表に出すのはあまり得意ではないので。
If he wants to hide, where do you think he would choose to hide?
先生は誘拐されたのではなく、ご自身でいなくなったのですか？
Adams keenly guesses the outcome, smiles in a relaxed manner, and looks down to find that his phone finally has some charge. He casually presses the power button. But due to the outdated model of his phone, the screen stays stuck on the logo. Adam doesn't seem to mind and looks up at you.
それなら、先生は安全ですね。
安全？あんなことをした真田さんが本気で逃げ切れるとでも？
水瀬さんは、過ちを犯した人は必ず罰せられるべきだとお考えですか？たとえそれが良かれと思ってしたことでも。
どういう意味です？
Luke crosses his arms and suspiciously counters Adams with another question. A subtle feeling inexplicably grows within your heart. Is this really their first time meeting?
いいえ、ただの好奇心です。
そんなにお暇なら、先生が隠れていそうな場所でも考えてもらいたいですね。警察の保護下にいた方が、身の安全は保証されるでしょう。まあ。
He stopped short then, making Adams look at him with slight curiosity.
死ぬまで逃げ隠れてほしいなら、話は別ですが。
まさか。先生は僕の恩人です。無事を願っていますよ。
Saying so, Adams lowers his head in thought.
先生は若い頃に性格の折り合いがつかず、ご家族と縁を切っています。ですから、ご実家に行くことはないかと。ステラ市に家はあるようですが、普段は寮で暮らしていて、めったに帰りませんでした。
Based on what Adams has said, Wilson Soch seems to be a loner who is only passionate about research. He ponders for a little while more before he shakes his head, looking apologetically at you two.
すみません。他に行きそうなところが本当に思いつかなくて。
Doesn't he have anyone else he can turn to?
強いて言えば、一番可能性が高いのは僕ですが、容疑者だった僕の家は警察の方々が捜索されましたよね。特に追及がなかった以上、先生は僕のところに来てなかったことになります。違いますか？
Adams looks at you, a faint smile on his face. His phone finally powers on with his notifications making continuous pinging noises, but he calmly switches it to silent mode.
すみません。バイト先の店長に無断欠勤の理由を説明しに行かないと。また今度、機会があればお二人にご馳走させてください。
Getting Adams, a notorious penny pincher, to treat you to a meal is nothing short of a wishful thinking. You instinctively write it off as a mere pleasantry, but
じゃあ、いつにします？
probably not expecting Luke to be so direct, Adam's smile falters for a moment.
姿さんの予定が決まらないなら、こっちの都合がついた時にお邪魔しますね。
はい。いつでもどうぞ。
You can sense the reluctance just from his tone alone.
姿さん、
Luke extends his hand to the departing man, pointing at the power bank in his hand.
スマホの充電、もう大丈夫ですよね。
あ、忘れるところでした。水瀬さん、貸してくださってありがとうございます。
どういたしまして。
Outside the police station. After Adams leaves, you and Luke also leave the police station. When you think about what just happened, you can't help but laugh.
なんだよ。今のそんなにおかしかったか？
No, I just think you're really good at making Adam squirm. Luke sighs.
ああいう他人の考えを読むのが得意なタイプって、おとなしく話を聞いたところで、会話の主導権を奪われちまうだろう。でも、最初から自分のペースで向き合えば、向こうに引っかき回されることもない。これが交渉術ってやつだな。相手に合わせて、いろんな話し方を使い分ける。
Sounds pretty impressive.
大したもんじゃないさ。興味があるなら今度教えてやってもいいけど、今日は丸一日働いたし、何か食べに行かないか？
You're about to agree, but then you remember what the nurse told you this morning to make time to talk to Gerard. Let's do it next time. I want to go to the White Horse Association to see Gerard first. The nurse said he's showing signs of waking up. She suggested I talk to him whenever I have the chance. It was a simple conversation, but you managed to catch a piece of key information you missed before.
そうやって飯を抜いてお前まで倒れたら。
You suddenly grabbed Luke's arm, cutting him off.
どうした？
Look, I just remembered where I've seen those names before.
名前？真田の執務室で見つかったあの焼けた名簿の。
Yes, Mary showed me a patient list from the White Horse Association this morning. Some of the names are similar to those found in the list in Wilson's office. I only skimmed through them and didn't memorize them. I'll ask Mary to send me a picture of the list. As you speak, your phone vibrates. It's a message from Marius. Miss, look up. You look up to see a luxury car slowly coming to a stop in front of you. The driver gets out and opens the back door. Marius steps out in a suit as if he just came from a meeting. Marius, why are you here? I was just about to go look for you.
やっぱり俺たちって心が通じ合ってるんじゃない？ 俺もお姉さんに用事があってきたんだ。
For me? What for?
お姉さんからどうぞ。
Okay, didn't you show me a patient list from the White Horse Association before?
うん。それがどうかした？
You and Luke tell Marius about the clues you found in Wilson Soldier's office. He immediately pulls out the list without hesitation. Upon cross-checking, there are indeed overlapping names. Although many individuals share the same name all over the world, it can't be a coincidence that it appears both in Gladys Valley and the White Horse Association. Luke stares at the list, frowning. After a while, he speaks again.
この人たちの身元を調べてくれよ。
With his connections in LSP, he can check their identities much more efficiently than Maris and you. Alright, take care. After Luke leaves, you turn to Maris. You still haven't told me why you're looking for me.
絶対お姉さんに喜んでもらえるいいニュース。
Maris is acting mysterious. Come on, stop keeping me in suspense.
呉谷が目を覚ましたんだ。
Really?
本当だって。コーマ会は真っ先にあんたに連絡しようとしてたけど、仕事の邪魔したらまずいと思ってさ。俺が代わりに伝えに来たってわけ。
Alright, then let's head to the White Horse Association. Maris opens the door to the back seat and motions for you to get in. Strange book. A strange book found in Wilson's office bookshelf. It appears to be the Toyski Crime and Punishment, thicker than a regular book, but when opened, it's actually a box designed to hide a gun, and inside it still contains a fully loaded magazine. Photo with partial symbol. The partial symbol discovered after repairing Wilson's office computer. All files in Wilson's office computer have been destroyed, and after police recovery, only one partial symbol is found. Adoption application. The adoption application found in Wilson's office. A yellowed adoption application shows that Wilson had intended to adopt Jerome Adams, but somehow is only signed by Wilson without the official department stamp or Jerome's signature, so it's not effective. Shell casing. The shell casings found on the floor of Wilson's office. 4 shell casings are found on the floor of Wilson's office, but only 3 bullets are left at the scene. The destroyed list. In Wilson's office, a partially burned list was found inside a beaker. Wilson was stabbed. According to the on-site investigation, Wilson was wounded by a sharp blade. Unknown blood found at the scene. Blood of unknown origin was found in Wilson's office. Wilson shot and wounded the attacker. According to the investigation, Wilson had shot and wounded an attacker in his office. White Horse Association. In the ward, Jorad is facing away from you, gazing at the bouquet of blooming flowers on the windowsill, seemingly lost in thought. The oversized hospital gown drapes loosely over him, making him appear fragile as if he could collapse with the slightest breeze. Gerard. At the sound of your voice, Gerard turns around, his gaze wary.
弁護士さん、泉さん。何の用だ？
His tone is cool, and even the way he addresses you has changed. It is almost as if you are strangers again.
そんなに邪険にしなくてもいいだろう。
Gerard shrugs indifferently and casually rummages through the items Marius brought for him.
もともと俺たちは生きる世界が違う人間だ。たまたま交わっちまったけど。
ことが済んだら、それぞれの道に戻るもんだろ。俺がお坊ちゃんにも弁護士先生にもなれないように、あんたたちは俺のようには生きられない。お互い、現実ってやつを受け入れた方がいい。違うか？
Gerard, why would you think that? He freezes for a moment as if his gaze quickly flickers across you, only to look away immediately. The sound of rummaging grows louder as he works through the care package as if he is trying to hide something.
俺はそう思って生きてきた。あんたたちが信じようとしなかっただけ。
Gerard lowers his head, which reminds you of the records he left before he fell unconscious from poisoning. That person has the means to get the meds and agreed to help me escape again. This is the only choice. I have to take the meds and leave the hotel to get closer to my goal. I used to think he was just a good person who treated everyone the same, but it doesn't seem that way. This is the road I choose for myself. I need to see it through no matter what. Now that Gerard is awake, will the person he is looking for come pick him up? Which path did he choose to take in the end? You have so many thoughts swirling around that you don't even know where to start.
へえ、本当に？
Marius doesn't seem to care about Gerard's attitude. He calmly pulls a chair and sits down.
あの人とやらに近づくから、わざと俺たちと距離を取ろうとしてるんだろ？
は？何を言ってるのかわからないんだけど。
そいつ、ろくなやつじゃないぞ。お前に有害な薬を飲ませた挙句、友達も作るなって言ってるんだからな。
もう疲れた。こっちは休みたいんだよ。悪いけど出てってくれ。
言い訳がなくなったら逃げるのか？そういうところがお子様なんだよ。
Gerard slightly pursed his lips, not responding to Marius' provocation. He simply lies back down on the bed, closing his eyes and remaining silent. Seeing his distant attitude, you know you won't get anything out of him today. Gerard, I know you're hiding a lot of secrets. If you don't want to talk now, that's fine. But you don't have to shoulder everything all by yourself. Sometimes it's okay to lean on the adults around you. There is no response, but you know he's definitely listening. You have both Maris and my contact info in your phone. If you ever need us, we're just a call away. Gerard's eyeball shifts slightly under his eyelids, which can be considered a reaction. The silent treatment feels like a detailed annotation of this one-sided estrangement. After the footsteps gradually fade away, the boy, originally lying on the bed, curls up and slowly opens his eyes. He watches as the two silhouettes disappear at the door, stretches out his hand, and then lets it fall with a sense of loss. His throat constricts for a moment.
ごめん。でも、これでよかったんだ。あんたたちはもう、俺に関わるな。
Jerome Adams' house. The key smoothly slides into the lock. Adams gently turns it, and the old wooden door opens with a creak. A beam of light from the living room shines into the foyer, casting a familiar shadow in front of Adams as he changes his shoes.
先生、ご無事だったんですね。
Adams looks up, offering the man a faint smile.
なんだね。無事でなければよかったか？
こんな時に冗談はやめてくださいよ。
Wilson Storch walks to the living room. On the coffee table laid a stack of changed-out bandages with dark red bloodstains faintly visible.
お怪我をされてますね。病院で見ていただかなくてもいいのですか？
ただのかすり傷だ。問題ない。
Wilson Sosh casually tosses the bandages into the trash can, narrowing his eyes as he takes in his student.
姿くん、分かっていると思うが、グラジオラスバレーのすべての問題に君も噛んでいるのだ。私の執務室のパソコンにあった証拠はすべてバックアップを取ってある。処分したところで無駄だからな。
Faced with Wilson Sosh's aggressive demeanor, Adams doesn't argue. Instead, he picks up the kettle and shakes it in his hand.
お湯がなくなってますね。沸かしてきますよ。
He says this as he walks into the kitchen, and soon the sound of the electric kettle boiling water can be heard. Wilson Sosh watches Adam's back suspiciously, the wound on his arm aching slightly. Adams pours a glass of water and places it in front of him.
先生、喉が渇いたでしょう。ミネラルウォーターを混ぜたので、ちょうどいい温度ですよ。どうぞ。
結構。何が入っているか分かったものじゃない。何を心外そうな顔をしている。初めてのことでもあるまい。
Wilson Sosh looks at Adams with a meaningful expression, not wanting to miss a single change in his demeanor.
あの惰弱な研究者は、君が渡したものを口にしてくたばっただろう。
Adams coughs lightly, interrupting him. He then takes a gulp of the water he'd prepared.
君。
やっぱり、水道水よりミネラルウォーターの方が甘いな。
He then hands the cup he drank from to Wilson Sosh.
先生、これなら飲んでいただけますか？
Wilson Sosh looks at Adams, hesitates for a moment, then accepts the cup. Although still a bit suspicious, his attitude suffers compared to earlier.
私たちが初めてグラジオラスバレーで出会った時、君はいくつだったかな？
He suddenly asks an irrelevant question. Adams answers without much thought, playing along.
6歳でした。僕は自販機の炭酸水に夢中だったと思います。体のデータを取るからと父は許しませんでしたが、先生は1本買ってくださいましたよね。
確かに与えたが、君はなかなか飲もうとしなかったよ。私が一口飲むまで、かたくなに口をつけなくてな。
そんなことまで覚えておいてだったんですね。僕は忘れてしまって。
幼かったのだから無理もない。
He drinks a glass of water while speaking. To avoid being discovered after leaving Gladius Valley, Wilson Sosh hasn't gone out to buy water. The sweet liquid moistens his lips, which are about to peel, and softens his inexplicable hostility towards Adams.
私のことはもう聞いているね。
Adams nods, as this matter has been trending for some time.
あなたを襲った人について、心当たりはありますか？
全くないね。あんなのは鉄砲玉の類だろう。肺を撃ってやったが、後のことは知らん。
まだ警察には捕まってないようですね。
所詮は捨て駒だ。捕まったところで何の意味もないさ。
それでは、先生に危害を加えようとしている人の正体は誰なんでしょ
う？ Wilson looks up at Adams.
私を狙うやつか？多くはないが、少ないとは言えんな。森月とか、君とかな。
僕？
He places his hand on Adam's shoulder and pats it twice with a smile that doesn't reach his eyes.
そう緊張するな。ただのジョークだよ。患者を実験体とすることを 君が快く思っていないのは知っている。だが、私は君の父親とは違う。
He stares into Adam's eyes.
私は身近な人間に手を出すほどバカじゃない。彼がわきまえている限りはな。
Wilson Soldier's words seems to mock Tanner Feldman, but also sound like a threat to Adams. He nods obediently and changes the subject.
先生のお考えは分かりました。もしステラ市では安心できないのでしたら、一刻も早く安全な場所に送ってもらえるよう、あの方に連絡しませんか？
簡単に言ってくれるな。彼ならとっくに姿をくらましただろ
う。だとしても、見殺しにはしないかと。今のあの人には先生が必要ですからね。みんな乗りかかった船です。沈む時は一緒。そうでしょ？
そうは言うが、今の私はスマホを使うことさえリスクが高いのだ。
He is currently missing. To avoid being tracked, he has disposed of his phone. Adam takes out a spare phone from his pocket and hands it to him.
これを使ってください。使い捨てのプリペイドカードなので、追跡される心配はありません。
Wilson takes the phone, turns it on and checks it. It only has basic functions like making calls and sending text messages. He looks at Adam suspiciously.
随分と用意がいいな。
すべて先生から学んだことです。非常事態だからこそ、冷静に準備を整える必要があるんですよね。
Wilson Soldiers doesn't respond. He lets out a light scoff, picks up his coat and heads toward the door. The door slams shut with a bang, and the light in the foyer flickers as if started. Adam crouches down to clean up the mess on the tea table. There is only a little bit of liquid left in the clear glass cup.
先生、相変わらず騙しやすいんだな。
As he speaks, his gaze falls on the bedroom doors left slightly ajar.
見たいものは見れました？もう出てきてもいいですよ。
Gladiolus Valley Laboratory. In the pitch-dark compound, a faint light glows from a secluded laboratory in a remote corner.
調査の住んでいない部屋はいくつある
？7つですね。
ただの研究センターにこれだけの実験室が必要だと思うかい？
私の知る限り必要ないかと。また、なぜご自身で潜入し九条明人の行方を調査されているのかも理解できかねます。
Vin removes his mask, the scent of disinfectant stinging his nose. He frowns in displeasure.
彼の失踪には必ずグラジオラスバレーが絡んでいると睨んでいた。誰かが手がかりをつかむのを待つより自分で探した方がいいだろう。
失礼ながら、坊ちゃんはお世辞にも隠密行動に長けているとは言えません。この道中にもすでに多くの痕跡を残されております。
オージェ、君を連れてきた意図くらいわかると思っていたけれど、スウォルトを離れた君はただの執事になってしまったのかな？
これは一本取られました。出過ぎた真似をお許しください。
Vin ignores Ogia's teasing and continues his investigation.
この実験室、他と比べて物が少ないと思わないかい？
Ogia glances around, his expression gradually turning serious.
そうですね。しかも、ここは消毒液の匂いも強く、念入りに清掃してあります。手がかりが見つかる可能性は低いでしょう。
それはどうかな。
As he speaks, he crouches down to check the corner cracks and pulls out something that resembles a cufflink from a hidden spot.
カフスボタンですか？見たところ、 材質はパープルダイヤモンド。この大きさのものは非常に珍しいですね。このようにあつらえるとは、さぞ由緒ある身分の方なのでしょう。
Vin raises the cufflink, signaling Ogier to shine the flashlight on it. The diamond, once dull on a crevice of the lab's floor, now glows brilliantly.
僕は前にこれを見たことがある。確かに、ただものではなかったね。
And towards headquarters.
すみません、遅くなりました。
Jian sits in his usual seat. The black tea in front of him is still steaming. He takes out the snacks delivered this morning and places them in the center of the table, a perfect match for a black tea.
遅刻なんて君らしくない。何かあったのかい？
Vin picks up a piece of dessert for his plate while Neil casually grabs one and pops it into his mouth.
うん。これどこの菓子だ？結構うまい。
金ランクに新しくオープンした店だとか。
毎日予約分しか作らないと噂の？
Jian nods, reaching for the teapot to pour some tea, but Vin presses down on the lid to stop him.
ヒロさん、まだ僕の質問に答えてもらってないよ。
森月、そうピリピリするんじゃない。遅刻が何だと言うんだ。まあ。
Neil sizes up Jian thoughtfully and nods.
確かにいつもと違って見えるが、なんかいいことでもあったのか？
特別なことは何も。弟からプレゼントをもらいましてね。
Jian lifts his sleeve, revealing a cufflink that glimmers in a purple light. It complements him well.
カフスボタン、なかなかのものだな。弟くんはいいセンスをしている。
芸術肌で母によく似ていて、天才なんです。
このカフスボタン、ピクマン家に伝わる家宝の一つに見えるけれど、普通に出回っている品物には思えないから、きっとオークションで落札したんだろう。
そうなんだ。K はこれを落札するのに何枚も絵を売って、1年分のお小遣いまでつぎ込んでくれてさ。
はは、けなげな子じゃないか。うちの左京といい勝負だな。この間なんて私の誕生日に。
全員集まったことだし、今日も始めようか。
Gladiolus Valley Laboratory.
ヒロさんはこのカフスボタンをとても大切にしていた。うっかりなくしたなんてことはないだろ
う。もしかすると、この実験室が片付けられる前、彼はここに幽閉されていたのかもしれません。
Vin clenches the cufflinks. The hot diamond digs into his palm, making it go numb.
こちらの件は、泉家のご霊則に伝えられるのですか？
その必要はないよ。この手がかりだけでは何の証明にもならないから。
Ogier looks at Vin in surprise, then reveals a look of understanding.
坊ちゃんは以前より優しくなりましたね。
Hearing this, Vin pauses and looks at Ogier with suspicion.
君はネットで妙なものでも読んだのかい？
妙とは？具体的にどのような？
Ogier's question makes Vin decide to drop the topic.
いいよ。君の読書の趣味にまで口を挟むつもりはない。そろそろ時間だ。ここを出よう。
かしこまりました。では、私のそばを離れないでください。
なぜ？
Noticing Vin's confusion, Ogier points to the 3D blueprint of the laboratory building on the teapot.
この実験室は奇妙な構造をしています。一見どこからでも出られるように見えて、道の大半は行き止まりになっているのです。
要するに
中に入るのは容易ですが、外に出るのは至難の技かと。
Vince nods dismissively.
なるほど。人を監禁するにはおあつらい向きというわけか。
Vice President's office. Close to 11 p.m., Maris finishes his work and is about to leave the office when Vincent rushes in, looking anxious.
坊ちゃん、呉谷良平さんがいなくなりました。
いなくなった？どういうことだ？
先ほど見回りに行った時にはもう姿がなく、坊ちゃんに仰せつかり高魔界で彼を張っておりましたが、この数日間特に異常は見られませんでした。お見舞いにいらしたのもボランティアの方を連れた夏目アンナさん一人です。
辺りは探したのか？
はい、以前出入りしていた場所まで探させましたが、どこにも見当たりません。申し訳ございません、坊ちゃん。私が不甲斐ないばかりに。
Vincent lowers his head, looking dejected.
いや、お前のせいじゃない。あいつは逃げ足が速いからな。その気になれば誰にも見つからずに余生を過ごせるだろ
う。ではこれからどのようにいたしましょう。
引き続き人を増やして呉谷を探してくれ。嫌な予感がする。何か危ないことをやらかすかもしれない。
はい、手配いたします。それからこの件は弁護士さんにお知らせしますか？
ただでさえ忙しい彼女に心配事を増やしたくない。何か分かってから伝える。
かしこまりました。
Watching Vincent leave in a hurry, Mary silently sighs.
はあ、お子様はお子様らしくしてればいいのに、大人の見せ場を横取りするなよな。
Home. You put down your phone. The messages you sent to Gerard are still unread. You and Maris have applied several times to visit him, but he always uses stress as an excuse to refuse. He even removed you as his emergency contact, and the White Horse Association no longer updates you on his status. Is he really planning to cut ties with us? Just as you are hesitating whether to reach out to Gerard, Luke's call comes in. Luke, any updates on the list? Last time, you found a partially burnt list in Wilson's office, which overlaps with the patient list at the White Horse Association. Later, Luke went to verify the situation. Considering his efficiency, he should have the results by now.
ああ、確かに2つの名簿には重複する箇所があった。で、高魔界のカルテも見たんだが。
Luke pauses mid-sentence and faint breathing can be heard from the other end of the call. What's wrong with the medical records?
患者たちは全員闇市の薬を服用した時に見られる副作用の症状が出ていた。
Does this mean that Gladiolus Valley and the White Horse Association are both connected to black market drugs?
まだ決め手には欠けるけどな。お前、今時間ある？一緒に患者さんに会ってみないか？
Of course.
じゃあ迎えに行くから15分くらいしたら下に来てくれ。
Okay, I'll go get ready and wait for you at the entrance. White Horse Association. After arriving at the White Horse Association, a nurse who previously cared for Gerard greets you. Having interacted with you several times, she gets straight to the point about the conditions of the patients.
弁護士さん、水瀬さん。事情は院長から聞いております。どなたとの面会をご希望ですか？
Luke reports the names he previously marked. After checking, the staff member looks troubled. What's wrong?
そちらの患者さんたちは入院された時から臓器の機能が失われていました。そのような状態になると大抵は半年から1年以内に亡くなってしまいます。今も入院中なのは2人だけで、1人の方は重度の昏睡状態ですし、もう1人の方も体調は芳しくありません。
Oh dear, can we still visit them?
少々お待ちください。主治医の先生に確認してまいりますね。
お願いします。
After a while, the nurse returns and informs you that the doctor has cleared you two for a brief meeting.
患者さんは今、中庭で日に当たっています。ご案内しますね。
Thank you. It may just be you, but there seems to be fewer people at the White Horse Association compared to last time. The patient you're looking for is Lucian. He is 42 years old and suffering from multiple organ failure. He is beyond cure and has switched to palliative care. He sits motionless on a bench, staring at the nearby fountain like a statue. The nurse introduces you, and Lucian seems pleased to have someone to talk to. Excuse me, may I ask a few questions? Lucian looks up at you and Luke then weakly waves his hand.
いいよ。ここに来てから誰とも話せてなかったんだ。
それでは、私はこちらで失礼いたします。何かありましたらお呼び出しください。
ありがとう。
After the nurse leaves, the patient coughs twice and catches his breath before throwing you a wink.
聞きたいことがあるんだろ。俺の頭がはっきりしてる今のうちだぞ。前まで隣のベッドにいた内田さんはすっかりボケてしまって、今じゃ人の顔もわからないんだ。近いうちにああなるだろうから。
No, as long as you keep getting treatment, you'll get better.
自分の体のことは自分がよーくわかってるんだ。慰めならいらないよ。
He seems very open-minded. You and Luke exchange a glance before getting straight to the point. Let's begin then. Let us know if you feel unwell at any time.
わかった。始めてくれ。
Do you know why you're sick? He smiles and nods.
確か最初は胃がんだったよ。俺みたいなフリーターじゃ治療費なんか払えないし、ほっといたんだ。けど痛みがごまかせなくなって、闇市に安くて万病に効く薬があるって聞いて飛びついた。
闇市で売られる安い薬でしょう。怖いとは思いませんでしたか。
The patient glances at Luke and gives a helpless smile.
食うに困った時に好き嫌いが言えるか。
Did the drug work?
初めはかなり効いたね。だけど4、5ヶ月経った頃かな。副作用が出てきた。それが死ぬほど苦しくて飲むのはやめちゃったな。まあスカンピンなら変わらないから治療も受けずにこのざまだよ。
ではコーマ会に入院したきっかけは。
Lucian pauses to catch his breath before continuing.
姿くんのおかげだよ。ここのボランティアなんだけど知ってるか。
Well, sort of.
いや彼はいい人だよな。どこで俺のことを知ったか知らないけど 面倒な申請もパパってやってくれて。2、3日したら、コーマ界に俺のベッドがあった。今こうして生きてるのも彼のおかげだね。
Do you remember where you bought the truck?
ああ、同じ北区で暮らしてた大鳥正幸ってやつのところだよ。こいつは俺の昔っからの知り合いでね。俺に責められると思ってるのか。病状が悪化してからは連絡がつかない。
Did you report it to the police?
しないよ、そんなこと。薬は俺の意思で買ったんだ。本当に悪いのはあいつじゃない。あんな薬を流したろくでなしの方だろう。
The patient sighs as if he has already accepted his fate. We're done. Would you like us to call a staff member for you?
悪いね。助かるよ。
On the street. After leaving the White Horse Association, Luke contacts his NSB colleagues to investigate Dave Chenley's whereabouts.
あ、わかった。ありがとな。
He hangs up the phone and walks towards you with a smile. So, did you find any leads?
うん。まだ市内にいるらしい。これから話を聞きに行くつもりだけど、一緒に来るか。
Sure. According to the intel Luke got, Dave Chenley, the guy who sold drugs to patients, is now constantly on the move in an attempt to escape his gambling debts. Upon seeing the two of you approach, he mistakes you for debt collectors and makes a dash for it. Unfortunately, he is no match for Luke. North Stalis.
頼むから許してくださいよ。本当に金はないんですってば。金ができたらすぐにしますんで、指だけは勘弁してください。
Saying that you're about to cash out, he gets down on a knee, pleading for mercy. Luke pulls him down.
だいぶ派手にやらかしたみたいだな。安心してくれ。俺たちは取り立て屋じゃない。
Upon hearing that you're not here to collect his debt, he relaxes and looks at you two suspiciously.
本当に取り立てじゃないな。じゃあ俺に何の用だよ。
数年前、闇市の薬を売っていたよな。
闇市の薬？なんだそりゃ、聞いたこともないよ。
そうなのか？なら、思い出すのを手伝ってやろうか。
Luke moves his wrist around as he gets closer to him. Dave stumbles back a couple of steps, bumps into the wall, and falls into a dumpster.
1万でどうだ？質問一つで1万！
条件を言える立場にあるのか？こっちは、お前の債権者に居場所を知らせてもいいんだぞ。
仁義はないのかよ。
Luke takes out his phone and starts dialing. After Dave sees him press the fourth digit, he finally surrenders.
わかりましたわかりました。何でも話します。薬をどこで手に入れたか知りたいんだろう。とあるバーテンからもらったんだ。
もっと詳しく。
ちょっとした趣味でたまに勝った金でバーの連中におごってんだけど、そこのバーテンが海外から輸入した万能薬がある。特価で売るから一緒に稼がないかって誘ってくれたんだよ。物は試しに売ってみたら結構さばけてさ、予約を入れたいって客まで出てきて、テレビで言ってたあれよあれ。ああそうだ、完売御礼売り切れ続出っていうの。でも薬を1個売るたびにバーテンが売り上げの2割を分取るから、こっちで直接仕入れたくて後をついていったら、そいつも他のバーから手に入れてたのが分かった。
そのバーの名前は？
人の名前みたいな、変な発音だよ。ルシ
ルシファー。
それバーのオーナーの名前もそんなんだったな。
で、その後は？
その後はバーテンのやつにバレて警告されたから、もう薬には触ってない。なあ、あんちゃん、知ってることを全部教えたんだから、もういいだろう。
ルシファーから提供された薬は、ステラ市だけで流通していたのか？
そんなの俺が知ると思うか？使えるルートなら何でも使って売りさばいたんじゃないのか？ステラ市だけでやってもしょうがないだろう。そういや、使徒にも流したんだっけな。サツが何人か薬にやられて大変だったって。
Luke grabs Steve's collar and pins him against the wall.
首都で何があった？はっきり思い出せ。
The other party is caught off guard by Luke's sudden action, and he pleads incoherently.
殺さないでくれ。俺は所詮下っ端で噂を聞いただけだよ。
サツが何人か薬にやられたって言っただろ。
そのままの意味だ。詳しいことは俺は何も知らないんだ。
まだ強がるのか？
Luke's hand accidentally tightens, causing Dave's face to turn red. Dave reaches out to you for help, and you quickly grab Luke's forearm. Luke, let go. He can't breathe. Luke turns to you in a daze, only loosening his grip when he finally realizes what he's doing.
俺。
Losing the support holding him up, Dave collapses to the ground, coughing violently.
死ぬかと思った。
You've gotten everything you wanted to say across. Now you turn to Dave. You can go now.
本当か?
You nod. He thanks you profusely as he stumbles around Luke, but just as he reaches the mouth of the alley, the police catch him.
なんだよ。善良な市民に何するつもりだ。
善良かどうかはこれから判断する。大鳥正幸だな。署まで同行願おう。
The voices at the alley entrance soon fade away. For Dave, getting caught now might actually be a good thing. Many things are like festering sores. The longer you drag them out, the harder they are to clean up, and the more lasting pain they cause. You turn around to check on Luke, but suddenly feel a weight on your shoulder as he leans his head against you. In this alley that has been forsaken by the sun, even the shadows disappear, leaving only Luke's moist breathing beside your ear. Luke?
悪い。今のは。
The muffled voice is hesitant, as if the emotional outburst just now has become some kind of taboo not meant to be brought up again. Luke's outburst indicates that some of the information Dave revealed was particularly important to him. You search your mind for keywords, and the phrase "a few cops died" from it jumps to the front. Were his comrades killed because of black market drugs? You bite your lower lip, holding onto Luke's shoulder and pushing him away. Is the black market drug related to your illness and the death of your comrades? The silence is answer enough. His return to the Salis has finally come full circle. Luke had come here to uncover the truth behind his illness and the death of his comrades. That's why he cares so much about black market drugs, why he joined Anthrax, why he risked taking the new drug, and why he lost control because of something Dave said. You think Luke's biggest secret is his illness, but that might just be the tip of the iceberg from his 8 years of life.
今日は調査庁に戻るから家まで送ってやれない。
His voice sounds a little hoarse, and he has an inscrutable look on his face. But his eyes are clear, without a trace of hesitation. Lutz knows exactly what to do next. The fragmented memories of his past you catch a glimpse of can't make you truly empathize with him. You know you are in no place to comfort him. The only thing you can do is to silently support him. I'll be waiting to hear from you. You watch Luke's figure gradually fade into the distance, silently praying that everything will go well. The phone in your palm suddenly vibrates. It's a message from Artem. He also meet you at the police station. Looks like Darius needs your help. NSB office. Luke stands with his hands behind his back in a standard posture in front of the desk. Sitting across from him is Alfred, the special commander in charge of Stellar's black market drug investigation. He is not only Luke's superior, but also his mentor when he first joined the NSB. Almost all new recruits have trained under him. Alfred crosses his hands under his chin, silently listening to Luke's investigation report. The entire room is filled only with Luke's voice.
現状の報告は以上です。バー・ルシファーは3年もの間、誰にも気づかれず、闇市で薬物の密売を行っていました。その手口は、巧妙に隠されてきたと考えられます。不意をつかなければ、その不正の証拠をつかむことはできず、闇市の薬物販売ルートを壊滅させることは困難かと。
Alfred doesn't respond. He stands up, slightly curls his knuckles, and absentmindedly taps the table. After a while, he turns back to Luke, looking at him seriously.
それで君はどうするべきだと考える？
抜き打ちでの立ち入り調査と、それに必要な人員の手配を申請します。
Luke responds immediately. Alfred stares into his eyes, finding no trace of emotional instability. At this moment, he is both the same and different from the Luke who insisted on transferring to Stellis to investigate black market drugs.
水瀬、君は今の自分がこの任務を指揮して遂行するに値すると判断するのか？
はい、指揮官。問題ありません。
よろしい。
He picks up the phone on the desk and dials an internal number.
昴生、来てくれるか？
Moments later, the automatic doors of the NSB office slide open. Ren Twinning, the rising star of the NSB, was specially recruited by Alfred at 16, a year younger than Luke when he joined. Although he's wearing the standard NSB uniform, it looks particularly crisp and well ironed on him. Steady footsteps echo on the floor as Ren walks to Luke's side and smartly salutes.
教官、お呼びでしょうか？
Before becoming a special commander, Alfred was a mentor for all new recruits, including Luke. During training, they all used to call him instructor. But this habit usually fades after tasks are assigned. Only a few with special positions continue using it.
ああ、この後チームを連れて水瀬に協力し、任務に当たってくれ。
任務ですか？
His curious gaze briefly sweeps over Luke before returning to his superior.
闇市の薬物の出所に関する調査だ。詳細は彼から聞くように。
Ren pauses for a moment, then nods.
了解。すぐに装備を整えます。
よし、君は先に行ってくれ。水瀬は残れ。まだ話があるからな。
では、失礼いたします。
He nods to Luke and then leaves the office. Alfred stands up, walks over, and gently pats Luke on the shoulder. From a distance, they appear perfectly aligned. They don't look at each other, but they clearly understand how the other feels.
水瀬、君の考えは分かっている。その上で忠告しよう。任務を遂行するときは常に冷静であれ。市場に目を曇らせるな。
肝に銘じます。
それと、
Alfred hesitates and looks away for a moment, but finally speaks his mind after a brief pause.
あまり期待しすぎない方がいい。闇市の薬と首都病院で君たちが感染した薬の成分は一致していない。両者は無関係ということもある。
問題ありません。自分が何をするべきかは分かっています。
Alfred turns to Luke and smiles with a nod.
では、行ってこい。
Police station. When you arrive at the police station, Artem is already there, sitting by the window and reviewing his documents. Seeing you enter, he puts down his files, stands up, and hands you a glass of water. Thank you, Mr. Wing. Have you been here for a while?
いや、私も着いたばかりだ。岩崎さんは会議中だが、じきに来るだろう。
You nod and lower your head to drink some water. At this moment, you hear a commotion outside the door, which should mean that the case is about to end. A moment later, Darius walks in.
すまない。待たせただろう。予想外のことが起こってな。
気にしないでください。それより本題に入りましょ
う。わかった。早速だが、うちがグラジオラスバレーを操作していることは知ってるだろう。
You weren't expecting Darius to be so straightforward. You hesitate for a second before nodding.
だが、彼らが犯罪に関与した証拠は未だに出ていない。
So, you plan to investigate Gladiolus Valley while Wilson's case is ongoing?
その通り。
Darius taps the boxes of legal documents on the table.
これは、彼らのここ10年間に及ぶ医薬品研究に関する法律文書だ。うちでも一度目を通したが、特におかしな点は見つからなかった。
つまり、私たちにもう一度調査をしてほしいと。
そうだ。専門家のお二人なら、こちらが見逃した手がかりを見つけられるかもしれん。長年違法行為に手を染めながら、一切痕跡を残していないとは思えないからな。まあ、その裏に彼らを手引きするとんでもない人物がいるなら、話は別だが。
Hearing him say that, you can't help but think of Neil Hume, but you look at Artem, who also looks back at you. He smiles, seemingly reassuring you that there's nothing to worry about.
わかった。だが、この量なら、まずは分類してから始めた方がいいだろ
う。好きにやってくれ。ただ書類は持ち出し厳禁でな。悪いがこの場で作業してもらうことになる。
Come on, I've heard the food here is great, and I was just hoping to try it for myself.
問題ない。俺が手配しよう。
After sorting the documents into different categories, you and Artem start working on them. On the surface, these are all properly formatted documents with no illegal content. However, some documents contain special marks like a secret code. Mr. Wing.
う。いくつかある印のことだな。
You nod firmly, remembering that Neil Hume and Jerome Adams may have had contact, and since these legal documents are so airtight, could Neil be pretending to cooperate with Gladiolus Valley and leaving clues in the documents? Could it be a clue from Mr. Hume?
どうだろうか。一旦印のついたファイルをまとめて調べてみよ
Artem doesn't give you a definitive answer. You can't tell whether he's avoiding it or thinks it's not worth mentioning. Okay. Half an hour later, all the marked documents are laid out on the table. The documents literally state that Gladiolus Valley is purchasing experimental raw materials from a foreign company. However, when it comes to the specifics, you find that there are no relevant catalogs for the materials at all, making it impossible to determine what exactly they're trading.
う。この原材料名に見覚えがある。
What? Where?
以前、私に用事があって離れていたことは覚えているか？
Back when Luke and you were investigating Hank Barnes' case, Artem did say he needed to leave due to some personal matters. Remember you said you needed to take care of personal matters?
ああ、そうだ。その時にこの名前を見た。これは原材料を意味するのではなく、国際的に広がっている闇市場の隠語で、人身売買を意味する。
You mean this is the contract for the Gladiolus Valley's illegal human trafficking?
おそらく、グラジオラスバレーが臨床試験に利用した人々の出所の一部が、ここなのだろう。
You turn your gaze to all the contracts disguised as regular purchase agreements and can't help but shudder. Each contract clearly states the number of items being purchased, but no one knows that these numbers actually represent living human lives. This contract starts in 2024 and continues through 2027, which means Gladiolus Valley stopped buying people from the black market after 2027.
何か引っかからないか？
It is. You lower your head in thought for a moment, then you suddenly notice something: the timeline. I remember the black market drug being circulated since 2027, which proves that the black market drug is related to Gladiolus Valley.
その通りだ。決定的な証拠はないが、進展はあったと言えるだろう。どんな行動にも必ず痕跡は残る。見つかるのは時間の問題さ。
Let's share these clues with Captain Morgan so they can focus on investigating the trafficking issue.
そうだな。岩崎さんには私が伝えておく。君は水瀬の方を頼む。
Okay. Several vans pull up outside the brightly lit bar. Before the slightly tipsy crowd can react, dozens of uniformed officers rush out of the vehicles. They swiftly block the roads around the bar and secure all its exits. Lucifer Bar.
全員動くな。速やかに市民 ID カードを見せるように。
Luke, dressed in his NSB uniform, heads straight for the bar owner while Ren follows the plan, leading the search. The man hands his ID card over to Luke with a smile. Luke takes it and looks down.
漆原志門。
はい。漆原と言います。なかなか洒落ているでしょ？
漆原さん、いくつか質問します。正直に答えてください。
ええ、どうぞ。やましいことなどありませんから。遠慮なくお尋ねください。
Luke smiles, holding up the black market drug previously confiscated by the NSB and showing it to Lucas.
これに見覚えは？
知りませんね。
Lucas looks away, avoiding eye contact.
知らない？漆原さんは まだ自分の置かれた状況が分かってないんですね。我々が抜き打ち調査に来たと思いましたか？あなたは売られたんだ。
調査員様も人が悪いな。そんなものには引っかかりませんよ。クリーンな経営をしてるんです。怪しい薬なんて扱うわけがないでしょう。
薬だと言った覚えはありませんが。
バーへの立ち入り調査なんて違法薬物の調査がお決まりでしょうよ。それが薬じゃないなら何なんですか？まさかキャンディーとか？
Luke looks at Lucas, who seems unfazed, then steps away to contact Ren via walkie-talkie.
後世、闇市の薬はキャンディーなどに偽装してある可能性が高い。それを念頭に置いて探してみてくれ。
了解。
Soon, Ren finds black market drugs disguised as desiccants in the bar's underground wine cellar.
隊長、ありました。
検査の結果は？
陽性です。我々の探していたものに違いありません。
Luke takes the evidence bag and holds it in front of Lucas.
やっとお話ができそうですね。これが何なのか教えてくれませんか？
ただの乾燥剤じゃないんですか？
乾燥剤？この中から強い副作用のある闇市の薬と同じ成分が検出された。この前の末端の売人の証言と合わせれば証人と物的証拠は揃っている。早く白状した方がいいんじゃないか。減刑のチャンスは待ってくれないからな。
Lucas clenches his fist, sweat beading on his forehead. Since the bar is under NSB control, the atmosphere has become eerily quiet. You can even hear a pin drop, and Luke is akin to a hunter stalking his prey, continuously pressuring him. In the end, Lucas succumbs. He unclenches his fist, looking down at the ground in defeat.
僕はただの仲介人で、仲介料を頂戴しているだけです。他のことは何も知りません。
この薬はどこから？
真田という老人からもらいました。自分は医薬品の研究開発をしているものだと名乗っておいででしたよ。
Luke takes out a photo of Wilson Sarge and shows it to Lucas for identification.
この人物で間違いないですね。
そうそう、彼です。
その時、彼は何と？
あの日も確かこの辺りにやってきて。
シモンという男を知らないか？
はいはい、僕のことですが、どちら様で？
Wilson Sarge straps his coat over the bar top, ordering a non-alcoholic drink.
このバーではサプリメントを扱っているんだろう？
誰から聞いたのですか？
それは君には関係のないことだ。私はただ儲け話を持ってきたんだ。興味はあるかな？
金は欲しいですが、命の方が惜しいです。
Lucas sticks a tiny umbrella into the drink and hands it to Wilson Sarge. He takes a sip from it and frowns slightly.
なんだこの味は。炭酸水よりも変だ。
炭酸水をご所望ですか？少々お高くなっておりますが。
いらん。商談をしに来たのだからな。
では、具体的にどのようなビジネスを？
Wilson hands a paper bag to Lucas, who pulls out a bottle and shakes it.
これが薬なんですか？
より正確に言えば 大抵の病を治す万能薬だ。
万能薬？ご冗談を。そんな薬があるなら、とっくに購入希望者が殺到してるはずです。この店に預ける必要なんてありませんよね。
だからこそ市場に出回らんのだ。他の薬の存在意義がなくなってしまうからな。
Lucas throws the bottle of pills onto the bar counter.
あなたが持ってきたもので、あなたが何を言っても確かめようがありませんよ。証拠はあるんですか？
無料のサンプルを提供してやろう。試しに売ってみるといい。もし満足のいく結果が出たら、話の続きをしようじゃないか。この袋に100錠入っている。まずは、がんの患者に勧めてみるんだな。おそらく、1週間以内に効果が出る。
でも、口に入れるものですよ。もし万が一死んでしまったら。
Wilson saw smirked sarcastically.
死人なんか出してみろ。君も私も牢屋行きだ。そんなことをして私に何の得がある？
わかりました。打ってみましょう。ただ先生、お言葉ですが、今後のためにも連絡先くらいは残していただかないと。
Wilson pulls out a tissue and writes a phone number on it.
1週間後、ここにかけてくるといい。
そうして、彼に言われるがまま薬を売りました。1週間も経たないうちに、多くの患者さんから再購入の希望をいただきました。病院で化学療法の治療を受けるよりも、効き目があると評判でしたね。
それで、手を組むことに決めたのか。
Lucas nods. He'd already arranged to meet with Wilson Sarge in advance.
真田さん、あなたの薬は効果抜群ですよ。もう患者さんからの予約でいっぱいです。今お手元にある分は全て買い取らせてください。値上げしてくださっても構いませんよ。
値上げなどするものか。君もバカな真似はするんじゃないぞ。
Hearing his strange request, Lucas pauses for a moment. His expression instantly hardens.
先生、この世に手に入ると分かっているお金をドブに捨てる人がいますか？彼らは喉から手が出るほど薬を求めています。値上げしても病院で化学療法を受けるより安いですから、買いますよ。こんなところに売りつけに来て、今さら良心の呵責が、などとおっしゃいませんよね。
そんなに儲けたいなら、もっと安く売ってやろう。代わりに、こちらの頼み事も聞いてくれ。
何でしょう？
患者たちの服薬後の身体データの収集に協力しなさい。
はは、驚いたな。まさか本物のマッドサイエンティストとお目にかかれるとは。承りました。データ収集に協力しましょう。値上げや品切れはしないとお約束してくださいね。そして、私は患者さんの身体データをまとめて彼に送り、その見返りとして一月ごとに薬を提供してもらいました。
いつから彼の薬を売り始めた
？2027年です。
その間、薬には強い副作用があることを知らなかったとは言わないよな。
Lucas freezes for a moment, then replies in a low voice after a few seconds.
数ヶ月経ってから知りましたが、その頃にはもう闇市中に薬のことが知れ渡っていたんですよ。
だから、今さら手放すのは惜しくなって、 違法な販売ルートを通じて市場に流し続けたと。
最初のうちはちゃんと効き目があるんです。患者さんたちはみんな不治の病を患っていて、いつ死んでもおかしくなかったんですからね。
救えないやつだな。この薬を使途でも売ったのか？
ええ、ビジネスですからね。お客様は大いに越したことがありませんので。
だから病院にも売ったと。
病院？ありえませんよ。これでも日陰者の自覚はあります。正規の病院に物を流せるわけないでしょう。そんなの自殺行為ですよ。
正直に話した方がいい。
神に誓って、そのようなことはしてません。
Luke stares at Lucas, confirming that he is not lying. Then he turns to the others.
全員連れて行け。帰ったら引き続き尋問を行う。
After arresting everyone in the bar, Luke interrogates some of them and uncovers the entire black market drug distribution chain. They admitted to selling drugs to the capital, but there was no hospital involved. After a long day, Luke rubs his temples, takes out a brown medicine bottle with a date on it, and swallows a tablet, washing it down with water. Luke initially thought that injections might attract unnecessary attention, so Oedipus changed his prescription back to oral administration. NSB office. He closes his eyes and leans on the handrail in the corridor, waiting for the medicine to kick in. Steps approach. Luke opens his eyes. The first thing he sees is the drink that Ren hands to him.
悪いな。
水瀬先輩、帰られた方がいいのでは？特殊調査員は常に万全の状態を維持すべきだと教官から教わっております。
Ren turns his head and gazes at Luke with a calm expression.
俺にはとても健康そうには思えません。休んだ方がいいと思います。
The drink slides down his throat, warm and invigorating.
いや、俺は大丈夫だ。
首都での違法薬物の漏洩事件でしたよね。そこまで執着する必要がありますか？あの事件は先輩の担当ではなく、責任もありません。そんな体の具合では任務に支障もあるはずです。そうまでしてご自分で真相を突き止めたいのですか
？Luke turns around and faces Ren with a serious look.
世の中、理屈じゃ説明できないことだってあるだろう。彼らは、俺が背中を預けられる戦友だった。その死の真相を放っておくことはできない。何も、亡くなった人たちのためだけじゃない。俺自身のためでもあるんだ。
Ren looks at Luke, confused, trying to get a more specific explanation out of him. However, he soon gives up and turns away, brushing past Luke.
そんな感情なんか任務に持ち込んでも判断を鈍らせるだけじゃないか。
Police station. Turning the handle of the door, Darius walks into the office, his gaze sweeping over the eager faces of his colleagues. They've been tracking the Gladiolus Valley case 24/7, and now they can finally wrap it all up.
岩崎刑事、指名手配を出しますか？
Darius nods.
今ある証拠からこの場所の責任者真田唯斗が人身売買及び無許可医薬品の販売に関与していることが分かった。 ヤスは人を連れてもう一度真田と近い関係者の聴取に当たってくれ。これほど大掛かりなことだ。一人でやれることじゃない。必ず協力者がいるはずだ。
了解。すぐに向かいます。
有馬は真田唯斗の指名手配書を各部署に回してくれ。特に交通の要所には重点的に出すように。絶対に奴を逃がすなよ。それからマスコミにも連絡だ。積極的に目撃情報を提供するよう市民に呼びかけろ。
はいよ。
Darius steps into the middle of the party and claps his hands together.
残りの奴らは待機だ。いつでも支援できるように備えておけよ。全員くたびれてるのは百も承知だが、あと少しの辛抱だ。この件が片付いたら俺のおごりで飯を食いに行くぞ。
いいですね。うまいものをお願いしますよ。
ああ、店はそっちで決めていい。
A private residence. In a secluded villa with tight security, Wilson Soch watches the man leisurely drinking tea in front of him. He unties the bandages on his arm. The wound has given over. He casually lowers his sleeve.
久しぶりだな。元気にしてはいないようだ。
おかげさまでね。私の執務室にある証拠を処分させたのはあなたでしょ？
Wilson Soch speaks while carefully observing the man's reaction.
まさか。私は無駄なことはしない主義でね。
無駄？
The man sets down his teacup and gives Wilson Soch a meaningful look.
用心深い君のことだ。どこかにバックアップを取っていないわけがない。なら、やる意味がないだろう。
Satisfied with the response, Wilson Soch gradually relaxes.
以前、うちの研究員をステラ氏から退去させると約束してくれましたが、もう少し早めてはもらえませんかね。
いいとも。3日以内に最初に一軍を逃がしてやろう。それまでの間、ここを隠れ家にしてもいい。
Wilson Soch looks around suspiciously, rejecting the suggestion.
お気遣いなく。時間と場所さえ知らせていただければ、私から共有しておきましょう。
相変わらず、警戒心が強いな。
The man smiles shyly, making it impossible to tell whether he is genuinely complimenting or mocking him. Wilson doesn't catch the underlying meaning of his words. He turns around before leaving and stares at the man sitting at the table.
グラジュアラスバレーはどうなりますか？
The man plays with his skin and smiles meaningfully.
まさか、そんな分かりきったことを聞かれるとは。君が心血注いできた場所なのは分かっているつもりだが、単なる研究センターの一つに過ぎないのも事実だろう。何？君の実力ならやり直せるさ。今最も憂慮すべき点は、グラジオラスバレーに余計なものが残されているかどうかだ。下手に勘ぐられては困るからな。
The man looks at Wilson, half sincerely revealing his thoughts.
確かに。もし何かしらが明るみに出れば、海外の研究所にも影響するかもしれませんからね。とはいえ、心配には及びませんよ。すでに対策はしてありますし、懸念されるようなことは起きないかと。
それは長女。
ですが、最後に一つだけ。姿くんの処分について考え直してくれませんか？
The man raises his head to look at Wilson Soch's expressionless face. After a moment of thought, he shrugs.
ああ。そういえば彼は君の愛弟子だったか。 好きになさい。
Wilson Soch lowers his eyes, feeling a faint twinge from the wound on his arm.
彼は我々の研究に欠かせません。
そうか。なら、彼を無事に君のもとへ送り届けると約束しよ
After Wilson Soch leaves, the man dials a number. The call connects after a while. The man frowns, irritated by the persistent static on the line, unsure if it's due to the bad signal on the other end.
う。まったく。もっと質のいいものに買い替えてはどうだね。まあいい。さっさと真田を片付けたまえ。この間も伝えたつもりだったが、何やら行き違いがあったようだからな。今度ははっきり言うとしよう。これ以上引き延ばすつもりなら、取引について考え直すつもりだ。以上。
Unable to tolerate the constant buzz of noise, the man hangs up before the other person can reply. He looks at the tablet on the table and a message pops up, assignment completed. There is also a photo attached. The man opens the photo, which shows a person who has been shot in the lungs being strangled in a basement. He pushes it aside in disgust. Home. After telling Darius about the information you found in the documents, you and Artem leave on your own separate routes. You previously sent a message to Luke but only received a brief reply. Got it. I'm on a mission. I'll contact you later. I wonder if he's done with work yet. After a moment of hesitation, you call Luke, but all you hear is the notification that his phone is off. You can't help but feel anxious. After mulling it over for a while, you decide that it would be better to go to his place and wait for him there. On the street. Thanks to there being little to no traffic at night, you reach the lobby of Luke's building much faster than usual. However, due to the nearby electrical repairs, the entire block where Luke lives is without power. It is as if darkness has swallowed it whole. The only source of light is the moonlight behind the clouds, occasionally illuminating the road. You try pushing open the door to the antique shop. It instantly opens, much to your surprise. The door isn't locked. Has Luke returned? You walk around to the side and poke your head into the living room on the third floor. The window is half open, but you can't see anything else. Luke usually sends you a message to let you know he's safe after a mission, but this time you can't get in touch with him at all. You think back to when you parted with Luke earlier. You can't help but start to worry. Has he found the truth? Is the mission going smoothly? Luke. You sigh, realizing that there is no point worrying about it while standing downstairs. It would be better for you to just go back and try the door again. Luke's home. In the dim room, the sound of the curtains rustling in the wind is particularly jarring. The air is thick with humidity, and you can make out Luke's silhouette sitting by the bed. He has his head lowered, seemingly focused on something. You slowly walk closer to him, feeling your way in the dark. With the moonlight shining in from outside, you are finally able to see what Luke is holding. What's that? Luke looks up at you, meeting your worried gaze with a reassuring smile. He doesn't hurriedly hide it or avoid your question. Instead, he holds out what he's holding, allowing you to see it more clearly.
今日、カルテを探してる時に出てきたんだ。
In the moonlight, you see 3 sets of metal medallions with codes and personal information on them. As they are too damaged, you can only make out the word penguin and the serial number 250360S008. Although you don't know the organizational structure of the NSB, you often see a similar identification cards on TV. These items will only be handed over to someone only after the owner's passing. The fact that they are in Luke's hands now means that those people are... Were they your comrades in the NSB? Luke nods.
同期だけど、みんな俺より年上で、いっつも面倒を見てくれたんだよ。俺たちは、こういう ID タグを身につける。危険な任務を遂行するときなんかは必ずな。もし怪我をしてもタグの情報があれば、すぐ適切な治療を受けられるし、不幸にも命を落とした場合、こいつが俺たちの身元を証明してくれる。これは普通、遺族の手には渡らなくて、遺品として調査庁に保管される決まりなんだけど、うちの慣例で配られた時に最終的な受取人を記入することになってた。
Despite how calm he sounds, you can tell that he is barely restraining the surge of emotion that welled up.
まさか、一人残らず、俺の名前を書いてくれていたなんて。
Even the deepest emotions, no matter how deeply buried they are, can be ignited and explode at any given moment with the right trigger. Luke clenches the ID tags tightly in his hand, as if holding them will make them become one with his very flesh. Luke. This is the first time Luke has mentioned his comrades. Before, you had only heard the barest mentions of them. As you begin to gradually delve deeper, you truly realize that these are all real people who have once existed. No one can fully understand another's being. All you can do is helplessly hold onto his hand. Luke notices your sadness, and with a self-deprecating smile pulls his hand
ま
away.
た心配させたよな。感傷的になっちまっただけで何でもないよ。この道を選んだ以上、命を捧げる覚悟はできてる。みんな同じだったんだ。立派なもんだろ。
The comforting words are stuck in your throat. Seeing this, Luke wisely changes the subject.
そういうわけでだ。どっかにろうそくがあった気がするから探してくる。
However, just as Luke gazes up, the lights in the room suddenly flicker on. The glaring light makes you instinctively squint your eyes. By the time your eyes adjust, the sorrow that hung in the air had already lifted. You look at the old items scattered on the bed. Luke subconsciously turns around and places his ID cards into a metal box.
電気も復旧したし、ちょっと片付けるから待ってな。
You vaguely notice reports on drug analysis hidden under the ID cards. There are many complex chemical formulas on them, far more intricate than what is taught in school. Once Luke places the sorted items back on the top shelf, his expression returns to normal. You know that he's not just studying his things, but also tidying up his emotions.
そういや、急に来てどうかしたか。
As he asks, he opens the fridge and pours you a drink as if nothing had just happened. Since that's the case, you go along with him and stir the conversation toward the purpose of your visit. Mr. Wing and I found that Gladiolus Valley might be the source of the black market drugs. Since you're also following up on this, I want to ask about your progress, but your phone's been off, so I... Luke turns to look at his phone on the nightstand. Due to the blackout, it hasn't been charged and has turned off from a flat battery.
モバイルバッテリーを使えばよかったな。
He mutters himself. It's okay, don't worry about it. Everything's fine now. So, did you find anything this time? Luke nods and immediately shifts into work mode.
推測通り、闇市の薬の出所はグラジオラスバレーだった。真田がバーに薬を流して服用者の身体データを利用し改良を重ねていたんだ。
Although there's clear evidence linking him and Gladiolus Valley to the black market drugs, Luke doesn't seem any more relieved. You hesitate, unsure of what to ask when Luke speaks first.
闇市の薬が俺の病気とどう関係あるのか知りたいんだろう。
You nod. Luke had returned to Stalis to investigate the drug leak in the capital's hospital. When Dave Chanley mentioned that the black market drugs have reached the capital, it naturally made you think that they might be connected.
分析結果によると、首都病院で漏洩した薬と闇市の薬には一定の類似性が見られる。だけど、根本的には別の薬らしい。
How can that be? He smiles and walks over to the window where the city lights outside are particularly dazzling.
収穫がなかったわけじゃない。どちらも N2X が使われたものだと分かったからな。
Luke is right. If the two drugs have the same origin, then there is likely a secret connection between the researchers. Even if Wilson Soch doesn't know where the drug leak in the capital originated from, he probably knows more about it than you do. So, the top priority now would be finding Wilson Soch.
そうだ。今のところ足取りさえつかめてないからな。ステラ市にある彼の不動産は全部監視下にあるってのに。
You mean someone is helping him? Captain Morgan has investigated his social network. The only person he is close to is Jerome Adams.
じゃあ、明日は姿に会ってみるか。あいつ、お前に礼をするとかなんとか言ってたろ。
From what I know about Adams, I think this is just a formality. But... Alright. Near Jerome Adams' house. The next morning, you and Luke head to Adams' rented residence. You came here once with Vin during the investigation into Letha Gray's case. Being Wilson Soch's prided student, Captain Morgan and the others should have already questioned Jerome Adams a long time ago.
ああ、真田が指名手配されてから警察も聴取したらしいが、疑わしい点は見つからなかったってさ。
Wilson Soch didn't come looking for Adams. Luke doesn't respond immediately. He looks around and realizes that Adams is living in an old house. This area is part of Sally's early infrastructure. The buildings are old with narrow roads, small alleys, and poor CCTV coverage.
そうとも言い切れないぞ。なんせ人手は限られてるし、警察も常に監視してるわけじゃない。誰にも気づかれずに二人が接触した可能性はある。
Luke's analysis is correct. Even if you keep your eyes peeled at all times, it's possible to miss something in a place like this. Adams really rented out a nice place. Let's head upstairs and see if he's home.
いや、その必要はないみたいだな。
You follow Luke's gaze and see Adams walking ahead on the road, holding a phone in one hand and a bag of loose fruit in the other. He soon notices you two casually hanging up the phone and greeting you.
弁護士さん、水瀬さん、奇遇ですね。
いえ、まったく。あなたに会いに来たので。
そうでしたか。せっかくですから、お二人が良ければうちに来ませんか？
Adams looks at the two of you shaking the fruit in his hand.
店長が果物をくれたんです。売れ残りですが、新しいのを選んだので傷んでませんよ。
As expected, Adams wouldn't be treating either of you to a meal. It was already generous enough that he considered sharing a little fruit. Sure. Jerome Adams' house.
どうぞおかけになって。お茶とミネラルウォーター、どちらがいいですか？
That won't be necessary.
姿さん、単刀直入に聞きます。真田結人に会いましたか？
会ってないですよ。皆さん、先生が僕に会いに来ると信じて疑わないようですが。
言いましたよね。先生はあなたを特別ひいきしていたと。
Adams pauses for a moment, looking meaningfully at Luke.
警察の方々が言うように、先生が多くの悪事に手を染めたなら、僕は相応の代償を払うべきだと思っています。
You don't know what he has done? Adam shakes his head.
普通の人を臨床試験に利用するばかりでなく、あんなに違法行為をしていたとは考えもしませんでした。
本当に先生は来なかったんですね。
Luke's gaze sweeps across the coffee table before landing on Adams.
はい。僕が戻ってきてから家に上がったお客さんはあなたたちだけですよ。飲み物はいらないそうですし、果物を洗ってきますね。
Before you can respond, Adams takes the fruit to the kitchen. Soon the sound of running water echoes into the living room. You and Luke exchange a glance and silently begin to look around Adam's house. There are a few strands of hair on the sofa. Luke carefully picks them up with a tissue. These hairs don't seem to be dyed.
パッと見でわかるもんなのか。
It's actually easy to tell, but I remember Wilson's hair is already white, so this probably isn't his.
だな。姿のものでもなさそうだし、ひとまず持ち帰って検査に回しとくよ。
Luke rubs the hair in a tissue and carefully puts it into his pocket. On a clean and tidy tea table, there are two transparent cups. They are filled with water, and it looks like no one has drunk from them. There are 2 cups of water, indicating that someone has been here. But why did Adam say we were the only guests? Luke pulls out a tissue and picks up the 2 cups to take a look.
こんなあからさまな矛盾に彼が気づかないはずがない。しらばっくれるつもりだろうな。
It's a shame the water in the cups wasn't drunk, otherwise we could confirm whether he was lying or not. Look here. Under the tea table there is a recent travel brochure. This isn't some random free travel flyer from the street, but rather a paid travel guidebook.
中を見てみよう。
Luke opens the booklet which lists recently popular tourist destinations abroad. One page has a slight crease. You glance at it. It's Nanman Bay ranked among the top 4 destinations this quarter. Many people in your circle are vacationing there. Adams isn't going to Nanman Bay for vacation, right? I heard that vacationing there isn't cheap. He's so stingy.
旅行が目的じゃないかもしれないな。
What do you mean?
一旦このページは写真に撮っておこう。隙を見て調べておくよ。
Alright, I'll keep an eye on the kitchen. Hurry up.
了解。
Inside the rainbow glass door under the TV cabinet, several bromets and bottles are neatly arranged. You keep an eye on Adams while unscrewing a bottle cap. It's empty. Luke takes the bottle and a hint of surprise briefly flashes across his face, though you're not sure if it's just an illusion. He turns the bottle to the label, which has a date range that could be either in the future or the past. What is it, Luke? He must his unease as if the momentary lapse was just your imagination.
どうもしないさ。この瓶洗ってあるだろう。残留物が見つかる可能性は低いだろうなって考えてたんだ。
It sounds like he's deliberately changing the topic, but with Adams in the kitchen, it's not convenient to press further. Alright. A thud from the bedroom interrupts your investigation. Is there someone in the bedroom?
俺が見てくる。
Just as Luke finishes speaking, the sound of running water stops and Adams comes out of the kitchen holding the fruit.
お待たせしました。どうぞ召し上がってください。
姿さん、他に来客でもいるんですか？
いませんよ。
But we just heard an unusual noise from your bedroom.
心当たりはありませんが、お二人が心配なら確認していただいても構いません。
Adam speaks as he turns and walks toward the bedroom, opening the door. The bedroom isn't very spacious, filled with only a few personal belongings, but it feels clean and tidy overall. A window is wide open and the curtains flutter in the wind, making a soft thudding noise.
あなた方の聞いた音は、風がカーテンを揺らす音だったのでは？
But what we heard was more like a heavy thud, not something caused by the wind.
ではご自由にお調べください。
Seeing your dot, Adam steps aside generously to let you in.
失礼します。
Near the door sits a half-full bag of cat food. Is this cat food?
先ほど話した、うちによく出に来る子に用意したものです。いつもお腹をいっぱいにしてから家に帰るんですよ。
愛情深い人だったんですね。
それほどでも。
The bed has a noticeable dent and still feels somewhat warm.
ベッドが暖かいようですが、姿さん、帰ってきたばかりだったのでは？
Confused by Luke's question, Adam walks over to check the bed.
お隣の猫さんでしょうか。僕のいない時に部屋に入ってくるんですよ。
But this mark doesn't seem like something a cat would leave.
昨日は夜勤で、出かける時にベッドをきれいにしておかなかったんです。僕が残した後の上に寝ていたんでしょう、あの子は。
He answers every question you ask, but something still feels off. Near the closet sits a medium-sized suitcase, seemingly too small to hide a person. You recall the travel brochure in the living room. Could Adams really be planning a trip?
姿さんは外出される予定があるのですか？
いえいえ、衣替えの時期なので服を整理していただけですよ。クローゼットが小さくて入りきらなくなってしまったんです。中をお見せしても構いませんけど。
お願いします。
Luke watches as Adams opens the suitcase and it is just as he sees. There are only seasonal clothes inside. The bedroom window is wide open. Below is an unobstructed concrete road and Jerome Adams lives on the 4th floor. Jumping out the window to escape clearly wouldn't end well, not to mention the risk of someone passing by getting hurt. The only feasible escape is jumping from the windowsill to the building across, but this method is extremely dangerous. Moreover, given Wilson's age and physical condition, it's likely difficult for him to manage it. There appeared to be half a footprint on the window frame. Luke takes a photo of the footprint. At first glance, it seems to belong to a pair of worn-out sneakers. But regardless of whose footprint it is, one thing is certain.
この部屋には確実に誰かがいた。
本当ですか？全然気づきませんでした。 まさか泥棒でしょうか。この辺は治安がいいとは言えませんが、僕の家を漁ってもめぼしいものはないと思いますが。
Adam tries hard to play dumb, but since it isn't Wilson, you and Luke tacitly decide not to press further. There's no direct connection between Adam's home and Wilson, but something feels off. Empty medicine bottles, a torn tourist guidebook, 2 unused cups, and a half footprint on the windowsill.
弁護士さん、水瀬さん、ご満足いただけましたか？ついでにキッチンとバスルームもご案内しますよ。
No, we're already done. Thank you for your cooperation.
どういたしまして。
We'll be on our way then.
果物、一口だけでもいかがですか？とても甘いですよ。
He picks up the fruit again, offering it to you two. You're about to take some when Luke steps in front of you, declining Adam's offer.
お気遣いなく、小さい頃、むやみに人様の家のものを食べるなと教わったので。
そうでしたか。では無理強いはできませんね。
After leaving Adam's home, you and Luke glance back at his place one more time. From a distance, everything seems normal, but the strange feeling persists. It doesn't fade, only growing stronger. Luke, don't you think something feels off?
だな。あの家には確実に誰かがいた。真田じゃない何者かが。
I think so too. The hair found on Jerome Adams' couch is of uncertain origin, but it definitely doesn't belong to Wilson. This at least proves that someone else, an unknown third person, was present at Adams' house. The physical fitness required to jump out of Adams' bedroom window and escape must be exceptional. Given Wilson Sawyer's age, it seems highly unlikely.
ああ、前に似たような訓練を受けたけど、相当の力と速度が必要だ。今集めた情報から見ても、真田にそれができる可能性は極めて低いと思う。
Even so, we still don't have any solid leads. Seeing your frustration, Luke takes out a tissue wrapped around a strand of hair from his pocket.
大丈夫さ。こいつがあるだろ。これを検査に回せば、姿の家にいたのが誰かわかるはずだから。突破口になるかもしれないぞ。
I hope so. Photo inside the travel diary. A photo of the travel diaries in the pages taken by Luke at Jerome's house. The travel diary lists this season's most famous tourist attractions, and the page about Nanman Bay, which ranks among the top 4 most popular destinations, has a slight crease mark. Photo of a half footprint. A photo of a half footprint on Jerome's bedroom windowsill taken by Luke. A very clear half footprint is left on the windowsill, indicating that someone has jumped out of the window. The hair doesn't belong to Wilson. Based on analysis, the hair found in Jerome Adams' house does not belong to Wilson. Someone had visited Jerome Adams' house. According to the investigation, someone had recently visited Jerome Adams' house. Empty medicine bottles were found in Jerome Adams' house. A brown empty medicine bottle was found in Jerome Adams' TV cabinet with a date range written on it. Escaping through the window. Based on the scene investigation, it's simply unrealistic for Wilson to escape through the window from Jerome Adams' house in his condition. Back's president's office. The usually quiet president's office now echoes with hurried footsteps. As the CEO's special assistant, Vincent has been very busy these days. The moment he steps into the office, he begins his report.
坊ちゃん、呉谷良平さんに関する情報が入りました。最後に姿が確認された場所は、グラジオラスバレーです。
Marius rests his chin on one hand, twirling a pen in the other.
そんなところまで何しに行ったんだ？
わかりません。封鎖されていたので、我々は中に入れず、外で見張っておりました。
だけど、どんなに待ってもあいつは出てこなかった。
He puts down the pen and looks at Vincent, whose eyes have gone as wide as saucers.
坊ちゃん、どうしてそれを？
前にも言った通りだよ。彼の逃げ足はものすごく速い。
Realizing that he has once again let a 15-year-old child pass him, Vincent's expression slips up a little.
そう落ち込まなくていい。次こそ捕まえるぞ。
Marius pats Vincent on the shoulder in consolation.
はい。肝に銘じます。では、失礼いたします。
After Vincent leaves, Marius spins around in his chair, hesitating for a moment before reaching for his phone. Home. Time flies when you're busy. You and Luke send the strand of hair found in Adam's house for testing. Afterward, you go your separate ways. You return home to deal with a backlog of files from the law firm, and by the time you finish, it's already night. As you stand up to stretch, your phone lights up beside you. It's just some useless ad. It's been days since Gerard woke up, yet he hasn't reached out to you. I didn't even have time to check on him the last time Luke and I went to the White Horse Association for business. Should I call him? I won't be bothering him, will I? However, just as you are about to call Gerard, Marius' call comes in. Marius?
お姉さん、今忙しい？
I just finished work. What's up? On the other end of the line, Marius hesitates.
呉谷のことで言ってなかったことがあるんだ。実は数日前にコーマ会から脱走していて、そこから行方不明になってたんだけど、今日になって彼がグラジオラスバレーに現れたと藤崎から報告があった。
Where is he now?
わからない。慎重なやつだからうまく隠れてるみたい。電話しても全部無視。
Did you track his location?
うん。調べたけどトラッキング対策してて追跡も不可。
Why did Gerard go to Gladys Valley?
さあね。岩崎刑事にも事情は話したけど、今のところは進展なしだよ。
You understand what Marius is implying. Since Gladys Valley is sealed off, the police would have informed you by now if Gerard had been caught there. Still, you can't shake the sinking sensation in your heart, as if something bad is about to happen.
心配しないで。自分の身は自分で守れるはずだよ。警察にも連絡したから、何かあればすぐに共有してくれるだろうし。
Alright, I'll try calling him again. After hanging up, you immediately dial Gerard's number. Just as expected, no one answers. You try several more times with no success. Salis is shrouded in darkness, the thick fog veiling the distant starlight. Gerard, where are you? No one can give you an answer. All you can do now is dial his number again and again. In the morning, a torrential downpour engulfs Salis. At Gladiolus Valley, the security guard on duty notices that the lab door is wide open. Fearing a theft of reagents, he quickly calls his colleagues to investigate. Laboratory corridor. Rainwater pours through the windows, soaking the corridor floors and making them slippery.
おかしいな。窓は閉めたはずなのに。
忘れたんだろ。最近いろいろあったから仕方がない。
おい、待った。あれなんだ？
Security guard A points to the dark spot on the ground. It's hard to see them in the dim light. Security guard B turns on the flashlight and crouches down.
これは泥みたいだな。
怖いこと言うなって。ここ数日は誰も来てないはずだろ。まさか本当に泥棒が入ったのか？
Security guard B doesn't respond. He stands up and sees the dark spot spreading further down the corridor.
中を確認しよ
う。They walk to the end of the corridor to the lab, where the spots end in front of the door. They muster up the courage to push the door, and to their surprise, it opens. Security guard A reaches for the switch, and as soon as it opens, they find Wilson Soch leaning against the wall at a twisted angle, shot in the chest.
死んでる。
Screams echo through the skies of Gladiolus Valley, startling the ravens perched on the tree branches in the rain.
警察を呼べ！
Gladiolus Valley Laboratory. By the time the police arrive, a crowd has already gathered at the scene. The floor is covered in muddy footprints. Gladiolus Valley had been sealed off ever since Wilson Soch's crimes were exposed, but all the important files were brought back to the police station for safekeeping. Most of the police forces have been sent out to search for Wilson Soch's whereabouts. No one was assigned to guard Gladiolus Valley, and only the security guards were left to watch the gates. No one had expected Wilson to come back, and in the end, he died here.
ぼんやり突っ立ってないで他の手がかりがないか確認してこい。昨夜から今朝までの全ての防犯カメラの映像を見るんだ。鳥の一羽でもいい。どんな些細なことも見逃すな。
はい。
Kim runs off with his men and bumps into Mr. Mao, who happens to be passing by.
矢崎さん、見つかりましたよ。
何を見つけたんだ？
事件現場から離れてない階段で不審者が見つかった。
今どこにいる？早く連れてこい。
それは難しいな。見つかった時、彼は頭部を負傷して意識不明の状態でね。救急車を呼んである。
Darius turns around, frowning at Mr. Ma.
それでね、彼の手元には拳銃がありました。おそらく真田結人を殺害した拳銃と同一のものかと。
案内してくれ。容疑者の身元に関する手がかりはあるか？
ええ。我々の飛行少年システムでおなじみの呉谷良平君ですよ。
Upon hearing this name, Darius hesitates for a moment but doesn't stop walking. Stares. By the time Darius arrives at the scene, Gerard has already been sent off in an ambulance. In the evidence bag, there is a handgun without any bullets and a phone with a cracked screen. Darius surveys the surroundings, then crouches down at the spot where Gerard had collapsed, frowning.
ヤス、まずは拳銃を鑑識に回してくれ。これが真田を射殺した拳銃かどうか、呉谷良平の指紋の有無、この2点を最優先で調べさせるんだ。
わかりました。すぐに向かいます。
待ってくれ。それから呉谷の硝煙反応も忘れずにな。
了解です。
Kim grabs the evidence bag and runs off. Darius looks at the shattered phone screen, puts on his gloves, and prepares to check Gerard's call history. Boom. Unknowingly, the night passes and your screen is still on Gerard's contact information page. You couldn't get through to him last night and eventually you fell asleep in a daze. Should I try again? You move your finger to the dial and the phone is answered almost instantly. Gerard, where are you right now? I don't care what you are planning, just don't take any risk on your own, got it? The call finally gets through and you instantly let all your words rush out, but there's no response on the other end. Why aren't you saying anything?
弁護士さん、岩崎だ。
Captain Morgan? You reflexively glance down at the phone screen to double check, and sure enough, you're on a call with Gerard. His phone is now in the hands of Captain Morgan. It's sending you a clear enough message. Something's happened to Gerard. Something's happened to Gerard, hasn't it?
すまないが、クレタには現在被疑者として我々の監視下にある。詳細を伝えることはできないな。
A suspect? I'm Gerard's attorney, and I request to see my client. Captain Morgan, I have the right to know my client's current status.
知っている。が、クレタには頭部に外傷を受けて私立病院で治療中でな。意識は戻っていない。
What? I'll head over right away. As you're heading out, you happen to run into Maris, who has come to pick you up, and you both head to the hospital together. He doesn't say a word the entire way, keeping his lips tightly pressed together. Hospital ward. After being checked, you enter the ward where Gerard lies spilled on the hospital bed. A bandage is wrapped around his head and sensors are attached all over his body. The readings on the heart monitor look normal. To him, life seems insignificant. He can swallow poison without hesitation or lie in a hospital bed, gravely injured, just like he is now.
さっき医者に聞いてみたけど、搬送が早かったおかげですぐに意識は戻るって。だから、もう大丈夫だよ。
You sit by the bed, slightly dazed by the sound of the heart monitor. Marius, do you remember what you were doing when you were 15? Your tone shifts slightly and the question feels abrupt, but for some reason, you really want to know. Marius squats down, holds your hand, and looks up at you.
どうして急にそんなこと聞くの？
I was just thinking, Gerard is only 15. He should be in a classroom, maybe rebelling every now and then. But instead, he is always tangled up in danger, nearly losing his life several times in the process.
じゃあ目を覚ましたらお説教しないとね。もっと年相応のことしなさいってさ。
You give him a wry smile, knowing that he is only saying this to comfort you. When Gerard wakes up, he'll face the fact that he is not living a peaceful life, but one where he's suspected of murdering Wilson Sarge. Although Darius did not disclose any more details, his tone suggested that Gerard is currently the biggest suspect. Besides, Wilson Sarge is the focus of the NSB and the police investigation. Now that he's dead, you'll have to reorganize a lot of things. I can't imagine Gerard killing Wilson Sarge. You hadn't spent much time together, but you don't believe that he's the kind of person who would take another's life so casually.
俺もそう思う。呉谷に真田を殺す動機なんてないだろうからな。
That's true. The tragedy that befell Gerard's family was caused by the Seahorse Association and has nothing to do with Wilson.
おまけに、こいつの倒れていた現場、うっかり転ぶような危ない場所には見えなかったよ。
Are you saying that he might have been pushed?
証拠がないのに、あれこれ詮索しても意味はないけどね。
Glancing at Gerard's bed, Mary sighs.
お姉さん、代理人弁護士として現場調査を申請できないかな。
I think so.
まずは現場を俺たちの目で確かめてみようよ。呉谷の無実につながる手がかりが見つかるかもしれない。
Afterward, you apply to the police for permission and it gets approved soon after. You and Mary set out for Gladiolus Valley. Gladiolus Valley Laboratory. The laboratories in Gladiolus Valley are all localized with a similar color scheme to the researcher's office. It's said that there are 16 identical laboratories like this in Gladiolus Valley, all of which shut down after Wilson Soldiers' disappearance.
弁護士さん、泉さん。
There is sense behind the yellow caution tip. He takes off his white gloves as he greets you.
たった今うちの仕事は終わりました。どうぞ中に入ってください。
Okay. Not far from the body of the ship, a liquid crystal screen is shattered. This gun should have been fired before shooting through the screen. Captain Morgan, is the gun that killed Wilson the same gun found with Gerard?
そうですね。弾道が一致しています。その銃からは呉谷良平の指紋だけが検出されました。
銃の出所についての手がかりは？
真田が闇市で現金購入したものだと分かっています。
つまり、真田は自分の銃で殺されたわけですね。
Was it the gun with the magazine that was found in his office?
その通りです。真田が当時銃を2丁購入したと調べがついています。
Two? So there's another one? Darius glances at you.
今のところ行方はつかめていません。
The situation is getting more complicated now that a black market pistol is still circulating. The danger it poses is immeasurable. In the lab, a dark red bloodstain near the wall outlines the body drawn around it. Strangely, there are some blood-streaked marks on the wall, seemingly scratched out by fingers.
岩崎さん、真田唯斗の死因は分かりましたか？
まだ詳しい結果は出ていませんが、心臓を撃たれたことによる即死かと。
Do you have any photos of the body?
本当に見るんですか？そのまま写っていますが。
You both nod without hesitation.
わかりました。
Darius pulls out the crime scene photos on his tablet. You see Wilson Soch leaning against the wall, his body weak and limp, with strange hand gestures. There are multiple wounds on his body.
何か気づいたことはある？
I'm not sure if this counts as a discovery, but just from the photos, I feel like Wilson suffered a lot before his death. But judging by the scene, he was shot dead, so perhaps he experienced only a moment of pain.
検視官が今まさに詳しく調べているところですよ。別の死因があるかもしれませんからね。まあ経験則になるが、真田の死因は銃撃によるものだろう。とはいえ死の直前に何かを服用していた可能性はある。とにかく今は検視結果を待っていてください。
You look at the photo of Wilson's corpse again. For some reason, his death seems oddly familiar. It might be because it has just rained, but you find a lot of footprints in the lab. These footprints.
事件直後、一部のグラジオラスバレーの研究員が勝手に入り、足跡を残していったようです。
ということは、この足跡を調べる意味はないわけですね。
Darius nods and Maris crouches down, pointing to 4 of the footprints.
いや、待ってください。この4つの足跡、他のと違って見えませんか？
You follow Mary's gaze and notice that 4 of the footprints are lighter in color than the others. The soil composition doesn't match that of Gladiolus Valley. You remember the rain started at 5 a.m. today. Captain Morgan, do you have a preliminary theory about the time of death for Wilson?
おおよそにはなりますが、昨晩の11時から今朝2時の間だと思われます。
The killer's shoes definitely wouldn't get muddy, and the lighter footprints. Could the killer have stepped on something else, leaving a mark?
あり得るね。何かひっくり返してないか、実験室の中を探してみよう。
You stand up and look around, and sure enough, you find a bottle of dried reagents within the yellow warning tip. The residual particles are consistent with the substance left behind the 4 footprints. The instructions on the reagent bottle indicate that the reagent only leaves traces when it is in liquid form. Once it dries, it doesn't stick to footprints. Based on the dried condition of the reagent, it must have been spilled and evaporated during the crime and is unlikely to be contaminated after discovery. Does this mean that, apart from the deceased, there were 2 other people at the scene?
こちらでもう一度詳しく調べましょ
う。よろしくお願いします。
After checking the crime scene again, Maris and you can't find any more clues.
調査は終わったか？
Yes, everything is done.
あとは鑑識が足跡を採取し、呉谷と真田の靴底と照合します。お二人は先に帰っていただいて構いません。
では失礼します。もし新しい手がかりが見つかった際は。
その場合、できる範囲で共有しましょ
う。Thank you, Captain Morgan. Outside Gladiolus Valley. Arriving outside Gladiolus Valley, you let out a soft sigh of relief.
安心した？
I'm still not entirely convinced, but based on the current clues, it's hard to definitely see that Gerard is the murderer.
状況から考えても、呉谷は犯人じゃない可能性が高いと思う。
Exactly. According to Captain Morgan, the gun used to shoot Wilson Sarge was his own. Before his disappearance, he fired the gun in his own office. His fingerprints should still be on it. Yet only Gerard's fingerprints were found on the gun. Would a killer wipe off someone else's prints and leave only their own?
呉谷に罪をなすりつけるにしたって、手口が稚拙すぎるよね。
Maris is right. It does seem clumsy, as if someone casually shifted all suspicion onto Gerard. It's as if they didn't want him to be the real killer, but also wouldn't let him clear his name completely, almost as if toying with prey held firmly in their grasp. Fortunately, we found 2 distinct sets of footprints at the crime scene. Though damaged beyond identification, they confirmed that there were at least 2 others present beside Wilson Sarge. Even if one set belongs to Gerard, it doesn't confirm him as the murderer. It could be the other person.
つまり、呉谷と一緒にいた人物を特定できれば、犯人をあぶり出せるってわけだね。ただ、それまでは警察で重要な容疑者のままか。よくても共犯者扱いだろうな。
Still, that's better than him being outright pegged as the killer. Just as you finish the analysis, both your phone and Mary's ring at the same time. Luke?
こっちは藤崎から。 向こうに行ってるからお姉さんはここで出て。
You nod and wait until Maris walks a little further away before answering the call from Luke.
もしもし、俺だ。泉と一緒に真田の殺人事件の現場を調査しに行ったって聞いたけど、どうだった？
It went well. I found some clues. What about the hair you found at Adam's house? Did the test results come out?
ご名答。検査の結果だけど、あの髪の毛は呉谷良平のものだった。
Gerard was with Jerome Adams? This means that Adams is also a suspect in the murder of Wilson Soch. You briefly tell Luke the results of the investigation.
確かに怪しいな。俺から岩崎刑事に伝えとくよ。警察が姿の家を張ってるんだ。逃げられる前に調査に協力してもらうって名目で連行しよ
う。It would be great if they could. You put your phone bag in your bag just as Maris hangs up his phone, making his way back towards you.
いいニュースだよ。呉谷が目を覚ました。で、彼は殺してないと強く主張しながら、警察には黙秘してるらしい。
Why? Wouldn't that make the police even more suspicious of him?
昔の経験から簡単に他人を信じられないんだよ。一人だけを除いてね。
Who? Mary stretches out his finger and draws a circle in the air. He then points towards you.
ずっと自分のために駆け回ってる誰かさんのこと。呉谷のやつ、警察にあんたを呼んだら全部話すって言ったみたい。彼にとってあんたはこの世で最も信頼できる人間なんだ。
Gerard, then let's go find him now.
あ、急ごう。
Photo of Wilson's body. The photos of Wilson's corpse provided by Darius Morgan. In the photo taken by the medical examiner, the victim was shot in the heart and collapsed against the wall, his hands twisted unnaturally as if he suffered a lot before death. Only Gerard Boone's fingerprints were found on the murder weapon. According to the investigation, the gun that killed Wilson belonged to him, but only Gerard Boone's fingerprints were found on it. Wilson's cause of death is suspicious. While Wilson appeared to have died from a single gunshot, he seemed to have endured intense suffering before his death. 4 distinctive footprints were found at the scene. 4 footprints stained with special crystals were found at the death scene of Wilson. Hospital ward. 2 armed police officers stand guard outside Gerard's ward. As the prime suspect in the case of Wilson Soch, he is unable to leave the police site. He seems a little more energetic now, maybe because he is slightly more awake. However, he still looks very weak. The doctor explains that due to his head injury, he cannot engage in any long conversations, and the face-to-face discussion should be limited to half an hour. Gerard?
弁護士のお姉さん。心配かけて悪かったな。
No worries. The doctor said you can't speak for too long, so we'll keep things brief.
あ、何でも聞いてくれ。知ってることなら全部話すから。
Do you promise not to hide anything? He nods, a faint smile appearing on his pale cheeks.
約束する。ただ。
Gerard looks at Maris and unceremoniously asks him to leave.
坊ちゃんは出てってくれ。
なんだ？お坊ちゃんが聞いたらまずい話でもあるわけ？
あんたがいるなら、俺は話さない。
Maris, I'm hungry. Can you buy us something to eat?
もちろんいいよ。お姉さんは何が食べたい？何でも買ってあげる。
You decide. I trust you this. Maris nods and leaves the ward. Actually, he's been worried about you.
わかってるよ。
Gerard stubbornly turns his head away.
でも、あいつが目の前をうろついてると、すごい気が散るんだよ。
That's an empty excuse if I've ever heard one. Alright, shall we start? He pulls out a chair and sits down in front of you, ready. You quickly go over the questions in your mind and decide to ask the most pressing one first. You say you didn't kill Wilson Soch, so was Jerome Adams the one who did it? Gerard looks into your eyes. He hesitates for a moment, then shakes his head.
わからないんだ。あの日、俺は姿に連れられて、裏の扉からグラジオラスバレーに忍び込んだ。あいつは真田が隠れる場所を知ってたみたいだった。迎えに来たふりをして油断させて、銃を奪って撃った。
And then?
で、真田は逃げたんだけど。
The sound of hurried footsteps and heavy breathing intertwine, and then a thud sounds as if something heavy hits the shelf. A bottle of colorless, odorless reagent is knocked over, and the transparent liquid drips onto the cool floor, quietly spreading out. Along with his spent breathing, the steady footsteps sound like the tolling of a death knell, drawing closer step by step, eventually revealing a face hidden half in shadow.
姿くん、忘れたのか。君を救ってやったのは誰だったのかを。
救ってやった？誰が？誰を？
He steps towards Wilson Soch as the spreading liquid seeps into his shoes.
先生、よく思い出してください。あれは僕を救うためだったのか、僕を利用して父を出し抜くためだったのか。嘘に嘘を重ねて、自分でついた嘘を本当だと信じ込むなんて、馬鹿げているでしょ。
Adam skillfully loads the gun and aims it at Wilson Soch's temple.
君は私を殺すのか？
答えはノーです。ですがご安心を。先生にぴったりな処刑人をご用意しました。
As Wilson Soch's eyes widen in horror, Adam hands the gun to Gerard, who is standing behind him.
彼を殺せば、僕たちは本当の意味で同じになれます。
Gerard looks at the barely alive Wilson, seemingly disgusted, but doesn't take the gun.
こんなやつ、撃ってどうするんだよ。
大丈夫ですよ。彼は善人ではありませんから。葛原つぼみさん、夏目杏奈さん。君の経験した不幸のことごとくが、彼の野心の生んだ犠牲だったんです。
Adam stares at Gerard, then hands the gun back to him. This time, he doesn't refuse. A real gun is much heavier than he thought, requiring both hands to hold it steady.
そんなに悪いやつなら、警察に突き出して裁判にかけてもらえばいいだろ。
裁判？君がこれまでに受けた仕打ちを思えば、とっくに法律への希望なんて捨てたと思っていましたが、彼女が君を変えたのかな。
Adam smiles with an innocent look, coldly staring at the boy in front of him. Gerard instinctively sensed the danger. He grabs the gun in Adam's hand, holding it with both hands, pointing at Adam's heart instead.
最初から俺のこと信じてなかっただろ。お前にとって俺はただの捨て駒だ。
Adam seems to have expected this. His smile fades and he steps closer to Gerard. With a loud bang, the bullet grazes Adam's cheek, hitting the screen behind him. The strong recoil causes Gerard's hand to go numb.
止まれ。動いたら撃つ。
Adams brushes off the non-existent gunpowder on his cheek, completely ignoring Gerard's words. His face is expressionless as he presses his bare hand onto the hot barrel of the gun, leaning in close to Gerard's ear.
ここまでにしようか、呉谷君。
Before Gerard can recover, the gun falls back onto Adam's hand. The situation reverses and the black muzzle of the gun is now aimed at Gerard.
残念ですが、君は不合格です。逃げられるように10秒だけ時間をあげます。10、9。
Before his brain can come out with a plan, Gerard's body has already begun moving in response to the chilling countdown. The numbers keep decreasing, and the simple layout of the building now feels like a maze with no way out. His survival instincts kicks in at full speed. Even though his throat feels like it's burning, Gerard refuses to stop. His brain is running low on oxygen, and Gerard isn't sure if the light he's seeing is real or just a hallucination. The footsteps behind him grow louder. He finally grabs the door handle, only to realize that the path to freedom is locked. Gerard spins around in fear, and Adams is already blocking the stairs. Staircase.
はい、時間切れですね。鬼ごっこは終わりです。この建物は特別製なんですよ。お客様たちが勝手にお帰りにならないように。ですから、ここに慣れた人以外は抜け出せないんです。
逃がすつもりなんかなかったわけね。俺が逃げ回ってるのを見て楽しかったか。
Adams puts his gun away. His soft gaze is fixed on Gerard as he walks up the stairs a step at a time.
僕はただ過ちを犯した人に罰を与えたいんです。
罰だって。俺が何したって言うんだよ。
Adams doesn't rush to answer Gerard's question. He approaches slowly like a hunter calmly closing in on struggling prey.
どれからあげましょうか。わざと薬を飲んで自傷したこと。病気と過去を利用して僕に接触してきたこと。
They are only a step apart, and Adam's gentle mask falls away.
とっくに知ってたのか。
Gerard's hand trembles slightly as it grips onto the handrail, but his eyes stay fixed on Adams. He knows his opponent has a gun, but Gerard is confident in his strength and agility. If he can disarm him, he'll escape and tell Miss Sharara and Master Maris everything. Then both Jerome Adams and Wilson Sosh will be arrested. However, before Gerard can act, Adams suddenly takes control. The heated muzzle presses against Gerard's abdomen.
すべての選択には代償が伴いますからね。
His limbs feel leaden, unable to move. A voice like that of a demon echoes in his ears.
報いの時がやってきた。それだけの話ですよ。
Adams releases Gerard, grabbing his shoulder with his left hand and pushing him down the stairs. Gerard falls at the corner of the stairs, blood seeping from the back of his head. His phone, which screen shatters on impact, lights up nearby. He can't see, but he knows who the caller is from. He'd been bored earlier in the day and had set custom ringtones for Miss Hirara and Master Marius.
今回も前のような幸運に恵まれるかな。
He reaches out for the phone, but his arm grows numb and his vision fades. His lips tremble uncontrollably as he mumbles a few indistinct words. Adams looks down at Gerard, steps over his body and heads downstairs. His footsteps gradually fade, spreading despair like an uncontrollable force. A gunshot sounds from somewhere distant, as if from another world. Then comes a long silence. The phone's ringing stops. Darkness consumes Gerard's vision. The brief flicker of light and hope fades like a fleeting mirage. Only the long, agonizing night remains, enveloping lost and bewildered souls.
俺が知ってるのはここまでだ。姿がやったかどうかまではわからない。
The police who are watching Gerard in the ward record everything they hear and send it back to the station. You're aware that even if Gerard insists he didn't kill Wilson, the evidence is stacked against him. Life is still a long way from being peaceful. Gerard looks at you hesitantly.
嘘ついてないよ。俺、あんたの不利になるようなことは絶対しないから。
Yeah, I believe in you, and I'll find the evidence to prove your innocence.
ありがとう。
As your attorney, this is my responsibility, but I still have some questions I need to clarify.
どんなこと？
Why did you approach Jerome Adams?
夏目康生さん、葛原つぼみさん、それから俺の母さんの死にあいつが関わってる気がしたから真相が知りたかったんだ。でもどうしたらいいか分かんなくて一番バカなやり方でやるしかなかった。
So you took the drug to get closer to him? Gerard nods.
前に姿の後をついていったんだけど患者に相当思い入れがあるみたいでさ、すごい熱心に接してたよ。
You deliberately put yourself in danger to attract his attention.
目的を果たすためには代償が伴うんだろ。
Why didn't you ask me or Maris for help? We could have helped you. Gerard smiles kindly.
相変わらずこんな俺に優しいんだもんな。あんたたちはすごいよ。でも俺は周りの人を不幸にする体質だろ。つぼみさんも母さんもみんな最悪な結末を迎えちまった。アンナさんだって。
He shifts his gaze to the window.
俺のせいであんたたちが傷つくところを見たくなかったんだ。
Gerard protected the people he cared about in his own way. It might seem reckless to adults, but he did it anyway. He's such a sincere young man, so why did fate burden him with so much weight? If this is a test for him, then the questions are far too difficult. Some burden shouldn't have been his to bear. Seeing you go silent, he hands you a banana from the fruit basket as a peace offering of sorts.
坊ちゃんもどこまでお買い物に出かけてんだか。お姉さん、お腹空いたろ？先に果物でもどう？
I'm not hungry, Gerard, but I have one last question.
最後の質問。
Why did Jerome Adams keep you around? You can't say you know Adams well, but based on his personality, you doubt he'd keep Gerard around.
10年前、海馬会の幹部が自殺するより前に、俺はあいつに会ったことがある。
What?
ずっと海馬会を観察してたらしい。近くで迷子になった時、送り届けてくれたんだ。なんだっけな。あの人の母親も海馬会に騙されたんだって。ごめん。もうよく覚えてないんだけど。
It's okay if you don't remember. We'll look into it. Just rest for now.
弁護士さん、もう帰るのか？
Yes, stay here and wait for me. Leave the rest to us adults. You give Gerard a reassuring smile. His front slowly relaxes and he returns the smile.
わかった。待ってるよ。
You organize the information you have and share it in the Antoine's group chat. Autumn agrees to investigate Adam's mother's situation. If it's true, then you can reasonably infer that Adams is connected to the Seahorse Association leader's suicide case from 10 years ago. However, there is no solid evidence yet. Luke arrives just in time and you arrange to meet at a cafe. Police station.
真田結太の検視結果が出ました。
Kim exclaims as he walks in with the autopsy report.
岩崎刑事の言った通りでした。遺体からは高濃度の N2X が検出され、例の被害者夏目康生が死亡時に服用していた薬と完全に合致します。
Darius frowns, skimming through the autopsy report in his hand.
被害者の胃からメモリーカードが見つかったとある。持ってきた。
はい、この証拠袋の中にあります。
よし、中を確認してみよう。
Kim quickly inserts the memory card into the computer and finds a locked folder. Darius calls in someone from the tech department to decrypt it, and it doesn't take long to crack the password. Upon decryption, they find evidence of Adam's involvement in Antwerp's drug research and human trafficking, as well as some old videos. However, another document is completely destroyed and unreadable. Darius immediately contacts the officers taking out Adam's house to make their move. Coffee shop. Luke arrives at the coffee shop before you. When you walk in, he is seated with a serious expression, talking on the phone.
はい、わかりました。こちらで手がかりを見つけ次第、すぐに連絡します。
He ends the call, frowning slightly. What's the matter, Luke?
姿が逃げた。
According to Luke, Jerome Adams was already gone when the police stormed his house. The officers taking out his house didn't see him leave, and the police have now launched a citywide search across Dallas. You suddenly remember the travel guidebook you found in his house. The Nanman Bay page had been dog-eared. Could he have gone to Nanman Bay?
その可能性はある。
But given his personality, he's probably not there for a vacation.
その目的が何であれ、今のところ一番有力な手がかりはこれなんだよな。
Luke is right. The priority now isn't figuring out why Adams is heading there, it's catching him. With Adams now wanted citywide, it's unlikely that he took a commercial flight. He's probably using a private jet.
プライベートジェット？何の話？
Maris walks into the cafe carrying a bunch of food. You'd originally used it as an excuse to get him out of the room for a while, but you never thought he'd actually go and buy something. As Luke helps unpack the thermal bag, you briefly fill Maris in on the situation.
それくらい簡単だよ。市内のプライベート機の発着情報なんて調べたらすぐにわかる。待ってて、電話してくるから。
Shortly after, Maris ends the call and returns.
まずステラ市には全部で11のプライベート空港があって、パックス所有のものを除くと9つになる。そのうち5つは登録されていて、残り4つは外資のものだ。これらは一部の外国関係者が使ってる。例えばうちの森月先生がステラ市を離れるときはこの4つの空港を経由して出ていけるってわけ。
姿の収入でプライベートジェットの費用って負担できるものなのか？
It's possible if he has someone helping him. Gerard once heard a conversation between Wilson Soch and Jerome Adams. There is someone more powerful behind them. Since Adams believes that person can send Wilson Soch away, sending him to Nanman Bay should be no problem either. Maris opens the map and circles one of the older private airports.
そうだな。彼が利用する可能性が一番高いのはここだろう。
理由は？
この空港は半世紀前に建てられて、最初は外国人の送迎に使われていたんだ。後に会員制になって会員しか使えなくなったんだけど、そのせいで空港の管理は緩くなったらしい。
You mean the staff won't thoroughly check IDs, giving him a loophole to exploit?
いや、俺なら姿に偽の身分を与えて会員として送り出すね。そうすれば彼は名目上はステラ市にいることになる。調査はか乱できるし、時間も稼げるってわけ。
了解。俺は一旦戻るよ。何か進展があれば連絡する。
After Luke finishes speaking, he hurries out of the coffee shop. The barista finally brings his order just as he's gone, but you can't bring yourself to eat anything. Ever since searching Adam's house, you can't shake the feeling that something happened between him and Luke. Although you don't know exactly what it was, your instincts tell you that it doesn't bode well for Luke. You turn to Marius. Before you can speak, he already knows what you're going to say.
お姉さん、空港に行きたいんでしょ？
Yeah, I think someone like Adams will always have a backup plan. I've dealt with him before, so I might be able to help. You come out with a reasonable excuse, but you're still unsure about the connection between Luke and Jerome Adams. It's better not to say too much to avoid misunderstandings. Marius looks at you with a helpless smile.
まあこんな風に言われちゃ止められないよね。いつも通り送ってくよ。
Alright, let's go now. Private Airport. In the VIP lounge of a private airport in the northeast corner of Stellis, a few well-dressed passengers sit scattered around. Adam sits next to a mother and her son, performing magic tricks for the boy.
ねえ、僕のホムカーどこにあったの？お兄ちゃんの手にあったのに消えちゃった。
そうですね。君がいい子にして、ちゃんとお薬を飲めたら教えてあげますよ。
The boy's cheerful expression immediately turns sour. He takes the pill and cup of water from his mother, frowns, and then gulps it all down.
ほら、飲んだでしょ？どこにあるのか教えてよ。
Adams points to the boy's hoodie, and sure enough, the boy finds a homo car inside.
姿さん、ありがとうございます。この子、薬を飲むときはいつもぐずって大変で。
いえいえ。以前病院でボランティアをしていた時も、こうしたお子さんはよくいらっしゃいましたから。
あら、道理で子供に慣れていらっしゃるわけですね。
The mother packs the water cup into the boy's backpack. He rummages through it, her expression growing tense.
どうかしたんですか？
あ、私ったら、ケイタの吸入器を入れ忘れてしまって。
予備はありませんか？
ありますが、スーツケースの中に入れてしまって、もう預けてしまったんです。
登場まであと1時間くらいですか。取り出してもらえないか問い合わせてみましょう。
The mother nods and crouches down to talk to the boy.
ケイタ、ママと一緒に吸入器を取りに行こう。
やだよ、お兄ちゃんと遊んでたい。ママたちいつも忙しくて遊んでくれないんだもん。
The boy looks disappointed and his mother looks helpless. Adam steps forward and places a hand on Dottie's shoulder.
ケイタくんのことは僕が見ておきましょうか？
やったー、僕、ゆうきお兄ちゃんといる。ママもいいでしょ？
ですが、ご迷惑ではありませんか？
大丈夫です。どのみち登場までやることもありませんしね。
じゃあ、ママはすぐに戻ってくるから、ケイタはお兄さんの言うことをしっかり聞いてね。
うん、わかった。
Not long after the boy's mother leaves, the airport staff starts checking everyone's identity. Adam sees his wanted poster on the airport TV. He crouches down and looks at the boy.
ケイタくん、僕と遊びませんか？
どんなゲーム？
どんな、そうだね。悪い人たちから逃げるゲームかな。
いいよ。どうやって遊ぶの？
Adam smiles and points at the staff by the door.
あの人たちが見えますか？彼らの操作をかわして待合室から逃げ切ればゲームクリアです。
面白そう。やってみたい。
じゃあ、ケイタくんは具合が悪いふりをしてください。僕が隙を見て外に連れて行ってあげるから。
わかった。
Adams pretends to be a concerned father and successfully deceives the staff, escaping from the waiting room. However, just then the sound of sirens rang out from outside the airport. Escaping is now impossible. He presses his back against the wall, observing the situation outside while dialing a secure number on his burner phone. A moment later, the call is answered and a cold voice on the other end greets him with a hello.
状況が変わりました。警察と調査庁が空港を包囲しています。
Something is being said on the other end of the line, and Adams pulls out the SIM card and throws both the phone and the card into the trash bin after 40 seconds.
ゆうきお兄ちゃん、誰と電話してたの？
サポートのお友達ですよ。
The boy nods thoughtfully and looks back at the airport entrance.
これからどうするの？ママのところに戻る？
そうですね。安全な場所を見つけて彼女に連絡しましょう。
いいよ。
Adams leads the boy by the hand and walks toward the airport rooftop. There are police officers patrolling everywhere. Compared to the careless airport staff, Adams has a lower chance of getting out of the situation if he is blocked by the police officers. However, the child next to him is a great cover. Adam isn't all that worried until Luke appears before him. His gaze briefly lingers on Adams and the boy's club's hands, but he doesn't immediately pull out his gun.
姿勇気、その子供を離して今すぐ投降しろ。
The boy shakes Adam's hand in confusion.
これもゲームなの？
そうです。僕たち悪い人に見つかっちゃいました。
このお兄ちゃん、悪い人に見えないよ。
Adam stretches down and allows the boy to shield him from Luke. From Luke's perspective, it looks as if Adam is holding the boy hostage.
悪い人の中にはそうとは見えない人もいるんですよ。
The boy nods uncertainly.
それママも言ってた。人は見かけによらないんだって。でもこのお兄ちゃんの服、テレビで見たおまわりさんとそっくりだよ。
彼は組織の裏切り者です。あの人に捕まったら君は閉じ込められて二度とお母さんに会えなくなるよ。
Adam speaks quite quickly, convincing him with just a few words.
やだやだ、ママに会いたい。
じゃあ一緒に悪い人をやっつけようか。
うん。
今から手を離します。あの人と話してもいいけど、何を言われてもうんと言ったらダメだからね。できるかな？
できるもん。
Adam smiles, stands up and lets go of Dorothy's hand before turning to look and look.
姿、もう一度言う。その子を離して両手を上げろ。
水瀬さん、僕はその子に触ってすらいませんよ。
Private airport. Luke spots Adams before anyone else, but he has a hostage, so he can't act recklessly. Adam raises his hands and steps back behind the boy.
その子を連れて行きたいんでしょ？ご自身で聞いてみればいいじゃないですか。
While wary of Adams, Luke looks at the young boy in front of him. On the surface, the boy doesn't seem to be injured and shows no signs of having been restrained. He lets out a small sigh of relief, softening his tone as he tries to persuade the little boy to come closer to him.
君、一緒に来てくれるかな？
やだ、悪い人にはついていかない。
悪いやつじゃない。家族はどこにいるかわかる？会いたくないか？
僕、会いたくないもん。あっち行け。
The boy says this as he hides behind Adams.
おや、彼はついていきたくないようですね。これは不可抗力ですよ。もし見逃してくれるなら、あなたに損はさせません。
お前を見逃すことにどんな得があるんだよ。
Adam smiles and looks at Joke with a meaningful glance.
新しく変えたお薬はいかがですか、水瀬さん。
Luke instinctively turns off the transmitter, glaring at Adams with a sharp look.
なんだと？
うちにあった薬瓶に見覚えがありますよね。
He says this as he takes out a brown medicine bottle from his pocket, the exact same one he had at home. The difference is that this time it isn't empty. Adam raises his hand and tosses it to Luke. There is no need for confirmation. Luke grips it tightly in his hand as if trying to crush it with his palm.
やっぱりお前だったんだな、オイディプス。
僕としてはこんなに早く対面する予定はありませんでした。ですが、こうなった以上、これからの付き合いについて考えることにしましょう。
The boy hiding behind Adams looks at the two of them in confusion as they exchange words.
脅しのつもりか。こんなもんで俺が逃がすと思うな。
脅しだなんて人聞きの悪い。これは利害の一致した取引です。
利害の一致？ふざけるのはよせ。
なぜ？わかりますよね。僕が逮捕されれば、あなたとの関係も明るみに出ます。やりたいことを続けられなくなってもいいんですか？あるいは僕をここで殺したとします。そこであなたの病を治す可能性はついえるでしょう。水瀬さん、 あなたは亡くなった戦友思いの優しい人です。彼らの無念を晴らしたいのでしょ？もしあなたまで死んでしまったら、誰がそれを果たしてくれるんですか？
Adams has jabbed Luke right in his sore spot. He understands Luke's weakness just like how he knew Bradbury's vulnerability. He is like a poisonous snake, slowly eroding the other's rationality and turning them into a puppet under his control. Luke kicks aside the obstacle at his feet, places one hand on his back, and gradually approaches Adams and the boy.
姿。それで俺が折れると思ったか。誰しもが自分の行動に責任を負う。裁きが下るなら、俺は喜んで罰を受け入れるよ。
He frees one hand to turn on the walkie-talkie, calling for backup. Suddenly, a gunshot rings out, hitting the obstacle in front of Luke and sending a cloud of smoke into the air. Luke instinctively dodges, and by the time the smoke clears, Adams and the boy have vanished.
皆さん、大丈夫ですか？
The urgent inquiry from a team member comes through the radio, and Luke shakes his head to recover from the ringing caused by the gunshot before replying.
姿が逃げた。何者かが銃で彼を援護している。空港を封鎖し、ヘリを要請して容疑者の捜索に当たってくれ。
了解。
Airport rooftop. The police soon find Jerome Adams and the boy on the rooftop of the airport. Adam holds a fruit knife he'd taken from the security checkpoint, presses it against the boy's carotid artery. The little boy in his arms still thinks it's a game and pretends to be scared on purpose.
警察の方々、人質の安全のためにこれ以上近づかないことをお勧めします。
姿勇気、お前は包囲されている。もう諦めろ。
岩崎刑事、弁護士先生に連絡を取っていただけませんか？
彼女は関係ないだろう。何か要望があればこちらで聞く。
Adams doesn't respond. He looks at his watch and smiles faintly.
もし10分以内に彼女と会えなければ、この子の片方の耳を切り落とします。
The cold fruit knife is pressed close to the boy's ear and he screams loudly in response.
やめてよ！
それでは屋上からご退場ください。皆さん、ご苦労様でした。ドアを閉めるのをお忘れなく。
お前！
Darius gently stops Kim and shakes his head.
奴は武器を持っている。人質の安全のため言う通りにするんだ。
Private airport. Darius opens the door for you as soon as Maris turns off the engine. He explains the current situation while leading you to the rooftop, leaving Maris behind.
弁護士さん、俺たちにはあまり時間がない。姿に拉致された子供は喘息を患っている。精神的に緊張した状態ではいつ発作が起きてもおかしくないだろう。彼の要求は10分以内にあんたが屋上に来ることだ。まだあと7分あるな。知りたいことはあるか？
You try to process everything that just happened. You can understand why Adams would use the kidnapping as a bargaining chip. But why does he want to see you? What does he want from you? Or is it just a ploy to make you do something for him? You instinctively look for Luke among the people present. He should arrive before you since he left earlier. At the market, where's Luke?
ああ、最初に姿を見つけたのが彼だ。襲撃を受けて。
He was attacked?
安心してくれ。相手は水瀬さんを負傷させるつもりはなかった。彼の行動を妨害し、姿の逃亡を手助けしたんだ。
Darius looks up and scans his surroundings but finds nothing and looks back at his watch.
今はヘリを調達しに行っている。人質の救出に関しては彼の方が経験豊富だからな。もう戻ってくる頃合いだろう。
As soon as he says that, Luke walks over, looking unharmed. Holding an asthma inhaler in his hand, he briefly meets your gaze before quickly looking away.
水瀬さん、大まかな状況は弁護士先生に伝えてあります。後のことは任せましたよ。姿が指定した時間まで残りわずかです。私は支援部隊が到着したか確認してきます。
After Darius sees that, he briskly walks past you. A faint scent of gunpowder lingers in the air, coming from Luke.
厄介なことになった。姿を護衛する奴がいる。
What? While you're still organizing your thoughts, Luke has already switched into work mode.
そいつも捜索しているが、今のところ手がかりは見つかってない。
Hearing this, you realize that Luke is talking about the person who had helped Adams attack him earlier.
協力者と姿はどちらも凶器を所持している。リスクの高い状況で対応しないといけないから。
The person explaining the situation to you suddenly stops. Luke looks at you with worry in his eyes.
お前には拒否する権利がある。
It may just be your imagination, but it feels as if he is against your meeting with Adams. But why? Is it really just because he's worried about your safety? But now there's no other choice. Jerome Adam has a hostage and we can only follow his instructions. Luke subconsciously tightens his grip on the asthma inhaler in his hand, staying silent. He's hiding it well, but you can still catch a flicker of panic in his eyes. Luke, did something happen between you and Adams? When Luke first met Adams, he mentioned feeling like they had met before. With Luke's sharp intuition, it's unlikely he was mistaken. Later, when you went to investigate Jerome Adams' house together, Luke's reaction was odd when he saw the brown, empty medicine bottles in the TV cabinet. Considering how he was mentioned getting medicine from a mysterious person and the fact that Adams is involved in pharmaceutical research, the answer becomes obvious. Is he the one you mentioned before? The person who gave you the new drug? Luke looks at you uneasily, worried that Adams might use you as a leverage if you go up to see him. This definitely aligns with Adams' personality, which is why Luke doesn't want you to go. But for the sake of the hostage's safety, he still seeks your opinion.
そうだよ。
And how are you faring?
忘れたのか。俺が服用する薬は全部ケンニーの目を通してあるんだ。
Even so, judging by the current investigation into Adams, you find it hard to believe he's acting out of kindness. And given his manipulative tendency, it's likely that he will use this to threaten you. But based on the current situation, then did he use this against you? You don't finish the second half of the sentence, but Luke already understand what you mean.
断ったよ。あいつの薬なしで生きていけないとは思ってない。
He looks at you and smiles.
だから、お前には自分のために行動してほしい。俺のことは気にすんな。
You know Luke still has regrets to resolve in this life, so he must live on. But if you want to achieve your goal now, you might have to sacrifice his future. As Adams knows this too, which is why he asked you to go to the rooftop. Did he plan this confrontation from the very beginning, in this plan to completely destroy you both. Seeing that you are silent, Luke raises his hand and gently brushes your hair.
あんまり考えすぎるなよ。繰り返すが、お前は自分の心に従えばいい。なすべきことをなせってことだ。
But you look into Luke's bright and clear eyes. He seems ready to accept anything that might come.
でもはなしだ。お前、自分の理想を忘れたわけじゃないだろう。法律がこの世の罪を裁き、悪を退ける。いかなる利益の誘惑も受けず、決して個人のために意志を曲げない。
But you're not just anyone. You're you. You can't help but raise your voice. The NSB agents nearby glance over, puzzled. Luke freezes for a moment before a helpless smile forms on his face.
知ってる。だから行かせたくなかったんだ。お前が俺のせいで揺らぐとこなんか見たくないから。
The siren grows louder and the footsteps around him becomes more frantic. Lutz looked down at his watch.
時間だな。
You hold Luke's hand and retrieve the inhaler clenched in his palm. This is the child's, isn't it?
そうだけど。
He latches onto your fingers, stopping you from taking it from him.
覚悟は決まったのか。
Adam has a hostage, so we can only do as he sees. You know this better than I do. He must have thought of every possible solution. The fact that you're here proves that you're their best chance in this situation. Hearing your answer, Luke stops hesitating, takes the bulletproof vest from his teammate, unzips it, and helps you put it on. I can put it on myself.
これは調査長が開発した最新の防弾ベストだ。お前は初めて着るから、俺が手伝った方が早い。
He stands behind you, lifts your hair, and plugs a small Bluetooth earpiece into your ear.
屋上に行っても緊張するなよ。ヘリで様子を見てるからさ。俺がお前の目になる。必要な情報は全部伝えてやる。
Sure.
それと万が一、姿がお前や人質に危害を加えようとしたら、俺は撃つ。その時は、自分を最優先にしていいからな。あとは、俺のために迷わないでくれ。
You turn around and interrupts Luke. Luke, I know what I'm doing. Don't underestimate me. He has done so many bad things and hurt so many innocent people. I won't let him get away with it.
ああ、信じてる。
He takes your hand and opens his mouth as if to say something, only to close it soon after. He simply checks the bulletproof vest and earpiece, confirming that everything is fine before standing up and stepping back a few paces.
俺たちは上まで送ってやれない。屋上には一人で行ってもらうことになる。
Alright, what do you need me to do next?
なるべく時間を稼いでほしい。調査庁と警察はもう動いてるから。お前と姿の会話が長引けば長引くほど、こっちは突入しやすくなる。
You glance at the inhaler in your hand. There is another goal. You have to save that child as quickly as possible.
それはそうだけど、人質の救出には交渉の専門家が必要だ。お前には。
You are one. You interrupt Luke, lightly tapping your earpiece. Earlier, you and Adams exchanged words, and he was left speechless. You can can teach me how to do the same through the earpiece.
わかった。でも、そんなに話せないと思うぞ。
Even one will do. I'll improvise from there. Luke still has a tight frown on his face, and you can't help but want to smooth his brow back out. You glance around at the people bustling about before reaching out to gently press your hand against his brow.
何？
Much better. You've been frowning so much you're starting to look like a little old man. Alright, so worrying. I'll head up now. Airport rooftop.
ゆうきお兄ちゃん、僕もう飽きた。ママのところに帰る。
The cool wind on the rooftop makes the little boy shiver and he looks at Adams with an innocent smile.
ダメですよ。今から新シーズンに切り替わるんですから。言いつけを守れない悪い子供が凶悪な犯罪者に誘拐されるシナリオにね。言う通りにしないと犯罪者にビルの上から落とされてしまいますよ。
Adam's emotionless description sends the boy into panic. He struggles to break free from Adam's grip.
僕そんなのつまんない。ママに会いたいの。
いつも薬を飲ませようとするママがうるさかったんでしょ。お兄さんは君を助けているんです。
嘘ついてたの。ママに会わせてよ。
泣かないで。お母さんに会えなくなってもいいのかな。
He warns the child impatiently. The crying gradually stops and the boy looks at him timidly.
泣かないから会えなくしないで。
いい子ですね。
When you arrive at the rooftop, Adams is squatting on the ground, adjusting the boy's clothes. He slowly stands up after seeing you and presses a fruit knife against the boy's neck.
弁護士さん、このような形でお会いするなんて、とても残念です。
Although his tone is as level as usual, his expression no longer holds a permanent smile. Or was this perhaps his true self? We could change locations if you'd like.
冗談でしょ。今の僕が場所を変えるとなったら、牢屋以外にありませんよ。
It seems you have a clear understanding of your actions. No matter what your demands are, the child is innocent and he has asthma. I hope you'll let him go. Adam seems to ignore you, absent-mindedly glancing at his watch.
弁護士さんは病気の人に優しいですね。知らない子供のためにリスクを承知でやってくる。幼なじみのことだったら、なおさら見過ごせないのではありませんか？
What do you mean? You pretend not to understand Adams, using the same tactic Luke used when talking to him.
今日が過ぎれば、あなたと会う機会もめったになくなってしまうでしょう。せっかくなので、この機会にお話ししませんか？そうだ。その前にドアを閉めてくださいね。誰にも邪魔をされたくないので。
Airport rooftop. Under Adam's watchful gaze, you lock the metal door to the rooftop. The lock is complicated and it would take a considerable amount of time to break it by force. As you turn around and walk back, you see Jerome Adams standing at the edge of the rooftop with a child. There's no safety railings there, and one wrong move could result in a fall. The helicopter hovers far above the rooftop. The sound of the rotor blades isn't very loud, indicating that it's quite far away. You know Luke is in one of them, closely observing your every move.
姿の注意を引いてくれ。隙を見て距離を縮めながら人質の状況を探るんだ。
Luke's voice comes through the headset. You silently nod and approach Adams.
そこから動かないでください。
At about 6 steps away, Adams stops you from coming any closer. Adams, let me check on the kid. He has asthma and I've brought his inhaler.
その心配はいりません。彼は至って元気ですから。ね、ケイタくん。
Adams bends down, his cold expression masking a voice so gentle it's almost tender as he speaks to the little boy.
元気だよ。
ほらね。弁護士さん、僕の話に付き合ってくれる気になりました？
Sure, but I'll lead. Is that okay? Knowing that Adams is a master at finding loopholes, you decide to take the initiative to avoid being led by him. You'll control the direction of the conversation, gaining information while distracting Adams and getting closer.
もちろんです。
Adams, why are you so determined to study N2X? With your abilities, you could be doing something far more valuable.
弁護士さんは本音と建前とどちらの答えが聞きたいですか？
Of course the truth.
N2X の医療応用といえば世紀の難問です。成功した時の達成感は他とは比べ物にもなりません。
And that's the only reason. Hearing your abrupt question, a trace of sarcasm surfaces at the corner of Adam's lips.
他に何があると思いました？実際、研究者ほど短絡的な思考の持ち主もいませんよ。その単純さゆえに、時として世間を震撼させる行動もとってしまうんです。
And that answer has a lie too.
ありますよ。
Jerome Adams gives you a meaningful look, and the coldness in his eyes sends a chill down your spine.
そうだな。先生に無理やりやらされていたというのはどうでしょう。彼の宿願はこの世すべての病を癒す万能薬を作ること。その唯一の頼みの綱が N2X でした。
Is all of this really a lie?
ええ。真実なんて物事の見方次第でいくらでも変わるものですから。
Mavis Sutcliffe once scammed money for Adams, but she disappeared after the Lethargy case and has been missing ever since. Mavis Sutcliffe once swindled a large sum of money from Matthew Richter for you. But then she vanished. Do you know where she is? Adams shakes his head expressionlessly.
知りません。どこか遠くに出かけてしまったのではないでしょうか。彼女のように親族もおらず社会的なつながりの希薄な人間は失踪したところで誰も気にしませんからね。
If Mavis Sutcliffe and Lethargy had truly formed a bond, maybe they would still be alive. But in the end, she chose Adams. According to previous investigations, Sky Harper used something similar to black market drugs to kill Gerard's mother and Tyson Turner. Did you give Sky Hopper those straws in her possession?
そうです。彼女のいた病院にも詐病する嫌な人がいたようなので。
You knew she would use these two things to kill people? Adam shakes his head innocently.
彼女は自立した人ですよ。僕にその行動の責任を持つ義務はありません。僕はただ選択肢を与えただけです。
He adds this in an indifferent tone, completely distancing himself from any responsibility. Gerard mentioned before that Adam's mother had also been tricked into the Seahorse Association. During Adam's childhood, his mother was like a mere background figure, barely present. Did something happen between them? Did you have a good relationship with your mother? Jerome Adams looks at you puzzled, as if he hadn't expected you to bring up his mother. After a moment, he slowly begins to speak.
よくはなかったですね。特に小さい頃は彼女が父を崇拝していたので。あの人は僕が何をされようと見て見ぬふりをしていました。人に気づかれるのを恐れて、アレルギー症状を起こしても病院にも連れて行ってもらえなかったんですよ。
Adam speaks of his childhood in an indifferent tone, his expression unwavering. What happened after that?
父が亡くなった後ですか？支えを失った母は情緒不安定になりました。そのせいでマルチ商法に引っかかり、僕が見破って強引に家に連れて帰ったこともあります。気の毒な母は病に倒れました。以前のようにヒステリーに陥らなくなった代わりに、僕に依存するようになったんです。あの頃が一番母と仲が良かったかもしれませんね。つまらない昔話だったでしょ。
He watches you as if expecting a reaction, but you don't give him anything to work with. A tragic childhood may be pitiful, but it doesn't justify his crimes. You remember seeing a news report about Nothing But God's disappearance. He had deep ties to the Seahorse Association's original site. Maybe Adams knows something. Have you heard of the video blogger Nothing But Gods? Adams ponders for a moment and shakes his head.
知りませんね。ただ、前に先生がこんなことをおっしゃっていました。カメラ小僧は二度と口が聞けないようにしてやった、と。その人かどうかはわかりません。
Although Adams had previously said that his father, Tanner Feldman, took his own life after being exposed and disgraced by Wilson Sorge. But was Jerome Adams really uninvolved? You look up at Adams, but then he must have been around the same age as the child he's holding hostage now. Adams, Wilson Sorge couldn't have successfully reported Feldman without your involvement, could he? He chuckles ambiguously.
弁護士さんはとても賢いですね。幼い子供でも長い間命の危険にさらされ続けると反撃する方法を考えるんですよ。救われる機会があるなら必死に掴もうとするのは当たり前でしょ。
Adams glances at Otti, who's still under his control, then shifts the topic.
だからこそ二の舞を演じるような真似はしませんが。
Adams is warning me not to think I can save Dottie. But since he readily admits it, you can also deduce that his relationship with Wilson Soch has been tainted by ulterior motives from the very beginning. Why did you force Jorah to kill Wilson Soch?
脅迫はしていませんよ。ただ彼の覚悟を知りたかっただけです。わざわざ僕に近づき、同じになりたいと言ってきたのでね。どこまでやれるのか試してみたくなったんです。
He didn't meet your expectations then. Adam smiles and shakes his head.
いいえ、むしろよくやってくれたと思います。あんなに不当な扱いを受けてきたのに、彼は自分のルールを突き通しましたから。勇敢だと思いませんか？そういえば、呉谷君のような人が他にもいらっしゃいましたね。
Adams looks at you with a knowing look.
水瀬さんも同類でしょ？
振り回されるんじゃないぞ。お前のペースを乱そうとしてるんだ。
Luke's voice comes through the earpiece, sounding slightly distorted. The police have confirmed that Adams was indeed on a direct flight to the popular resort Nanman Bay. But given his personality, it's hard to believe he'd got there for a vacation. Why did you choose Nanman Bay?
旅行ですよ。
A vacation in these circumstances?
行ってはいけないというルールがあるんですか
？After everything you've done, have you thought about what comes next?
今後弁護士先生が僕の将来の心配を
Yeah, you've done so much harm. Don't you want to atone for it in some meaningful way?
有意義なことというのは立場によって変わります。いつか僕の進んだ道の方が正しかったと証明される日が訪れるかもしれない。そう考えたことはありませんか？
I don't believe that day will come.
なぜそこまで断言するんですか？
No one in this world can achieve justice through unjust means, not even you. The police have found evidence linking you to Wilson Soldier's mother and the illegal activities at Gladylus Valley. If you turn yourself in now, there's still room for negotiation on your sentencing. He looks at you in puzzlement.
罪を犯していないのに自首しなければなりませんか？
You developed illegal drugs at Gladylus Valley, trafficked people for experiments, and even shot Wilson Soch, killing him. Do you need me to check the criminal code for you and see just how many laws you've broken?
ありがとう。でも結構です。
He looks past you, his gaze seemingly reaching beyond the edge of the sky.
法律や規則はそれを守る意志のある人にだけ有効です。僕は僕の法に従う。
Adams has long developed his own logic of behavior, and his dysfunctional relationship with his parents deprived him of a chance to change. But whenever you think of what he's done, you can't bring yourself to pity him. Not everyone in this world deserves sympathy. Adams, justice may be slow, but it never fails. You won't escape.
そうなんですか？
He looks at you, the mockery clear in his eyes.
弁護士ならもっと説得力のある言葉を言ってくれると思いましたが、ありきたりなことしか言わないんですね。
Something in your words must have made Adams feel threatened. He backs up to the edge of the rooftop with Toti, as if ready to jump at any moment. Cheer up, Adams! Panic, you try to stop him. Seeing this, he simply smiles with that ever-present smirk of his.
あなたとの最後の会話は不愉快な形で終わりそうですね。
His words make it clear, this negotiation has completely fallen through. If only you could do it over. Adams, why are you so determined to study N2X? With your abilities, you could be doing something far more valuable.
弁護士さんは本音と建前とどちらの答えが聞きたいですか？
Of course, the truth.
N2X の医療応用といえば世紀の難問です。成功した時の達成感は他とは比べ物にもなりません。
And that's the only reason. Hearing your abrupt question, a trace of sarcasm surfaces at the corner of Adam's lips.
他に何があると思いました？実際、研究者ほど短絡的な思考の持ち主もいませんよ。その単純さゆえに、時として世間を震撼させる行動もとってしまうんです。
3 years ago, Wilson used Lucifer to traffic black market drugs, and Adams, as his student, was involved the entire time. You knew from the start that the drugs were from Wilson, right? Adams nods frankly.
先生は試薬のデータを手っ取り早く入手するために、故意に闇市に薬を流出させました。僕は反対したんですけどね。
Why? Adams gives you a smile that doesn't quite reach his eyes.
弁護士さん、闇市の出所のわからない薬を買うのはどんな人たちですか？
You're right. Only patients who can't afford treatment or those who are beyond help will.
そうです。ただでさえ病に苦しみながら薬の実験台にされるなんてかわいそうだと思いませんか？
They may be pitiful, but aren't the illegal test subjects smuggled by Gladys Valley pitiful too? You can't help but feel anger when thinking about the test subjects bought illegally by Gladys Valley through the White Horse Association.
弁護士さんは本当に正義感の強い人ですね。
He smirks, then immediately turns serious again.
ですが、医薬品の研究と発展には犠牲がつきものです。規則や制約にがんじがらめになっていては、科学研究は前に進めません。
In Adam's view, the research process is unimportant. His sympathy for the patients is just a personal preference. Nonsense. No progress should be built on the sacrifice of others.
あなたにとっては詭弁でも、誰かの目には真理として映るかもしれませんよ。
You.
気をつけろ。相手に飲まれないようにな。
Luke's reminder calms you down, and you realize that it is pointless to argue with Adams here. It's like trying to wake someone who's pretending to sleep. Adam's values are already twisted, and reasoning with him is a waste of time. But he said he stopped the black market drug trade because he felt sorry for the patients. What about those who got sick from his test drugs? What did you do with the patients whose conditions worsened because of the drug trials? Jerome Adams doesn't bother to hide this. Perhaps at this point he just doesn't care anymore.
先生は証拠を残すなと言っていましたが、僕は聞き入れませんでした。幸か不幸か、試薬を服用した後に病状が悪化した患者さんたちは、闇市の薬が原因だと思わなかったんです。皆さんの願いは、ただ静かに余生を過ごすことでした。ですから、そうした方たちについては、最善の処置を心がけていましたね。
His words inexplicably remind you of the patients taken in by the White Horse Association. You sent them to the White Horse Association?
はい。高魔会なら、きちんと彼らの面倒を見てくれますので。その点については、弁護士さんもよくご存知かと。
Indeed, Artem, Marius, and you have all investigated the White Horse Association, and they were very professional in taking care of patients. But you still feel like something's off. Adams was just a volunteer, yet he always managed to get the sick into the White Horse Association. Considering that Artem and you have uncovered illegal activities tied to the White Horse Association, maybe Adams have some unspeakable connections with them. With a hint of doubt, you lower your head, pretending to shield yourself from the wind, and quietly ask Luke. Luke, about Adams and White Horse Association, their connection.
姿は高魔界の実質的な支配者だ。左京さんから情報が来てた。
Luke hastily interrupts, having likely deduced your question from your earlier exchange with Adams.
表向きは単なるボランティアだが、高魔界が裏で行っていたことの大部分に彼は関わっている。
Did Mr. Wing find this clue in the White Horse Association's files? Now's not the time to dwell on the source of the clue. You pull your focus back to the present. If Jerome Adams is the true mastermind behind the White Horse Association, then everything makes sense. Not only could he facilitate patient admissions to the association, but laundering money through it would also be well within his reach. You are the true mastermind behind the White Horse Association, aren't you? You glare at Adams, waiting for his response, but he remains perfectly calm.
やはりバレていたんですね。僕の友人ならもっと綺麗に処理してくれると思ったんですが、結局彼は絆を捨てられなかったわけか。優柔不断は不幸しかもたらさないのに。
His ambiguous words sent a wave of unease through you. Your friend?
はい、とても聡明で狡猾な友人です。
Who? He stares at you with a knowing smile.
その人の正体について、弁護士さんは本当に心当たりがありませんか？
It helps Adams distance himself from the White Horse Association while sadly revealing the truth to Artem. The name is on the tip of your tongue, but in the end, you choose to close the conversation with a silence. You're not sure how many people are listening to this conversation. It's best not to complicate things. But there are still unanswered questions about the White Horse Association. For example, why did you establish the White Horse Association? You have your suspicions about Adam's reasons, but at this moment, you want to hear his excuse. As suspected, he doesn't disappoint you. He answers almost without a second thought.
単純な理由ですよ。患者さんには受け入れてくれる場所が必要でしょ。
That's it?
他にどんな目的があると思いますか？
Does he want to gloss over it? If the White Horse Association truly did nothing, then why is he being so secretive? As far as I know, the White Horse Association is also involved in illegal activities such as obstructing justice and money laundering.
世知辛い世の中ですからね。生き延びるために多少の代償を払うことは仕方ありません。
Jerome Adams cuts you off coldly. He keeps emphasizing equivalent exchange as if everything can be reduced to a transaction. But in his role, sometimes the price is a life. You don't intend to press the matter further. You're already close enough to Adams. From here on, you manage to get closer to Adams. Now all you have to do is pull Dottie to your side. With that, Adams can no longer use him as leverage, yet he remains unshaken, even showing a hint of approval. After Brad Gray's death, the illegal circulation of black market drugs come under public scrutiny, slowing its spread. Did you use his death to expose the black market drugs trade and stop its circulation?
世間に注目されなければ埋もれてしまうのが世の常ですから。
He doesn't answer directly but responds with an ambiguous remark. The convoluted murder case of Brad Grace, was that also your way of stirring up public interest?
実に効果的だった。そう思いませんか？
A faint smile appears on Adam's face as if he pleased with the results of his plan. To him, the Grace family is nothing more than a means to an end. Adams, that was a human life. You can't help but raise your voice. He had a loving wife and a seriously ill daughter. He wasn't just a tool for your agenda. Faced with your accusations, Adams seems genuinely puzzled by your anger.
僕は彼の願いを叶える手伝いをしただけですよ。彼は過去の罪をあがない、柳井花さんと夏目杏奈さんが生きることを望んでいました。その願いは叶ったでしょ？
At the cost of his life.
一人分の命と引き換えに二人分の命が救えた。とってもお得だったと思いませんか？
He looks at you and casually drops a bone-chilling question. If Adams truly disregard human lives, then standing by and watching someone die wouldn't be beyond him. You recall the video Brad Grace recorded before his death. There had been someone else present. Could that have been Adams? Luke, do you remember the video Brad Grace recorded before he died?
映り込んでいたのが姿かどうか確かめたいんだな。
Yes.
あと5秒で分析結果が出る。
Through your earpiece, you hear the rapid tapping of a keyboard. Is Luke running the analysis himself?
姿の特徴と一致する部分が特定できた。ガラスに反射してるからぼやけているが。
So he was there watching him die?
多分な。
Were you there when Brad Grace recorded his final video? A flicker of surprise crosses Adam's eyes, but he quickly regains his composure.
細心の注意を払って動画に入らないようにしていたんですが。
No, but your reflection on the glass gave you away.
なるほど。それは盲点でした。
Despite having been caught red-handed, he remains unfazed. So you watch him suffer and die from the poison.
もし万が一がないように確認する必要がありましたから。彼の性格的に死の間際に後悔するんじゃないかと不安で、きちんとやりきってくれてよかったですね。
As he speaks, Adams gives you a knowing look.
弁護士さんの周りにはそういう方たちがたくさんいらっしゃいますね。
What do you mean?
この件はまた後でお話ししましょう。謎が残っている方が面白いですから。
You don't bother deciphering Adam's cryptic words. By now, you're already in the right place. At last, you close in on Adams. At this point, he can no longer stop you from taking Dottie to safety. Yet, as if aware of the sniper watching from afar, Adams moved to shield you with his shadow. Adams and Wilson, one sought to escape his father's experiment and the other to vie to take his superior's place. Did he push the issue with Wilson Soch taking advantage of his ambition for promotion? But then you were actually using Wilson Soch, weren't you?
利用？確かにそういう面はありますね。僕たちはお互いに利用し合っていたんです。彼は父の地位を欲しがっていましたが、それを手にするチャンスに恵まれませんでした。
So you used his ambition to escape Feldman's crazy experimentations?
はい、すごくうまくいきました。
A smile flickers across Adam's face as if pleased with his own scheme. Did you anticipate Feldman's eventual death?
弁護士さん、当時の僕はただの幼い子供ですよ。本能に従ったまでのこと。このことで責められるのはちょっと不公平じゃないですか。
He glances at you, a hint of mischief flashing through his eyes.
法廷でも未成年者は保護されるでしょ。
As much as you hate to admit it, Adams is right. The past cannot be used as evidence against him. But what concerns you more is why Adams decided to kill Wilson Soch after all these years. Based on your ongoing investigation, it is almost certain that he is Wilson Soch's killer. Though they have long maintained a relationship of mutual benefit after years of collaboration, Adam seemingly has no reason to kill him. Why did you kill Wilson Soch? Rather than circling around the topic, you go straight to the point. Hearing your question, Adams uncharacteristically hesitates for a moment before collecting himself.
先生は万能薬という妄執にとらわれていました。その目的のためなら犯罪に手を染めることも厭わないほどに。
But you also walked that path alongside him.
はい、そうやって僕は先生に寄り添ってきました。だから疲れてしまったんです。先生との意見の食い違いは大きくなるばかりだった。弁護士さんもいずれ経験するでしょうね。同じ道を歩むはずだった人との間に亀裂が生まれる。徐々に距離を離れていき、最後には赤の他人になるか、ただの敵になり下がる。
Every word from Adam seems to carry a deeper implication. Is he hinting at something, or merely trying to cover his tracks? You glance at the child he is holding and choose to suppress your unease for now. So, you kill him because your ideals no longer align? Adam shakes his head.
そんなことで人殺しをする人はいません。ただ、僕には選択肢がなかったんです。
You mean someone forced you?
先生の研究は行き詰まっていました。おまけに頑固者だから色々と不況を買っていたんですよ。僕は自分のために新しい道を選びました。そのために代償を払わなければいけなかった。
He means that those pulling the strings behind them are dissatisfied with Wilson Soch, and if Adams wishes to take his place, he has no choice but to eliminate him. But his words suggest another possibility. Had he already set a hidden price when offering Luke the new drug? Unease and hesitation creep in, slowly spreading. Is this Adam's tactic to slowly erode your resolve? You can't let him succeed. You have to turn his own strategy against him. He wavered for a moment when I asked why he killed Wilson Soch. I should press on with this. During your search of Wilson Soch's office, you found an adoption application. It bears Wilson Soch's signature but lacks Adams and an official seal, rendering it invalid. When we searched Wilson Soch's office, we found an application for your adoption. Adams freezes, clearly not expecting you to bring this up.
まだ持っていらしたんですね、先生は。
But I only see his signature on the document. You never agreed.
はい。確か母が死んで間もない頃だったと思います。
You aren't an adult yet. If someone had adopted you, your life would have been easier. He tilts his head slightly, smiling at you.
残念ですが、僕を利用する父親は間に合っていたのでね。物質的な生活の便利さより精神的な自由が欲しかったんです。
Does Adams mean that Wilson Soch once tried to control him?
弁護士さん、この話は終わりにしましょ
う。Adams seems particularly unwilling to acknowledge any bond between him and Wilson Soch beyond mutual exploitation. And from his words, it sounds as if Wilson Soch has angered someone, leaving him with no choice but to act. Then who exactly is behind them? If it wasn't Matthew Richter, then who else could it have been? Luke, do you know who's backing Gladiolus Valley? You take the opportunity to ask Luke quietly while Adam isn't paying attention.
まだ有力な手がかりはつかめてないが N2X の原料を提供したやつがグラジオラスバレーの裏で手を引いてるんだろう。
A supplier?
そうだ N2X の研究が公的に禁止になって市場にある N2X の原料は全て処分された。だから少なくともステラ市じゃ X 細菌層を保管できない。ただ国外となれば話は別だ。
Luke's implication is clear. The forces backing Gladiolus Valley likely operate overseas or have foreign ties.
これで大丈夫か？
You sense the concern in his voice. He can't see your expression or actions, but you still smile and nod. Yes. Adams, if it's not him, then... You adjust your posture and move a little closer to him. This person must be the supplier who provided you with the raw anthrax material, right? He partnered with you to achieve his goal. Adam still doesn't respond. You can only keep guessing. But Wilson Soch didn't listen, so that person wanted you to kill him, right? I didn't expect you to be cursed. Deep down, you never really wanted to kill.
弁護士さん、この話は終わりです。
Adam suddenly and rudely interrupts you.
あなたがどんなに揺さぶろうと、口を割ることはありえません。強いて言えば、あなたはその人物が目の前に現れた時、親しみを感じると思いますよ。
What do you mean? He pauses with no intention of explaining further.
そのままの意味ですよ。
It seems Adams refuses to reveal the identity of the mysterious figure behind him and Wilson. Is it because he's afraid, or is there another reason? You have no idea. But it's obvious that his emotions are affected. He doesn't even notice that you've gotten closer. You manage to get closer to Adams. Now all you have to do is pull Dottie to your side. With that, Adams can no longer use him as leverage, yet he remains unshaken, even showing a hint of approval. Adams grips Dottie's shoulders and he stands there silently like a puppet. But due to the distance, you can't judge Dottie's condition with the naked eye. You can only ask Adams. Adams, how is Dottie?
そうですね。
Adams leans down toward the boy and gently pats his shoulder.
あのお姉さんに、今どんな具合なのか説明できるかな。
僕、いい子だし、元気だよ。
He responds mechanically. It's hard to tell Dottie's physical condition from his voice alone. We need to get Dottie out of here as soon as possible. Adams, you know Dottie has asthma. It's windy on the rooftop. He could have an attack at any moment. He lowers his gaze to Dottie, seemingly unfazed.
弁護士さん、大丈夫です。彼ならまだ耐えられると思いますよ。
From the looks of it, he seems like he's determined not to let go of Dottie easily. If so, then it's even more important for you to ascertain the boy's condition. Luke, can you check on Dottie for me?
こっちから様子を見ていたけど、良くないな。屋上の環境と継続的なストレスで、いつ発作を起こしてもおかしくない。
Luke's tone is brief. You know you don't have much time left. You can't give up now. If persuading Adams to release him directly doesn't work, perhaps a more indirect approach will. You glance at the asthma inhaler in your hand and decide to use the excuse of delivering medicine to get closer and find a chance to rescue Dottie. Adams, I have the asthma inhaler his mother gave me. Can I bring it to him? You extend your palm, letting Adams see the inhaler. Before he can respond, Dottie suddenly clutches his chest in pain and starts coughing violently. He's having an attack. Give him the inhaler, quick! However, no matter how much the boy suffers, Adams remains unmoving. The fruit knife in his hand barely budges. Adams, don't forget that he is a patient. Adams hesitated for a moment before extending his hand to you. Maybe the word patient reminded him of something.
僕に渡してください。
Here. Under Adam's watchful gaze, you administer the asthma inhaler to the boy. His breathing stabilized somewhat, no longer as labored as before. But he still needs urgent medical attention. You don't have much time left. You need to contact Luke Gregory.
弁護士さん、よく頑張りました。残念ですが。
Suddenly, a cold black muzzle presses against your forehead. The icy sensation makes your heart race. Your mind blanks out, but you instinctively shield Dottie behind you. Still, your hands can't help but tremble slightly while holding Dottie. What if he fires? Will Luke make it in time to save you? Your questions remain unanswered.
あなたは勇気のある人だ。ですが、危険な敵に立ち向かうには勇気だけでは足りませんよ。
The police have surrounded the area. There's no escape. Your voice turns shrill from fear.
弁護士さん、積もる話はありますが、そろそろ本題に入りましょ
う。What?
水瀬さんの病気についてご存知ですよね。
You try to get closer to Adam to save Dottie, but he is also trying to seize control over you. So what?
彼を助ける代わりに僕を逃がしてほしい。そう言ったらあなたはどうしますか？
何も答えるなよ。
Luke's voice sounds frantic in your ear. Why should I trust that you can save him?
僕たちの間に何があったのか、もう水瀬さんから聞いているはずですよ。知らないはずがありませんよね。大切な人をそんな目に遭わせるなんて、他でもない、彼自身が許さないでしょう。それなのに、あなたは彼を諦めてしまうんですか？
そいつの言葉に惑わされるな。
Luke's voice is drowned out by the roar of the helicopter. What do you want me to do? You follow Adam's lead, not forgetting that your main task right now is to buy time.
僕に協力してください。人質になり、安全な場所まで一緒に来てくれるだけで構いません。あとは3ヶ月ごとにあなたに薬を送りますから、水瀬さんの身体データを送り返してください。そうするといろいろはかどります。
So, it turns out that the hostage Adams wants isn't Dottie, but you. It's much more convenient to have you, someone who can be controlled rather than a sick child. What if I refuse?
その場合、彼はあなたの目の前で死ぬでしょう。後悔したくないならおすすめしません。8年ぶりの再会を悲劇で終わらせたいですか？
It growing increasingly harder for you to deny him with every reason he gives. Adam seems to know exactly how to hit where it hurts and manipulate people to get what he wants. Just when you feel like you're about to give in, Luke's words echo in your mind.
断ったよ。あいつの薬なしで生きていけないとは思ってない。だから、お前には自分のために行動してほしい。俺のことは気にすんな。デーモンはなしだ。お前、自分の理想を忘れたわけじゃないだろ。法律がこの世の罪を裁き、悪を退ける。いかなる利益の誘惑も受けず、決して個人のために意志を曲げない。
You get a grip on yourself and look at Adams. This is how you made Brad Grace willingly to die for you, right? The wind from the helicopter blade sweeps through Adam's hair, revealing his cool, indifferent eyes. You force him to choose between his family and his own life, manipulating him into sacrificing himself in a deal with you. But that wasn't a choice, it was a threat. You exploit human weakness to get what you want and make sure to clean your hands of it afterward.
どうやら交渉は完全に決裂したようですね。
Adam smiles at you, showing no sign of disappointment. Could it be that you're not his target after all? You watch him warily. The midnight chimes echo over Stellis as Adams gives you a faint smile.
実はずっと前から気づいていました。あなたは特別だって。いつでも自分の信念を貫き、周りの人々を感化させてきた。どんな魔法を使っていたのか気になっていたけど、今になってようやく分かった気がします。あなたとのお話は楽しかったですよ。ですが、もう時間のようですね。
He turns slightly as he speaks, and you watch the sunlight glinting off the gun in Luke's hand. Adam slowly pulls the trigger. You cover the boy's ears, desperately searching for a way to escape. The sound of a gunshot rings out as Luke knocks the gun from Adam's hand, and the impact causes him to lose his balance. A faint smile lingers on Adam's face, and you almost instinctively grab him. Gravity drags you downward, your arms burning from the friction against the ground.
あなたはどうして？
Hold on to something, or you'll slide down.
話してください。僕たちの体重差ではあなたまで落ちてしまいますよ。
Shut up! Your wrists drop with pain and your arms feel like they are being ripped apart. Your body slides further toward the edge of the rooftop. You know you can't hold on for long. Maybe 2 seconds, maybe 10. Jerome Adams looks at you, pondering something. Luke's voice comes through the headset, ordering the helicopter to get closer.
もっと北西の方角に降下してギリギリまで近づいてくれ。
His voice is urgent, and you can almost picture Luke's worried expression. He's forcing himself to stay calm.
持ちこたえろ。すぐに行くから。
Yeah. You weakly reply to Luke and slide just a bit further.
弁護士さん、これは水瀬さんのためですか？
You glare at Adams. Why do people always talk so much in situations like this? Maybe you're right. Maybe you can treat Luke, but that's not the only reason why I'm holding onto you now. Your skin scrapes against the rough ground, and the smell of blood fills the air as the pain intensifies. You have no idea how much longer you can hold on, and neither do you know when Luke will arrive.
なら、何のために？
Adams is still asking questions as if he isn't the one about to fall and smash into a pub. Because no one has the right to judge whether another person gets to live or die. Adams continues sliding down. You pull him back with all your might, but it only causes the Bluetooth earpiece on your ear to fall out.
この高さなら十分だ。はしご下ろせ。
The noise of the helicopter grows louder, drowning out Luke's voice as it comes and goes. Adams is almost at his limit. He is obviously aware of this, yet there is no trace of fear on his face, even as he is about to fall. A thought flashes through your mind. Was him falling all part of the plan all along? If that's the case, then we absolutely cannot let him succeed. Every cell in your body screams to let go. The metallic taste of blood fills your throat, and your slides lower and lower. If this continues, you'll end up falling with Adams. If he has no backup, you'll both end up
さようなら、弁護士さん。
Adams looks at you and slowly releases your hand. After a loud thud, Luke's hot hand grips your wrist. He catches Adams before he can slide any further, locking his wrist to prevent him from falling.
もう大丈夫だ。俺がいる。あとは任せろ。
Luke doesn't look at you. His focus is fixed entirely on what's happening in front of him. At that moment, the police who had been blocked outside break open the lock and rush in, pulling Adams up with them. People rush around and the noise is deafening. The police carry Dottie back to his mother. Luke drapes a thin blanket over you. His hands tremble slightly at your collar and you hold his hand. I'm okay, Luke.
怪我してる。
Luke gently takes your wrist and rolls up your sleeve, revealing a bleeding scratch that stings sharply. You try to pull away, but Luke pulls your arm gently, blowing the grip of your hand. Luke, I'm really okay.
傷に何か入っちまってるから、病院で手当てしてもらおう。送ってくよ。
He places his arm around your shoulder and walks you toward the door. Jerome Adams, held by two NSB officers, deliberately stops when he sees you. Luke instinctively steps forward, standing in front of you and staring at Adams warily.
またすぐにお会いすると思いますよ、水瀬さん。
Seeing that Luke doesn't respond, Adams takes a step closer and speaks in a voice only the three of you can hear.
お薬、もう少ないんでしょ？
You never expected that Adams would still try to use Luke's illness to get at you even at this point. You can't let him succeed. Before Luke can retort, you tug his arm and pull him behind you, stepping forward to face Adams yourself. Jerome Adams, don't think too highly of yourself. You're not the only one who can craft medicines. At the end of the day, without Wilson's source, you don't even have access to Anthrax, let alone research. He clearly sees you just as a useful, convenient toy. As long as the right person manages to figure out how to properly utilize Anthrax, they will be able to cure Luke faster than you ever could. You're not legally illiterate, are you? You still seem to be unaware of your current situation. Murder, child abduction, illegal drug production, human trafficking. With all this combined, you truly deserve what's coming. You'll never get to harm anyone again in this life. As an attorney, I can responsibly tell you that the court will give you the judgment you deserve. If you have that much energy, maybe you should think about whether you even have a future left. Adams, you're a really pitiful person, you know that? Your parents never cared about you as a kid, nor did they teach you how to get along with others. That's why you only know how to carry out transactions, and all your relationships are dysfunctional. But we're different. Luke and I won't be threatened by you. Because we know we've never been alone. You blurt out the words without much thought. Luke waves at the two co-workers standing next to Adams.
連れて行け。道中は気をつけてくれ。
了解。
At some point, the sunlight breaks through the gloomy weather, and in the corner of the airport, Mary stands gazing thoughtfully at the trucks carrying sponges as it drives away.
坊ちゃん、何を見ているのですか？
こんなプライベート空港にスポンジ満載のトラックを止めておくか？
それは確かに不自然ですね。こうした場所では荷物を積んだ車両の出入りを許可していないはず。
車輪の跡からしてあの車は屋上の真下に停車していた。
屋上、スポンジ、トラック。まさかあの車。
バレたらどうする？後をつけて調べよう。
はい、手配いたします。
Hospital. With Luke accompanying you, you undergo a detailed examination at the hospital. Fortunately, it's just a minor scratch. After the diagnosis, Luke is called away by his colleagues from the NSP, leaving you to stay in the hospital to continue cleaning the wound.
傷口の手当てが終わりました。2日間は水に触れないようにして、激しい運動もお控えください。
Thank you.
それから、1日おきに薬を買いに来ることも忘れずに。
You nod as the nurse opens the curtain and Maris approaches holding a bouquet of flowers.
お姉さん、早く良くなってよね。腕怪我してるから、この花は俺が持っててあげる。
Thank you.
どういたしまして。
Maris glances around, then mischievously pulls the curtains close.
今って時間ある？
Why?
一つ知らせといた方がいいと思ってね。姿が落ちようとしたビルの真下でスポンジを大量に積んだトラックが通り過ぎるのを見たんだ。
A truck full of sponges?
うん。屋上から地面までの高さを測ってもらったら、そのスポンジさえあれば安全は保証できるって。残念ながら藤崎がトラックを見つけた時には追跡できそうな証拠は処分されてたけど。
So, Adams went to the roof on purpose, and he held the child hostage to make me go up there to negotiate. It was just a distraction, to draw everyone's attention while the mysterious figure backing him arranged for his escape. No wonder he seemed to be deliberately throwing himself off the rooftop.
多分、それが彼の計画の全貌だろう。でも、
Maris grins at you.
あんたのおかげで未然に防げた。お姉さんの方が一枚上手だったんだ。
You know Maris is just trying to comfort you, but after facing Jerome Adams head-on, you still feel a lingering fear. He used Luke's illness to blackmail you, not to secure a way out for himself, but to see just how far Luke and you would go for the drug he held in his possession. If you had wavered, you would have fallen into his trap, stepping onto an irreversible path like those before you whom he had manipulated. Thankfully, Luke and I both held our ground. NSB. Luke is leaning against the corridor, waiting for the higher-ups to announce their decision on his and Aaron's punishment. Before making his report, he contacts Aaron and explains the situation with Oedipus.
夏彦か？ターゲットの追跡で忙しいんじゃなかったか？俺に電話する暇なんてあるのか？
ケニー、オイディプスの正体が分かりました。
なんだ？どこのドイツだ？
今頃ニュースになっているかと。
ちょっと待っててくれ。今見てみるから。
A faint news broadcast plays from the other end of the line.
グラジオラスバレエの研究員、菅田祐樹、殺人の容疑者。こいつがオイディプスだったのか？
はい。確認は取れています。
厄介なことになったな。お前、今どこにいる？
Even if Luke had been unaware of his identity, taking drugs supplied by a criminal would subject him to intense scrutiny.
調査庁の駐車場です。今から状況報告をしに行くので。オイディプスとの取引について、すべてを報告するつもりです。
Aaron does not respond immediately. Luke hears him turning off the TV.
確かに報告は早いに越したことはないな。こっちもいろいろと進展があったんだ。一緒に行ってやるからちょっと待っててくれ。
いや、ケンに電話したのはそのためじゃ。
こらこら、また俺をのけ者にしようとしてないよな。
Luke lowers his head, his unfocused gaze landing on the dashboard screen.
俺。
もともと二人でやってたことだろうが、一緒に報告しないでどうする？待ってろよ。勝手に動いたら許さないからな。
はい。ありがとうございます。ケニー。
After Luke finishes reporting on the capture of Adams, he and Aaron explain the whole story behind the deal with Oedipus. According to Aaron's examination results, Luke's physical condition is gradually improving. Although he has yet to fully recover, his condition is no longer deteriorating. But this matter was never authorized by the organization and violated regulations. It's possible they could be stripped of their badges because of it.
ケニー、俺。
何暗い顔してやがる。ちっとも似合ってないぞ。前言った理由はさておき、なんで俺がお前のわがままに付き合ってたと思う？お前らが首都病院で薬物が漏洩して感染した後、調査庁が治療法を探してるのを知ってたからだよ。お前は医療業界に明るくないだろうが、俺にはわかる。N2X に関する研究は非常にデリケートだ。もし公的機関が先立ってやると、あちこちから非難されて中止になりかねない。たとえ今回のことがなくても、機会を見て上に報告するつもりだったよ。
ケニー。
おっと、例ならまだ早い。こいつを乗り越えてからでも遅くない。
Aaron pats Luke on the shoulder. Just then, the conference room door opens automatically.
水瀬、深山、入れ。
The higher-ups who attended the meeting have already left, leaving only Alfred in the office. Both Luke and Aaron had received training from Alfred and are quite familiar with him. The reason the NSB left Alfred to handle this matter is likely because they don't intend to make it a big deal.
君たちは新人でもあるまい。こんな初歩的な過ちを犯すとは。どういう了見だ？
申し訳ありません。すべて自分の責任です。ケニーは無理やりやらされただけです。
君たちの中を知らないとでも？下手な芝居はよせ。二人とも停職だ。隠れてやっていた調査資料をすべて提出し、しばらくおとなしくしているんだな。
了解。
Luke and Aaron hand over their firearms and ID badges. After securing their belongings, Alfred walks over to them, his stern expression softening.
水瀬、深山、ここだけの話だが、上も審議を重ねていた。医療行為に限定した N2X の研究を公的に行うべきかどうかを。もし N2X が首都病院で感染した仲間を救えると分かっていれば、我々は積極的に推進しただろう。こうして進展が見られた以上、研究を進めない道理がない。
Alfred points at Luke's nose.
特に君にはこれから医療チームが定期的な検査を要求してくるはずだ。
協力いたします。
Although Alfred sees that nothing can bring back those innocent lives that lost at the capital's hospital.
何も当時のことを水に流せと言っているわけじゃない。俺も納得できない一人だからな。だが、状況が変わったんだ。もう誰も犠牲にさせやしない。
After Adams is arrested, he fully cooperates and confesses to everything he has done. Thanks to the clues he provides, the police found extensive evidence of illegal activities in Gladiolus Valley. The scope of his involvement is far beyond what the authorities suspect, even linking back to the early cases of missing undocumented residents in North Stellis.
まさか最初の面会相手があなたになるとはね。佐京先生。
では、誰を期待していたんだろうな。
わざわざこちらにいらしたんですから、僕に聞きたいことがあるんですよね。
先生。九条明人はどこにいる？
あなたの先生の行方をどうして僕に聞くんですか？
とぼけるな。お前が先生と会っていたことに確信が持てなかったら、私もここまで来なかった。
Adams looks at Artem, eyes narrowed in slight sarcasm.
佐京先生、あなたは本当にご自分の先生を理解していらっしゃるんですか？彼は望んだ通りの場所にたどり着きましたよ。いつか彼に追いつけることを祈っています。永遠に追いつけない方がいいと思いますけど。
どういう意味だ？
Adams doesn't answer immediately. He stands up and walks toward the guard, only speaking when he is about to leave.
その先は地獄かもしれないから。
After more than a month of investigation, the truth about Gladiolus Valley finally comes to light. Founded half a century ago, the Medical Research Center, once a source of pride for Stellis, is finally coming to an end. Perhaps in its early days, it truly focused on developing life-saving medicine, but over time, its purpose shifted. Autumn's residence. More and more files related to Neil Hume piled up on the desk until they covered its entire surface. The police uncovered documents from Gladiolus Valley marked with Neil's signature, most of them related to illegal human trafficking. There are also some seemingly unrelated pieces of information. Autumn gathers them and eventually extracts two strings of numbers. He enters the numbers as coordinates into the global map website. A second letter and address pops up. Autumn picks up his phone and sends an offline meeting invite in the N2S group chat. Hospital. After a period of rehabilitation, Gerard's health indicators improved significantly. Since he provided many useful leads in Wilson Soldiers' case, the juvenile court decided not to send him to a correctional facility. His guardianship is transferred to a welfare agency under the Stellis municipal government, which will assist with his school enrollment. How do you feel, Gerard?
バッチリだね。次の検査で異常がなければ退院だって先生が。
Have you thought about what you want to do next? Gerard looks away, scratching his head in embarrassment.
俺、もっと勉強したい。
いいじゃん。思いっきり勉強しなよ。パックスは将来有望な若者の就学サポートもしてるぞ。まあ、成績については結構厳しめだけど。お前ってその辺どうなの？
学校に通ってた時はそれなりに。でも、だいぶ遅れちまったから、ついていけるかわからない。
That's okay, I can tutor you.
嘘でしょ？ お姉さん、俺だってまだしてもらったことないよ。
Maris protests. Then both of you can come next time. There are some middle school subjects I'm not very familiar with, so I can ask you for help too.
嫌だね。
Maris and Gerard reject the suggestion in unison. The two, who usually don't get along, share a knowing smile.
お姉さん、坊ちゃんもありがとう。
何のお礼？
より良い未来をつかむチャンスをくれたこと。
じゃあそれは取っておいて。まだまだこれからだろ。進路はどうするつもりなんだ？法律？医学？それとも生命科学とか？
You're also curious about Gerard's answer, just like Maris, waiting for his choice.
金融がいいな。たくさんお金を稼いで、いろんな人を助けてやりたい。
Gerard looks at you and answers firmly.
金融か。ステラ大学の商学部といえばかなり偏差値が高かったと思うけど、お前の成績でいけるのか？
Marius, this should be about encouragement.
現実を見とかないと余計苦労するだけじゃん。
どんなに大変でもやってみたいんだ。
よし。だったらお前がストレートで合格できるかどうかかけてみよう。お姉さんは立会人で。もしお前が負けたら、今後は K お兄さんって呼んでもらうからな。
いいよ。負けないし。
Marius and Gerard are engaged in a fierce battle. Just then, both you and Marius' phones vibrate simultaneously, indicating a new message from Artem in the Anthrax group. Mr. Wing's message. Does anyone have some time? Marius and I both have time. Are you with Marius? Yes, we visited Gerard together in the hospital. It's rare for Mr. Wing to start a meeting proactively. There must be something important. Can we discuss it in detail at the headquarters? Do you have time, Luke? I'm free until 6 p.m. Why hasn't Vin replied? I am okay with that. I was just looking at my schedule. Alright, let's set a time. We'll probably arrive at 1:30 p.m. Same here. Sure. I have no objections. I'll go with Miss. Okay, see you in half an hour. Maris and you arrive at the headquarters at the scheduled time. The other three are already there. You each take a seat. Seeing this, Artem pulls up a 3D map on his tablet and the same map appears on the big screen. Where is this place? Artem taps on the screen twice more, and a location called Jinjinga Island appears on the map.
グラジオラスバレーの関連資料から、この島の経緯度を示す数字が出てきてな。
シンジガ島って私有地でしたよね。一体何があるんです？グラジオラスバレーとどんな関係が？
関係があるとすれば、これのことかもしれません。
Luke sends the information he has just found to the Anthrax group. It is said that there is a mysterious financier behind Jinga Island who built a biological research station on the island. The island includes its external communication lines, and anyone who wants to enter must first reach Nanman Bay and then find connections to apply for permission to go to Jinjinga Island.
研究所があるのか。また姿にぴったりの場所で。
So, his destination isn't Nanman Bay, but Jinjinga Island.
そういうわけだ。あいつが何万への手がかりを残したように見えたのは、目くらましか。調査の撹乱のためだったのかもな。
While you are having a heated discussion, Vin, who has been silent all along, taps his fingers twice on the table.
姿くんの逃亡先が分かったのはいいとして、他の問題に目を向けるべきでは？
What question? Vin turns toward Artem, a hint of mischief in his expression.
左京先生はこの膨大なグラジオラスバレーの資料の中からどうやって重要な情報を見つけたんでしょうね。
Artem puts down the tablet in his hand and takes a deep breath.
先生が残した暗号をたどったんだ。
The short sentence, like a small stone cast into a pond, was enough to create ripples. You look at Artem in surprise. He didn't mention this when you were helping Darius review the files at the police station.
左京さん、九条さんは失踪したんですよね。今でも連絡を取り合えるとか言わないでくださいよ。
No. You are about to defend Artem when Vin brings his index fingers to his lips and gently shakes his head. At this moment, you realize he is deliberately bringing up the source of the information to push Artem to confess. Faced with Mary's questioning, Artem no longer avoids the topic. He meets your gaze honestly.
この件は私の落ち度だ。皆に知らせるべきことを伝えていなかったのだからな。
それは俺たちを信用していないからですか？
Artem shakes his head, looking unusually at a loss.
そうじゃない。どう伝えるべきか迷っていた。
どういう意味です？
Artem has the video of Neil Hume being kidnapped, as well as documents that reveal Neil's involvement with a black market organization. And the marked documents he left behind in Gladiolus Valley, which he reveals without reservation.
つまり、九条さんはグラジオラスバレーの証拠隠滅を手伝い、告発する手がかりも残していたのかい？
おそらく先生は、やむを得ない事情で、姿と共犯になるふりをしなければならなかった。
真田唯斗ではなく、
先生が誘拐されたきっかけは、グラジオラスバレーだったかもしれない。だが、最終的に協力関係に至ったのは、姿のはずだ。
そう言い切れる根拠があるんですか？
When Luke asks a question, Artem looks at you and you understand that he expects you to explain. After all, you had both discovered and solved the mystery together. You nod and continue where he left off. Because of the movie tickets.
映画のチケット？
Previously, Mr. Wing and I were invited to watch a movie at the White Horse Association. When we checked in, Adams was the one who stamped our tickets. The code word is the same as the one Neil Hume and Mr. Wing once used, though when I asked Adams about it, he didn't admit it. But after thinking it through, he must have helped Neil report in after reaching an agreement with him. After you finish speaking, they all look at you. Why are you all looking at me like that?
あなたは、九条さんが姿くんと共にいる可能性に気づきながら、左京と組んで僕たちに黙っていたんだね。
お姉さんまで、なんでそんなことするの？
俺にまで隠すことなかったろ。
Well,
次はないと約束する。今後、先生、九条明人に関する情報は、すべて共有しよ
う。Mr. Wing。
私のように彼を信じてくれとは言わない。それでも私は、君たちと真実を見つけたいと思っている。
たとえその真実が、九条さんの裏切りを意味するとしても。
Artem pauses with a complicated expression on his face, but in the end he still gives a definite answer.
ああ。すべてを伝えると決めた以上、どんな結果も受け入れよ
Headquarters falls into a brief silence as time ticks on. Just as you are considering saying something to ease the tension, Maris taps the table.
左京さん、九条さんが残した資料の中に兄さんのことはなかったんですか？
The air almost freezes. After all, Jian's disappearance seems to be related to an email from Neil. With a clue about Neil's whereabouts emerging, Maris' thoughts naturally drift to Jian. After brief consideration, Arton decides to tell the truth.
なかったよ。私が解読した限り、先生が残した情報の中に、泉ヒロに関する手がかりは見られなかった。多分、彼はお前の兄の失踪とは無関係なんだろう。もちろん、今後の調査で情報をつかんだときは、真っ先に伝える。
Maris lowers his head in disappointment.
まあ、知らせがないのはいい知らせってことかな。
Vin glances at Maris upon hearing his words, then lowers his eyes in thought. What is it, Dr. Richter?
なんでもないよ。僕たちがここまで正直に話し合うのは久しぶりだと思って。
それを言うなら、誰かさんはまだ言ってないことがあると思うけど。
Maris seems to be trying to ease the tension caused by Jian's kiss by throwing the question at Luke.
なあ、水瀬もそう思わないか？
Earlier, Maris had asked you if you knew about Luke's illness, and at the time, you weren't really sure if you did know everything. But Luke has basically told you all about it now. He just hasn't shared it with the rest of the Anthrax team yet. Luke sighs helplessly and explains his illness concisely after omitting some key information. But he doesn't say what the illness is, what symptoms it causes, and how it will affect him, and you all silently agree not to ask.
そういや、風の噂で調査長に休養を命じられてるって聞いたけど、暇を持て余してるんじゃないのか？
余計なお世話だ。
仲間への気遣いってやつを分かってないな。
As Maris and Luke continue to banter, Vin hands you a delicate piece of cake. Dr. Richter, did you make this new dessert?
紅茶でも飲もうかと思ってね。
You nod and take a bite of the dessert. It's sweet but not overwhelmingly so as it melts in your mouth. Suddenly, you realize that it's been a long time since the five of you had afternoon tea together like this in the headquarters.
森月、教師よりパティシエの方が向いてるよ。洋菓子店でも開いたらどうだ？うちが投資してもいい。
おあいにくさま、資金繰りには困ってないんだ。
Unlike Marius, who keeps cracking jokes after eating, Artem grows serious after trying it.
この口当たりからして、メレンゲを作るときに白ワインビネガーを入れたんじゃないか？
森月家秘伝のレシピだからね。ご想像にお任せするよ。
I'll bring over some tasty snacks for you the next time I get the chance. You accidentally let your thoughts slip out, and now all four of them have stopped and are looking at you. The sudden pressure is overwhelming. But I have to wait until I pass the junior attorney qualification exam first. You've been so busy with the investigation that your studying has been on and off. You don't know if you can pass it in one take.
もうそんな時期か。毎年同僚が試験を受けるのを見てきたが、困った時はいつでも私のところに来なさい。
As soon as Artem finishes speaking, you nod eagerly. After all, he earned his senior attorney qualification at a young age. Having him as your tutor is bound to be a huge advantage. You miss sewing?
左京がいるなら勉強は問題ないよね。 代わりに受験期間中の食事の管理は僕に任せてくれるかな？
Vin looks at you with a smile as he makes a suggestion. Wouldn't that be too much trouble for you, Dr. Richter?
あなたの試験勉強の手伝いができるなら喜んで。
If he insists, I shouldn't turn down his kindness. Alright, I'll gratefully accept your help then.
二人が勉強と食事を請け負うなら心強いな。じゃあ、俺はお前が安心して試験に集中できるように、お前んちの掃除を全部引き受けてやる。
Are you sure?
見くびってもらっちゃ困る。チームにいた頃は最優秀整理賞をもらったこともあるんだ。これくらい朝飯前だよ。
Alright, then I'll leave it to you.
ちょっと俺がやることなくなってるじゃん。気を抜いたらすぐこれなんだから。他に手伝えることないし、せめて毎日お姉さんを応援してもいい？
Maris looks at you eagerly, but before you can respond, Luke answers for you.
いいんじゃないか。精神面のサポートだって大事なことだぞ。
そうだな。具体的に何をするのかより、手伝いたい気持ちの方が大切だろう。
左京の言う通りだね。
Watching them all pitch in to help you focus on your exam, you can't help but recall your student days where support was all around. Once the exam is over, I'll treat everyone to a big meal. In a mansion in Long Beach, Sally's a man in a red suit stands before a massive painting. He lightly taps his skin against the frame of the portrait 3 times in a precise order. With a faint click, a hidden chamber, starkly different from the mansion's decor, slowly reveals itself before him. Inside, advanced life support equipment is connected to a central capsule. The man's slender fingers gently trace the door of the chamber. As if handling the world's most fragile treasure, he closes his eyes and presses his cheek against it as though listening to a faint heartbeat. Suddenly, a slight vibration interrupts his ritual. He frowns slightly and steps out of the chamber with reverence. Sadi.
父さん、僕です。
A hesitant voice comes through the phone, tinged with both obedience and guilt.
どうした？
Playing with the memory card in his hand, the man asks despite already knowing the answer. He knows the person he chose is exceptional in every way. His only shortcoming is his overwhelming arrogance.
姿勇気のことは僕のミスです。
ミスだと？自分なら必ずうまくいくと過信した結果ではないのか？
The man pauses briefly. He knows that with intelligence and prideful young people, pushing too hard is counterproductive.
過ぎたことを気にしても仕方がないさ。次はないと思って気をつけなさい。
彼が捕まったことで父さんの計画に影響がありますか？
心配は無用だよ。欲しいものはもう手に入った。あとは計画通りに進めるだけだ。
では、姿はどのように？
彼のことか？私に考えがあるから、君は自分の役目に集中するといい。そうだ。しばらくは、私との連絡も面会も控えるように。
The other end falls silent for several seconds.
これは、僕への罰ですか？
The question made the man sigh in exasperation.
違う。君の安全を考慮してのことだ。
それなら、内密にお会いできませんか？十分に用心します。
ダメだ。素晴らしい日を迎えるために、忍耐は必要不可欠なのだから。わかったね。
はい、父さん。
Top floor. Listening to the busy tune after his father hangs up, the man stands in the spot where they once stood together. He takes one last look at Gladiolus Valley, which has been completely leveled, before turning around and disappearing into the inky darkness. The case of Wilson Soldier's disappearance involved parties Jerome Adams, Gerard Boone, handled by Sharara. The case of Wilson Soldier's disappearance began just before his arrest. Prior to vanishing, Wilson had a heated argument in his office, leaving the scene in chaos. Gerard Boone was initially suspected but was quickly cleared as more evidence surfaced, and Wilson remained missing. Days later, Wilson's body was found shot dead in the Gladiolus Valley laboratory. Gerard Boone was discovered unconscious after falling down the stairs, but due to his injuries, he couldn't provide useful information. The crime scene lacked direct evidence linking Gerard to the murder, and further investigation revealed more questions, including the presence of a third person. After Gerard regained consciousness, he stated that he had been with Jerome Adams the night of the murder of the Living White Horse Association. Gerard claimed Jerome had tried to force him to kill Wilson, and when Gerard refused, Jerome pushed him down the stairs. However, Gerard couldn't confirm that Jerome had killed Wilson. Forensic tests later revealed that Wilson's body contained the same substance responsible for the death of Brad Grace. This led to a full autopsy, which uncovered a storage card in his stomach. The card revealed Jerome Adams' involvement in illegal activities, including research on anthrax, drugs, and human trafficking. A manhunt was launched for Jerome, who had already evaded capture and was suspected of trying to flee the country. King. Jerome Adams has clearly planned everything in advance. No matter how intricate his plans are, I won't let him escape. Adjudicator. Please bring him back, Raven. I still have questions for him. King. The prestigious Dr. Risher has something to ask Jerome Adams. Adjudicator. It's nothing important. Keep your curiosity in check. Libra. Current evidence showed that under Wilson Soldier's management, Gladiolus Valley caused major trouble in Sally City. King. Indeed, illegal drug development, human trafficking, and unethical drug trials. Each charge could lock him away for life. Raven. Evil will always comes to light. Justice may be delayed, but it will not be denied. Adjudicator. Jerome Adams is mentally tough. He's probably still withholding crucial information. King. Exactly. Like who helped him escape? I'm still trying to figure that out. Raven. I have a feeling the person who helped him at the airport is someone close to me. Libra. Speaking of the investigation, should we continue following the lead on Zinjinga Island? Adjudicator. I'm also intrigued by that place. If I have the time, I might go investigate it myself. King. The mysterious sponsor behind Zinjinga Island really piques my curiosity. If you're planning to go, call me in. Raven. Let me do some research first, and then we can decide what to do. Wilson Soch Mill, 58, head of Gladiolus Valley. Wilson Soch. The current head of Gladiolus Valley grew up with family conflict and peer isolation, which fueled his desire for recognition. His interest in biology began in middle school, and he aimed to develop a universal cure. He excelled academically and attended Stellis University's prestigious medical school. After graduation, Wilson joined Gladiolus Valley, where he became colleagues with Tanner Fieldman, Jerome Adams' father. While working at Gladiolus Valley, Wilson both admired and resented Tanner, secretly aspiring to replace him. His opportunity arose when he discovered Tanner was conducting drug trials on his own son. Wilson reported this to the authorities, leading to Tanner's disgrace and eventual suicide. Afterward, Wilson ascended to the top. In pursuit of his goal, he resorted to illegal methods, including experimenting with anti-related drugs, engaging in human trafficking, and allowing black market pharmaceuticals to circulate. He also used civilians as test subjects for his research. Wilson Soch learned the hard way that the wages of sin is death. King. That scientist pretended to serve the greater good. In truth, he pursued fame and fortune, all while hiding behind a facade of altruism. Libra. I've gone through his fall. He was highly capable. If he had stayed on the path of honest research, he could have achieved greatness. Raven. Some people are never satisfied. They are consumed by the desire to reach the top and revel in admiration. King. What's the point of always being the best? The higher you go, the lonelier it gets. I'd rather stay comfortable in the middle. Adjudicator. Is that the attitude you're bringing to my class? Jerome Adams, male, 28, Gladiolus Valley researcher. As the only son of Tanner Feldman, former head of Gladiolus Valley, he endured a painful drug experiments conducted by his father in childhood. His mother, blindly idolizing Tanner, never objected. Jerome gained his freedom only after Wilson Soch reported Tanner's actions. After his father's death, Jerome and his mother live alone, with Jerome taking her surname. Thanks to Wilson's support and scholarships, he completed the secondary education. At 16, Jerome's mother passed away. Wilson had offered to adopt him, but the plan fell through for unknown reasons. Later, under Wilson's guidance, Jerome began working on anti-X drug research. Jerome is also known for his exceptional patience with patients and often volunteers at charitable organizations to help those in need. King. I don't think I can get along with him. Adjudicator. But as a research subject, he'd be fascinating. Libra. The crime Jerome Adams committed are enough to keep him behind bars for life. Raven. Now's not the time to let our guard down. There are still plenty of mysteries surrounding him. King. The case is finally closed. How about we relax for a bit? Want to hang out? Adjudicator. What have you got in mind? King. Vacation, dinner, a party, you name it, and I'll make it happen. Okay. Gerard Boone, continuation. King. Why does he keep putting himself in danger? Why can't he trust us adults to handle the heavy lifting? Libra, maybe he's just trying to protect the people he cares about in his own way. Adjudicator, a child should never have to bear such burdens, except in a broken society. Ravens, looks like we've got a long way to go to make this world a better place. King, that kid's finally heading back to school, bracing for the torture of 8 a.m. classes. Ha! Libra, high school's coursework these days look way tougher than it was when I was in school. Raven, how would you know? Have you tried it? Libra, I've seen his homework while working at a law firm. It's no joke. Raven, next time I'll tutor him. Adjudicator, have you all forgotten there's a full-time college professor right here?